队，你还有什么想向外界证明的吗？
冠军这种东西，我没听说过有人会嫌多。
这次出征名古屋，面对全世界最顶尖的战术体系，您作为领队最大的底气是什么？
底气，我的底气是，荣耀从来都不是一个人的战场。
领队，该出发了。
如果热爱，就把这一切当作荣耀。
星轨所示，从不会出错。它就在这片海上。
若真是上古浩劫前的东西，它早被这片海吞得不剩什么了。
你们快出来看看！
穷经万千次推演，此事的覆灭已是既定的结果。唯有游离于天道之外的婉曲，是这场终局最后的变数。
喂，大家听得见吗？我就在这个海岛晚曲验收现场。哇塞，这风也太大了！
问了吗？你得要帮我问一下。
各位抓紧点儿，岛上的全新冒险都期待你来探索啊！
最后，
苏罗铠甲，裸体。什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，裸体。几位老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。 夺铠甲，合体。什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，合体。几位老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。铠甲，合体。没有机会。
大克鼎雄伟凝重的造型，是中国古代青铜工艺达到巅峰的历史见证。大司命被塑造成一位扶杖老者乘玄云而来，飘风为导，动雨洒尘，身后侍从手持节杖，神情恭谨。您眼前的这件青铜重器，高93.1厘米，口径75.6厘米，器壁厚实，形制雄伟。云中君立于翻卷的云气之上，回首顾盼，衣带当风，如云霞舒卷。
哈哈，真没想到你也玩永劫无间，看来我们真是经常见。
哎呀，老子受不了了！
啊，我打麦克吗？
好兄弟，经常见；
好闺蜜，经常见；
好教练，经常见。
有缘人，
太风之神劈的刀，
通天老
无敌葡萄大王，
就在怀揣。
忧郁碎碎冰。
等等，对面相挂，不要经常见。哦，原来是柯烈。
永劫无间5周年福利相送5周年，1红5金1折星上线领，15件周年限定外观玩就送。永劫手游2周年福利相送5周年，年限红皮和99个宝箱直接领。
我们这样假唱会不会不太好啊？
哎呀，没事儿。
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT MSC 2026. My name is Creatives, and here today I got Severio, but we got a little mix-up right today here, Severio. We're not in our casual format how we're used to seeing here for the NARAKA BLADEPOINT. Yeah, we got martial arts, and it's, you know, it looks hectic from what I just saw there in that screen. It's 10 rounds from all the regions going at it, but you know, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's take a trip back down memory lane and see how, you know, all the games played out today, or not today, throughout the whole MSC, I should say, for both solos and trios, right? I mean, it was a blast for solos alone. I don't really know much how the trio side went, but for solos, I mean, it was very exciting to see how, you know, that bottom side of the pyramid was fighting to try to get into that top 8 to make it into tomorrow's grand finals, which, you know, tomorrow we do have solo grand finals. But yeah, Severio, talk to me. How do you feel about this year's MSC going into our, you know, I would say what, our third day, final day? I don't even know how you say it, but our third day before we're done with MSC.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic. I mean, looking at the run between solos and trios, I think one thing we had to understand is that this is the first time that the MSC for the mid-season challenge to have group stage. And for the first time, I mean, it was a great experience, especially day 3 trios, right? Leading up from solos up until that point. Because a lot of teams that came out for this, right, from the global region, such as from C server, you having Lobby 28 and 521 kind of combating each other for the ladder. We almost had an upset there for OUG. OUG was actually somewhere around the threshold of that red line. But like we said before, you know, OUG is one of those teams that kind of makes it seem so, you know, feeble at some point, but then they just ramp up. Then they start going through. That's due to the leadership kind of going into that team with their, you know, with their call outs and making sure that they didn't have any sort of sweat moments. They just started ramping up. So it really was between that 2 C teams, between 28, but that round 6 was a sealed deal once OUG was able to kind of eliminate them from that point, giving 521 that grandeur, you know, position to be in the top 8. So as for solos, I mean, for us in terms of global, we kind of had our chances of seeing about where the EU region, the NA region, SEA, and AS had a chance in competing against the global CN elites, I think, in saying that. Mainly because a lot of the players that are in the CN and the NBPL are really tough to grabs, you know? That's kind of insane to kind of make sure that if you ever had a chance in catching those guys, you know, you would have had it this year, at least halfway through the point. But this is going to be our heads up for today. This is going to be our martial artist invitational. This is going to be bringing us in terms of the, you know, with the arena going out there. If you guys don't know what arena I'm talking about the newly named martial art duel competition. That's going to be where we've seen those round 1s, the versus rounds. But in this time, in a semi-tournament format, right before grand finals, including all the teams, but including only one from each region. That means for one from CN, one from AS as they've come through, as well as for C, as well as for NA, and as well as for EU.
There it is. The first, we're going to have NA going at it against C. Then we got the mainland going against EU, C again against AS, EU against NA, AS against CN. Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this is going to pan out. I personally don't have an idea how the format is. Like, I don't know, we're gonna have a solos match and then like a trios match or whatever the case can be, but well, you know, we'll find out in just a second. Right after, we got C against EU, NA against the mainland, CN, EU against AS, CN against C, and then AS and NA. And you know, technically, you know, you could say C at CN mainland too, just so how much time they're in the league, right? You know, for solos alone, you got Frosted there representing C here for this MSC, and I'm guessing as well we might have maybe 521 potentially there for trios if that's the type of format that we're going into. I'm not really too sure, like I said, what we're getting into, you know, with this martial arts invitational, but it is refreshing, right? I don't think we've had a an invitational like this for a global side. I think we had it for Koi Cup, but for MSC Global, you know, it's the first time, like Severio mentioned as well, this is the first time we had group stages as well for our MSC compared to how it was last year, which is a big change. I would say I think it's a lot better this way. It gives the players a little bit more of a comfortability to try to get used to, you know, these types of lobbies, because, you know, the skill ceiling is so high, especially when you're going against the mainland players. You definitely need to get used to that pacing. And you know, I'm not really too sure how much time they had to prep up for this once they got there to scrim or anything like that. So being able to have a couple of days to try to get into the groove of things was just nice to see. Unfortunately, outside of the C region, everybody else got knocked out for solos. Tomorrow it's pretty much all mainland plus Frosted representing C. For that slot in that top 8, it was a blast, right? Seeing Frosted being able to pop off and both his days towards that second half of the days, and just, you know, having a really good set of games and getting him up there in that top 4, I believe somewhere around there. It was very close, right? XY was in like top 3. He ends up being 7th place, almost getting knocked out. Lipo was being that player contestant, trying to be into that top 8, which is unfortunate for him not being able to rack up any points on the board. So he gets knocked out and, you know, isn't able to compete in tomorrow's matches. But yeah, I mean, that was just like a little taste of what we're going to see tomorrow. Everything gets unfolded tomorrow. All the playbook, everything in the playbook gets unfolded to try to take the chip home for the MSC, because at the end of the day, this is a big title, right, for a lot of these players. Just taking a look at what happened last year with Spider. Once he won MSC, he started crying, and, you know, that alone can really just give you a big representation of what this means for these players. So, you know, there's people that might be thinking that MSC is not something major, but off of that alone, I can, you know, clearly say that, you know, it's something major for them.
No, absolutely. And you kind of seen it through Versus' eyes in terms of when he kind of earned out his title for the spring season last year and into the summer, or at least to the autumn season. MSC is a whole grandeur, you know, experience, right? Because it's going to be the, you know, this semi-annual event. That's something that you kind of want to make sure that you'd have at least some sort of, you know, it's a prestigious award to be granted, right? To be able to be selected as that winner, because besides that, it's only J-Cup. So taking it into a helm where you're fighting in the global stage, where it's really taken up into qualifiers in the standpoint, that's where you're going to be able to kind of see where those emotions kind of come out. Now, for us in terms of WFG's XY, he is going to be one of the solos players playing today, right? He's going to be one of the only one from solos for CN. SR is going to be the one team that's going to be representing CN as well in this regard. So for the Invitational, those are the 2 members you're going to see coming back for it. And at least for 521 being the representatives for solos as well as for the trios. As for AS, as for NAEU, there's, you know, the stable points there. We have MVP coming out here for the trios for AS, and then having OW and Zeldinch for the solos. As for EU, having BWG Zay for the solos, then having Hex for the trios. And he's going to have themselves out here for NA's Tryhard from SUN, up until having with Young Money or YM for the trio scene. Then it's going to be up to those points. Now, NA is going to be, you know, one of the teams I don't really want to see how they're going to be performing. Their first fight is actually up against the C team for 5-1, which would be a really good prominence in seeing how those two would be matched up together. And also, just seeing how this is going to be it. It's going to be like a Swiss, I think it's, yeah, Swiss round bracket, right, where everyone goes up against each other once, or at least going across the board and seeing how everyone scores up against each other to get used to the second fight, you know, for the phasing. So between the 10 games coming out here, couldn't tell you how long it's gonna be lasting. I should say probably if it goes down the rabbit hole, we could get a 30-minute game, right, for each round. So that becomes between solos and trios. And then after that, they come back again, you know. So one thing is gonna be whether, I mean, I don't think it's gonna be on the current patch, you know, that just dropped a couple of days ago. If y'all don't know, the anniversary awards are insane right now in terms of if you want to kind of make sure get biggest, you know, chests for free, you get skins for free. If you want to go into the game right now, download it, get it started right then and there, because that is the anniversary, 5th anniversary, y'all. If you're still around here, welcome back if you're not. But if anything comes out of it, you guys might be having a good chance and seeing those things to keep you in the long run. So with this being said, alongside the new map, like with that being said, look at the team, man. You know, YM, you got Solo, you got Hendrickson, Brolic pushing. I can't say that on broadcast, but my man looking like he's about to go out there. Yo, what do you say, mama? I'll stop.
What did he say? Oh man, it ain't though. So okay, I see what you're saying then. So our first 5 rounds that we saw up is gonna be potentially solos, right? So looking at this alone, Tryhard is gonna be represented as just to the fact that Prosper, Hinges, Lambo, and Solo are all in that trios team. And then for C, we got 521 like I predicted. But you know, Lipo being that solo player, then Pampy, Fat Milk, Akame, and Yin gonna be in that trio slot there for that second half, or unless it gets played out first. But okay, I see the format has playing out. So all the teams. You said it was XY for CN? I don't know. We'll see though. See participant teams loading up. But overall, yeah, very excited, right? This is the first time I personally get to see something like this. So I'm not really too sure how the rounds are going to play out. I expect it to be a little bit more than what we're used to in the round ones of our BR matches, but you know, we're getting right into it. NA versus C for our first round of the Martial Arts Invitational, and we're starting off with solos because Tryhard is that solo representative there for the North American region. Locked in already on stage. This is cool. This is different. I'm very curious to see how the whole mainland lineup looks for CN. Just the fact of, you know, they have a lot of options to go through with how many players are in the league. So that alone is very interesting just to think about. But for C, it's gonna be that staple 521. Lipo, right? I mean, Lipo, like I was mentioning earlier, a little unfortunate for him. He was not able to snag up any coach is getting a little bit of a shoulder over one of the players. He's like, man, come on, man, leave me alone. But yeah, unfortunate for Lipo, he wasn't able to have the showcasing that he was looking for in his day 2, which was day 3 of the solos for MSC. Wasn't able to rack up any. I think he probably got like 1 point in game 6, which, you know, at that point it's the end of the line. He needed around 8+ to qualify, so it was just a stretch there. But overall, oh wait, what? The trios boys are up too. Oh, I actually don't know how this is gonna go.
Yeah. So no, this is gonna be the point in time. So it's gonna go probably into solos first, whatever the best out of format it is, and then it goes into trios afterwards. And then how that operates is we go to game 2, you know, and then it kind of goes down, it cycles down. And we get a chance in seeing how these teams are going up first between Tryhard and to Polaris. And then after that, you kind of see where it leads into where CN team, which for trios, right? SR taking into the trio spotlight versus EU's Hex. And then for solos, it's going to be for solos, it's going to be WFG's XY. And then with trios, with solos, going to be into, you know, Biggie WG's A. So that's going to be a crazy fight. Now, when everything comes down to it, we're have to see where lines are going to be met in terms of this first fight. Everyone's going to be able to kind of witness this for a little bit on the broadcast stream, and where things kind of end up going through, you know, SMH. But where it kind of comes out, I mean, if, you know, 521 had chances to scrimmage against these guys for the longest for this past week and a half, they would probably be more than prepared. Remember, this team is a proxy CN team, we call them, which means because they've had so much exposure to CN, to China, and having to fight in the mainland, having to fight in the MBPL, which is the pro league, where a lot of the time that they would have the time to practice back home, it would be a dominating sweep. You know, a lot of players wouldn't be able to kind of stand up to that. The only team would have been Lobby 28 this time around for MSC, in this case, because they had 2 slots to be able to compete in the mid-season challenge. For 521, you know, one of the strong things is, you know, for this year, one of the things to remember is that one of their key members, Ivan, you know, he's not here this year. He's going to come back next year, right, due to some things in life to kind of take control of. But he will be back in terms of 2027 season, which is one of the goats, right, for the team, to make sure that once they come back, you know, they're going to be as strong as ever. If they have a strength in terms of a lead for the potential global representatives, it'd be a moniker, right? That thing has never happened before. If a global team gets into trios and to J Cup and winning grand finals, which they've made it to, they were the first match point team in 2024 for J Cup, and then having them to kind of cycle out this time around, they have progressed further than any other team under the global mandate.
Yeah, which is very interesting to say. And what, last year we had EU make it into J Cup finals as well. So, you know, we had some life there as well last year. So, yeah, we'll go ahead and see how they're able to respond here in today's martial arts. It's just straight isolated fights. This round one just can literally look at it like if you're playing game one for your MSC or if you're in the pro league. But overall, we'll see how it pans out. Very excited to see how today's matches are going to go. It's different type of format. I came in here not knowing a thing of how, you know, today's was going to look at, but I'm excited. I'm trying to see, you know, all the global people were able to stick around as well and compete an extra day for something completely different. I think I would say another thing that's very marvelous about this, just the fact that they got another chance to play at LAN. You know, these players taking a lot of time into the game, and you know, outside the mainland is, man, I just give them respect, man, with how much people play the game outside of the mainland. It's not easy. So the fact that these players sit here and train every single day and they are able to, you know, compete at the highest level is just good to see. So yeah, I mean, overall, we have everybody up for both solos and trios. Rounds are about to start happening pretty soon. Once again, it's going to be North America against Southeast Asia for our first round. But yeah, what do you expect here, Severa? Do you expect anything different? I don't really think we're going to see anything too out of the ordinary.
Yeah, no, in the versus round, it should keep a stable formula. I think in one case, right, you end up seeing where CN ends up going or where their key comps are. C copies that 1-to-1. You honestly see in versus the difference in the compositions by 1 or 2. So one thing that happens next is just, okay, is NA going to follow the same rules? I mean, listen, you got to get more comfortable, you know, with your comps that you're comfortable with to play in the, you know, in the global league. And I think sometimes that some of the home regions kind of fail to do that. They kind of feel more inclined to kind of rock the meta that they see fit. That's seen as the CM players. And if they play what they're comfortable with from their homeland to now here, I mean, try it out, see where it turns out. And if it doesn't work, then, you know, fine by us. You know, where it's coming down to it, it's a good show, right? At the end of the day, got to see the experience. What is going to be the work around here, at least for 5-2-1 in terms of solos? That's going to be our first run. As for trios, I mean, you know the compositions are going to be going buck wild. I mean, the Karumi comes out with the Justinas, or if the Teslas make their appearance in that regard, or even just seeing more about the Tianhai Temis into having the Zenda Wu there, or swapping out Zenda Wu with someone else and keeping her in line with Xiao for some other composition in the works. Like I said, these are the things that some players have more tendency to follow through. But one key element in each composition can change the whole flow from what you expect. You'd be able to see exactly who you're fighting up against from the drop. What's going to be the most thing to remember is what weapon selections you prefer. I mean, seeing the weapon selections from fans to spears, and seeing how the swap out comes out for the whip swords to the, you know, for the dagger. Where some players can get a lot more value on that depending on the units they have versus the units they're going up against. But this is going to be our spotlight right now. Tryhard coming out here from NA under SUN versus C Polaris. This is going to be our first fight. It's going to be best out of 3. Like I said, no idea how this is going to go in terms of like after this is it. That's their own fight, but they're going to go into it. And we're starting off with Polaris on that staff. You know, classic though. But seeing Tryhard onto that dagger.
Affairs, classic as well. Just being able to have that character here and way too good to see how it pans out. But let's see it though. There goes the Proud there for Lipo. Into the 1.0 there from the staff. Beautifully done there from Lipo. See how he's able to continue his aggression. Tryhard gonna go ahead and drop very low. Drops down the beacon, but stays in the pocket with the 1-2s. The slap off as well. Trying to see if he can find the mech up, and he does. And now he's gonna go ahead and find the mech. And now it's gonna be a full stall game for both sides.
Yeah, and one part is that these cannon shots being delayed out here for Tryhard is just perfect, because at the end of the day, it's about timing it out and then having this ultimate to kind of be in valley. Look at this man, immediate cannon shot. He's going to deplete that mech armor for the bronze pilot. And then, of course, you're kind of wondering whether or not Light Polaris is going to get this heal. Of course he is. And look how close he is to Tryhard. Tryhard has no value here unless he goes ahead, gets a combo breaker to burn out for that first shot. They're going to be nearly tied to HP.
Yeah, both players now with the same health pool, but Lipo still has that advantage. Looking for the damage across the pillar. Tryhard with that dagger. You see him Being very aggressive here, launching those 1.0s, but the mid dodge is there from Lipo is good. Overholds, eats up the damage off the Soul Break, beautifully done. Response with a slap now, staying in the pocket, weaves the 1.0 once again. Lipo still with the advantage, tries to parry this time around, and Tryhard taking the book there out of Versus Trick book. I mean, this is exactly the type of style Verse was playing here in his martial arts, and you see it here once again here with Tryhard this time around.
Exactly. Look, the clean comes off here, even off of the lingering blue focus. I mean, you see Polaris getting up his chair. He's like, oh, okay, wait a second. Now we're going to have a chance here in the scene where Polaris stands up. He's going to have himself on the fist plates. He's going to mirror out Tryhard's Akos. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, could be wrong, it might be a best out of 3, right? And then best out of 3 off of that, right? So like these rounds are going to be going off for 3. And then whoever wins that goes into the tally in the top left corner, as you guys can see. But we are going to see the immediate F2 into the RMB blue focus. Vertical is going to do a lot of damage off of Tryhard, but look at this parry. Beautiful riposte. It might even burn out the ultimate.
Yeah, beautifully done there from Tryhard. And there it is. First ult invested this time around from Tryhard. Looking for the overhold gold frame, and he does manage to catch it with that V2 follow up. The jump on the B, looking for the second leap. Nope, it's going to go ahead and catch him with the V2, and there it is. An easy 2-0 there for the North American region. And that's done there by SUN Tryhard in our first round of this martial arts invitational. So yeah, I did peep what you were saying about that top left little thing they had up there. What if it's a 1-1 though? We go again?
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I think it has to go around another round. Because, you know, with the way the lobby systems, if you know, right? The system works like this. You'd have to reset the lobby. If this man walks away from the chair and that's it, hey, that's a big upset. Even Unique's like, wow, that's it. Hey. All right, no, but I'm being for real though. If this ends up going into this, right, they get ready to go for round 2, right, getting set up for the second fight, because this next fight is going to be basically going down to brass tacks of the best of the BO3, where now it's like, okay, he rocked Staff Farius Shen off this first fight. I rocked Dagger Farius Shen. Do I decide upon sticking to the same rule set there? Should I stick to that Farius Shen with the play with the dagger, or should I mix it up? Man, scheming in there. You can see it in his eyes, man. He's working it out. He about to drop the bomb.
Yeah, this is imagine going on to stage 2 minutes and then you're like, okay, that's it. Hey, that's just I just say yeah, that would be very interesting. But no, it looks like there might be another round. But overall, show a little sesh, just a little appetizer before the big plays tomorrow for solos, and then the following day would be trios. So there's just something fun for the players to do, I would say. I'm not sure what's the prize pool in this. I'm not sure if there's any prize pool, but overall, we'll see how it goes. For our trio side now, see Prosper, Hendrix, Lambo, and Solo are going to be able to go ahead against C to be 521 staple mainland team against the North American team that qualified for the MSC around a month and a half ago. And that's going to be Akame, Pampy, Fat Melt, and Yen for that side of 521. But yeah, we'll see how this goes for our trios. I mean, trios is pretty staple. We see the Kurumi in there in our trios martial arts. The inner comp is very strong. And then, you know, just being able to have that hottie as well in that composition is just really good to have for this type of format. And I would say this is the only game that we see the Kurumi back in trios, which, you know, she was a very big staple in the meta for a long time, but now we only see her in that game 1, which takes place in the martial arts.
Nah, for real. And the thing too is that the Kurumi changes, right, that involve her getting gold focus on cast on recast is pretty significant. I think that's something that some people take for granted, but nowadays, I mean, like, being able to get that is such a boon to her, man. We needed that. All the Kurumi mains are like, oh my god, I'm alive. Because here's where you're able to get your carousel set up here for the mitigation for your teammate in case of emergency without punishing yourself for it. You know, kind of lackluster moments is when you kind of go for the cast and then you try to drop that back out. All of a sudden, you know, you're getting caught in the back end. But in this case, you're gonna go focus. You can mitigate any focuses coming your way for the staggers, potential to cross parry, like how you'd see with skill cast into parries, like we saw from actually we saw it from day 3 trios, where the F1 from the Viper Ning crossed into the pair against that Syra into that final fight, which I believe was SR Wolves. And you could see how that comes into play here for Kurumi's also, where it's cooldown dependent to see where she's able to find that correlation as to where and to when. Enor won, easy response. Tianhai grabs, not even a question about it. Then you kind of see about where she's going to be able to be safe from any sort of back-end fights. Zenda Wu, for instance, can come through as a threat to her, as soft targets as she is, who is going to be able to knock her back. But if she has that skillful focus, she can just cast that going alongside and avoiding all the pressure. Now, where are we going to see C-Team is going to be working that composition with the Kurumi, whether for the Tianhai, whether we're seeing it with anyone else. This is going to be that correlation that these guys are just going to go ahead and rock this out, because without fast that first round went for NA versus Tryhard versus Polaris, Trios is really going to be the big step up in terms of how both of these regions are going to go up toe to toe.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much more factors that's in just trios, right? The fight can completely turn around so quick. Yeah, I mean, what was it? I don't know if it was day 1 or 2. I think it was like the 1v2 in the BR mode for one of our games. It was insane.
Yep. TXJ versus it's actually funny. It was TXJ versus 521.
Oh,
it was that was rough. Yeah, it was Tumult versus Viper Octus.
Yeah, he was a Temi.
Yeah,
that's unfortunate. But
it was a lineup, bro. That man got the fade. Hey, how you want that, boy? I'm like, what the? Yeah, we set up. But man, first fight, look at that Kurumi, Syra, Tianhai against the same mirror comp, but this time look at the weapon selections here. Flying knives over, or not flying knives, a spear over the fist plates, in this case from Young Money. And Lambo's getting eaten alive. Look at this man's HP. It is down to nothing.
Oh, the Battle of the Monks already. A grab connects there for Pampy. Not being able to grab the slam down in time. Still has Prosper at hand. Lambo falls. Looking for the second grab, but the D-Monk comes into play. Pampy now eats up 1.0 off of the mech. Sends it massive ship parry there from Pampy onto Prosper. The 1-2 raw uppercut, beautifully done. Aerial R&B doesn't go for the full extension, but recatches Prio in a 1v3 just like that. 521 are going to be taking the first round here against North America.
Yeah. Pouring out here. This is going to be the second composition in response to the Enor 1, the Shy Ol, Zenda Wu, Fairy Shen. And honestly, this is going to be pretty desolate right now. I mean, depending on when the Shy Ol pops their ultimate from YM, the Enor 1 might not get any value. Otherwise, if they get rid of somebody real fast, I mean, Fairy Shen's going to have to come in to save the day with the beacon drop. Other than that, Fat Milk gets parried. Ooh. Solo doesn't shift into the riposte. Oh, man, that's going to cost him. The old cast is going to be Fat Milk going in. He might even be going crazy for the impale, and he gets Prosper as a result, almost catching the impale, and instead having to avoid that Fairy Shen.
Yeah, you see him trying to lay off some of the pressure down there, but Fat Milk being able to consistently launch those aerial attacks to try to get one of these players very low, and Prosper being one of those main players. The Shio there from YM taking tons of damage. Does manage to get a little bit of stun there from the shield throw, but that ult form doesn't manage to cage him up. Now the D form there for the Enor is there. Back to neutral. I believe we still have one ult maybe. Probably all gone, but the spear is doing a really good damage there for Fat Melt to keep those players locked down. Now the result for that is to be Prosper falling.
Yeah, backline. Look at Lambo's mind. He is looking at Pampy the entire time. And of course, the amount of pressure that comes off of this means that is the F2 cast going to come out? And yes, it will. It's for free. And he throws it in the direction. Familo was trying to go for the parry. All of a sudden, Solo taking the isolated F2 position to kind of walk off of this. Lambo looking for the tap dodge. Keeping eyes out. Wait, whoa. We got a problem here. 1v1 situation here. And I'm looking at the Enor 1 ultimate. It's 81 to 83% percentile points. Oh, parry. That's what I'm talking about. My man saw that thing coming a mile away, and now they're all smiling. Even 5-2, I was like, okay, that was good. And we go to a 1-1 situation between both regions.
They definitely needed that, though. I mean, it was kind of a little troll there, isolating the fight there with a man advantage and not going for the reset. But at the end of the day, it worked out good for them. And now into round 3, we're gonna have the Enor comp in YM's hands this time around. There's Zenda Shayo there for 521. Lambo being that Enor for YM. Gonna go ahead and invest that ultimate early, looking for the damage. Fat Melt on the Zenda. Gonna go ahead and invest that ultimate as well. This is good there for YM. Baiting out these ultimates as fast as possible, but Is the sustain going to be there? You see there's a ping there for YM. Almost losing all that armor, but does manage to catch the market into the ground slam. Big damage there onto Akame. No, the pill comes into play perfectly. And looks like it is going to be a no-ult battle just for a couple minutes, even though they still have the Zaping ultimate.
Yeah, for real, but the heals are going to come in here pretty hefty, and then you have 2 casts from Lambo. I mean, he has that recast on Pampy. Pampy jump carries, and as a response, look at this man catching everything. The Fairy Shen Beacon, though. This is huge, gang. If 5-2-1 can get these cannon shots off of the blue focuses, they'll protect their teammates more importantly. Lambo deciding to take off for Pampy, hold checking, burning the combo breaker, taking the Scarab's position, and oh my goodness, he gets it. That's Fat Mill going down, and that's 5-2-1 Pampy going down. And you looking at Alka, man, like, yo, what's going on here? Why are we all dead? And then, of course, the team goes down without a cinch. This is YN's first victory in that row. Yo, you saw that clapping come out there? Yeah, applaud for the boys. Yo, fist plays it, yo, fist bump each other. This is going to be their first victory. A double NA sweep against the SCA region. You couldn't put this on my bingo card even if you wanted to. I mean, even showed them the stats. Like, yo, you guys were supposed to lose like 10 seconds ago, but you won. Okay, cool, thanks. That's Prosper. Now we're all to the board. Now we're going down the board for this result 2, I guess. I couldn't tell you. We have to look at this in a sweep aspect, and whether or not if they had lost and if CS won, that just means that it's 1-1 at that point. It's just a tally scoring line. And you can even see them actually physically tallying the scores on that piece of paper. That clipboard has power, man. We just don't see it.
I think they got a sign. Hold on.
You see that? Yo, let me get your John Hancock. Thanks. You just subscribed to Light. What?
Oh, man. Hey, there we have it, though. Our first round here for the Martial Arts Invitational. North America against Southeast Asia. It's a good sightseeing to see there, but yeah, these are like it's interesting to see how like the format is going. Oh, hey, answer for treasure.
Oh, easy. Too easy. What game is today? NARAKA BLADEPOINT, duh. I'll stop. It's A, MAPL, B, LCQ, or C, Martial Arts Invitational. We've been talking about this thing. If you're just dropping in, I'm going to drop the answer for you. So you better be lucky in terms of the speed in which you type this letter. It is the Martial Arts Invitational. It's going to be that martial art dual competition mode in play where we've seen the versus mode, right? That's the first round of each day in the group stage. You guys if you guys missed out, just go on YouTube. The VODs are there. You'll be able to watch all the broadcasts for the 6 days that were being played. This is going to be like a semi-extra day, though, in between, because this is going to be right before Grand Finals this weekend, right? So tomorrow is going to be Solos Grand Finals, Trios Finals is going to be Grand Finals, I should say, for MSC. The Mid-Season Challenge is going to be on Sunday. For anyone in the NA, you know, it's a happy 4th of July coming out here tomorrow. So you guys are going to be out there. But if you guys take part in watching this, I mean, you're going to get drops. Do not forget, there are exclusive skins that you have to be able to watch MSC for. So you have to go ahead and watch that if you want that Shael skin. You know what I'm talking about. Everything that's alongside everything else, though, this is going to just go ahead and just be practice 3v3s against the players. Now, we don't know there's A rewards, B, if it's just going to be a bragging rights tournament. But more importantly, what I'm curious in seeing is just where this ends up going by the end of the CA, because NA finally getting I'm gonna say it, man. And they finally taking a dub here, right? Taking a moment and trying to look at that from
they just lost
fights.
Go out there. He just costed them their stocks.
Yeah, don't say that. This is gonna be where we see them up next later. For now, right? This next fight, it's gonna be pretty hefty. I like the stats. I like the data. Let's keep it that way. Thanks.
Yeah, this is interesting. Actually, this is actually very nice to see. So I'm just going to be looking at the trio side, right? You can see the damage output that Lambo was doing there with that 9.2k damage. Obviously, Prosper was playing as a pain. He was playing more of that third slot in that role there for his squad. With that 4.6, you see that with an 8k healing intact just by that player alone. Looking at 521 side, the most we had was 3.94k there from Akame. So hey, that's pretty cool to see those type of stats. Now the highlights here into our first round of the Martial Arts Invitational, which was North America against Southeast Asia. Our first round, which was Chart against Lipo. The dagger play, right? I mean, I would say Verse was showcasing a beautiful sightseeing of this play style in the days he played for the solos, and you can see how effective it is here, even in Char's hands.
Yo, for real. And you kind of wonder where this came down. I mean, the value on this V1 was kind of crazy. Even Chara chuckled after this, because I was thinking about the fact that there hadn't been really a chance for Light Polaris to look for some neutrals to kind of hold off on that jump leap. And then Got to wipe the crust off his eyes, bro. Good morning. Good morning. Now it's up to this next fight, right? This is Young Money up against 521. 1 2.0 into the face of danger. Lambo was keeping awareness on Family the Hotties. And this was really just more of a catch-up than anything because F2's Ender Wu doesn't really care if you're holding blue focus. If he held even the 2.0 and released the first part, this F2 would have still been confirmed for him. Lambo would have been able to go off and release the dog. Then the position for check comes out here for Fat Milk. We had a little bit of a chance here for C Lambo getting knocked out for that Dragon Slayer, but of course, Solo just finds these parries out of nowhere, man. This guy comes out nasty with it. And then on that next fight, Camby versus Lambo in his final position.
Yeah, I mean, I've been saying since the first time I saw this competition, I mean, you got to beat it twice, right? This comp just has so much sustain, but that's a ping. You know, and that main aggression as well with that inner ultimate being invested early. It's just so good. And then that flight mode from the hottie gives another escape for the players in that team to get safe from you know, any attacks to get hit off, to, you know, have that combo breaker. It's just an overall just an insane comp just to see, just to really think about and like look at these characters, kids, and what they do for a team. It's just crazy to think that, you know, that's in the game now compared to, you know, a year or two in the game and how different it is. But overall, right, the competitions keep evolving in trios. You know, Monk is still in there for some reason. He's been OG, I would say. Yushan is still in as well in the comp. So yeah, he's not the only one. I would say Kurumi's the only one got really pushed away and just here in that first round for our matches. But overall, very interesting to see how the remainder of the match is going to go, right? NA versus SEA just finished. And we have 10 rounds, so it's like, what comes after the first 5 rounds? So they have a what is it, losers what's a Lanchas qualifiers? Is a loser bracket into the same type of format? I don't know. Please inform us.
Yeah, I'll look into it, man. Because Game 6 is basically C versus EU, and then it's NA versus CN. So it just transitions over a side. Because NA fights EU after Game 4. You know, that's when we see NA again, at least for the rotation. That's what I'm looking at right now. But this is gonna be our next fight. It's gonna be NA or CN versus EU. Classico. So now it's gonna be a chance right now looking at WFG's XY versus EU's BWGZ, and then it's gonna be SR versus Hex as a whole. It's also, guys, it's not corn. I mean, his name's Korean on the far right. I was like, yo, this man's name is Corn, bro. Yo, get that copyright infringement out of here, bro. He's done.
Isn't there a Corn player though?
Corn?
Yeah, isn't there a player in the EU named Corn?
It's Korean. Dímelo. That's him. That's the guy.
He just forgot to update his name. I don't know.
No, he should fit all the characters in there. I don't know why it's not even going down to Koreany or what Ko. Okay, I can't spell y'all today. It's early morning. But listen, XY. This man, Mr. Serious, man. Mr. Stoic XY. Player, man.
We're gonna see Tarka today.
Bro, yeah, we're gonna see Tarka first round again, man, on the spear. And is they gonna be able to handle that fire, bro? That's the biggest question I could ask. Because he's lost, man. He's lost on this Tarka for so many times. I'm like, yo, this guy has to decide whether now or later he is the fire god. And it ain't now, and it ain't later, so it's got to be at some point, right? So hopefully we can get some sort of action off of that Tarka. I'm excited, though. Let's see what Zay kind of looks up there. He's been ramping it up. My message be saying, yo, I'm playing in the Martial Art Invitational. I'm like, I'm ready for it, man. I'm casting now. We're here. And now we're here, you know? So this could be the first time we're going to see him kind of taking this into strides. This is a long break after seeing solos going off for about a week. Taking some time off, you know, exploring the city, taking the chances, kind of being able to, you know, sightsee around and then locking in, right? Most important step. CM players already on this, man. They already got this thing on standby, but for SR, one of the biggest problems is kind of seeing and keeping that momentum of like making this a non-stop championship run, man. These guys have been pushing since last year. And as far as I know it, since Specific Reactions, that's their name, since they kind of put themselves in the spotlight of being able to win out so many times, I mean, this is kind of a no-brainer how they're going to go up against Hex, who've been taking the chances and studying this out. Hex has been a team that's been able to take part, but the first time that we've seen them in their full power was back in J-Cup 2025, and that was with Squeaky going down there as they standed from 2024, and then making it that year was really a big step up. Making it to grand finals as a result. But for Lexin, you know, he's a teammate that comes out here, swaps out Squeaky's position, makes a great stand in terms of being a Tianhai, hopefully in this round to see how he comes up against his opponents and just being able to be well adjusted in the overall.
That's it, because prior to our Trios Day, right, obviously they weren't able to qualify into that grand finals on Sunday, but they'll have a little bit of redemption here. This man XY, I ain't gonna lie, he was trolling day 2. He kind of was just like, hey man,
talk about it, man.
I'm just gonna play whatever I want. I don't really even care. It got very a little bit too, you know, it got a little hairy there for him.
Nah, talk about it. Listen, the fact that he got 5 kills on V2 Yodohime, this man is a menace to the entire city, bro. Lock him up.
I agree. Wait, he's trying, because he got knocked down to 7th.
Yeah,
because he was running it down that day too. He started running down those matches, and
the crazy thing is, real quick, right before we go through, is his Tumulch. I feel like his Tumulch got downloaded by the lobby. But hold on a second, this man is running F2 like no problem. But Zay only lost a quarter, like not even a quarter. Oh no, now he's lost more than the 3/4. I mean, he's okay. He lost all his armor. Let me stop there. This is going to be an early bake anchor right now for Zay as he placed down that beacon. This shot, I was going to say, yeah, there's enough time there for that shot to come out there post transformation, but now it's going to be up to Zay getting a heal back in, and whether or not the Zendu even cares about this. Look at this V2, doesn't care. Look at this. Ooh. Free horizontal, free shot, free knockback, boom, stay on the ground. Has his F2 now to kind of work off of the formation from the Zendu or from the Fairy Shed.
And I feel like this is the type of playstyle that really confuses you, because you're anticipating structure, and then you just have XY just full on in the pocket, running you down, and with parries like that, he has every read. I mean, just, oh my god, he recaught Prio, even though he just reads the tap dodge, and the 1-2-3 is good there from XY. And yeah, I mean, you just anticipate a little bit more structure, but you're going against, you know, an insane player, so he can throw you off with this full in your face type of game style. And yeah, it's just, I can imagine how hard it is to deal with, and now he's going to be able to do it on Tarka, which I anticipate he's going to pop this ultimate very early as well.
Yeah, I feel it. There it is. Caught it. And then there's going to be the Aka's ultimate. What's the anticipation for this, eh? Jump LMB. Oh, okay, that was very rich to jump LMB against the R&B hold there. Though, coming off this V1 cast, if he gets it off, he's going to go for gold. He mitigates the shift punch. He walks away from it. Grapple Stacker isn't applied here for Aka's jumping around here, by the way. And then, of course, just seeing whether the shift punch connects. XA is already on riposte. The cannon or the combo breaker comes out. He's got that V1 again, but the fireball connects.
And you know, this is very interesting to see, right, where he's able to win these engagements, just to the fact that, you know, Akos can do it too, but just in a lot more safer form. Just Tarka has, I would say, a little bit more speed, but it's a lot more oh, he drops. I thought that was gonna be a full confirmation, but it does not. Now Zay tries to back on through. XY staying in the pocket though. It's gonna respect the reset, but Zay is not this time around. The pot does connect there for XY. Now back to the neutral state. Overall, yeah, I mean, Akos does it a lot more safer than Tarka does, and the prod connects there for XY into the fireball, and that's gonna be enough damage there. In the 2-0. Look at him.
Ooh.
He don't even want to be there. That's what I'm saying. Like, he just running it down, and it works because he's just good at the game.
Yeah, it was crazy because Zay, like he caught that LMB uppercut, and I thought he was gonna think about the wall, goes for the horizontal 1-2-3 instead. The value that would have given the kill. I mean, let's be honest. But the thing is that he had to invest his F2 for that neutral, right? And it was kind of working a time around. But you saw how aggressive he was. I'm not sure. He might have burned his resources off of the end, but the moment that XY created that space for himself, like XY for himself, he created a lot of space. I felt like Zay could have taken that in earnestness and used the resources, used the time to get the armor powder off. Get the vitality for sure, because it's fireball target, right? You take more health HP damage, you know, over time in that regard if he eats the fireball, right, by holding blue. But was kind of a scary situation. You saw where XY's position was. I mean, he took the chance of scare rushing to the sky. I love seeing that, by the way. That's one of my favorite things to do in both, you know, that's one of the best moves in the scene, you know, by far in any format between solos and trios. But using it to mitigate the aspect that if the V1 Akos recast comes out again, he'd at least be a mile away from it. And just taking the time out there, just getting his combo break, or not his combo breaker, well, soft combo breaker, the fireball, he's able to get that right back up in case he kind of wants to run it down for them. And time is king in this game, man. You can burn out time for an ultimate, and it would do wonders because then the ultimate's effect being via a semi-transformer on the ground, that saves you the time of having to deal with that. Having to deal with Hippity Hoppity Froggy suit, man, aka Akka's coming out there as a Leaping Tiger and then being in gold focus. You don't want to take the chance there. That's going to be more of a threat than anything. And having to space that out, even in a solo arena this small, I mean, locked in with a Tiger, man, you got to call yourself Mike Tyson, bro.
I just watching it back, man. The Akka, the Tarka, man. In his face, he's so funny. He's just too funny. He's too funny. But yeah, I mean, I just want to talk a little bit more of the Tarka, right? I mean, XY has been one of those players who still plays Tarka in the league. I would say even influenced a lot of players this MSC to try out a Tarka game. I know Spider had 2 games on that. Ruo tried them out as well. Someone else, I believe, played it. Not sure it was Mike. Someone else played Tarka as well. So we had a
GG Chen, maybe.
Oh yes, Chen. Yes. It was Chen. We did have, a couple of Tarkas being played out from the lobby, and one of the key differences that I saw was, especially in that round 1, just like taking that round 1 into Yang, just how fast XY pops ultimate. He does that every single time. Every single time he invests the ults off rip as soon as he gets caught. And then, it's a full rundown from there. He does burn out the opponent's ults, and he does a really good job staying up. But, sometimes it just becomes very hard to try to survive once you invest that combo, the combo breaker from that Tarka ult, and then you're just sitting there with a gold F, which is that fireball that, it does give you that damage potential, and plus does give you the leeway to avoid some sorts of pryos if you launch it down. But back with trios, monk compositions on both sides. One side has the Takeda, Hex has the Syra, and it's going to be Zhao looking for the grabs there for SR against the European team being Hex.
Yeah, looking into a jetpack. Zhao takes the corner side, and he gets Sachiko from right straight up. And look who Sachiko is.
He grabbed him.
Oh, and he gets double grab. Well, next rounds, listen. The thing is that the problem is that Zhao is given so much freedom for free. Like the Tianhai can be used as a defensive measure from Lexington's point of view as well. Because thing is, you have 2 support units, a Kurumi and a Syra. The problem is that if you don't stop the Tianhai as your own Tianhai, your only problem is going to be Takeda. But Takeda can be technically pushed out there by the Syra as long as he's spaced out. I mean, this is going to be something that's kind of more of against the odds. I mean, the Takeda really does put punches on here in this small arena because it's full scale. It's a level 3 Furin for V3, which means he has 4 Furin Blast and goes extended range. And then all of a sudden, not being able to stop that Tianhai, the team's now in this 1v2. But wait a second, Wooey finds a beautiful parry. The riposte comes at a 2.0 from the horizontal comes out, but Wooey's getting melted, and there's no chance to come back from that one. And of course, seeing Lesson go down, we go to round 2. Composition most likely going to be the Zendawu composition, right? Whether it's a Shayo, whether we might see that coming down there. But instead, no, Hadi, Enor, Zipping. Straight up mirror from both sides. This time, the whip sword. And it's the way I'd like to see because it's whip sword versus spear. And that's going to be the only difference in weaponry between the two, besides the flying knives and the phantom.
I'm very surprised they didn't match that Munkle off rip. That kind of costed him there, and you see there was no sorts of peel there. The Monk was able to get the double grab and was able to execute it as well, which most of the times the Monks are able to get the grabs but can't get the slam down. So that was just a interesting call there for the European region. But overall, round 2, NY7, massive. Look at it. Sachiko getting his teammate right next to each other. Both Enors going crazy for their squads right now, but NY7 trying to stay on Sachiko there for the peel to avoid any sorts of pressure there onto his teammates. Doing a really good job thus far. You see him now still on to Sachiko. Sachiko looking for the aggression in the backside there of the ball where Lexin and Wooey is at against Rico and Co. But the Hotties took it to the skies. Looking Lexin still staying up here on the Zaping. Throws down the F. Does match the stay up here. Parry connected there onto NY7, so he is going to eat up that damage, but the Zaping ultimate here is still ticking here for SR. Shotgun burst to the back end, doesn't manage to connect, sends it, no, baits it out. Wooey clinks with it in the backside. Now their aggression, the fam comes into play there from Rico to take out Wooey, and now SR has the advantage here in the 3v2.
I was waiting out to see the F2 and how patient NY7 was playing for that range for it, but you can see it come into fruition. SR really had a position there to match it out. I mean, the double Enor 1 ultimate, though, is kind of crazy for Sachiko to get this early on. But the fact is that he's going to have to time this on 15 ping. The latency right then and there is going to be impossible.
Weaving it. Oh, you weaving it.
Wait a second. Burns a combo breaker. Hold on a second. He hits the... Okay, he doesn't hit that one. He's going to go for the next one. Armor swap. Oh, my God. These guys are a menace. Man, there's going to be nothing he can do off of that. The crazy thing I was going to mention is that F2, I mean... He gets the impale here on Rico. This is going to be a done deal, but he tap dodges. That's a free tap dodge. F2 is up there. He's ain't going to have a chance, right? But I did want to kind of shout out in terms of that first fight. You saw the chaos that was ensuing within. The Lords were going back and forth. Purple lightning and, you know, with yellow lightning. For Sachiko being able to kind of land those impales was pretty significant. Post Thundermark being resetted, for him to get that meant that he'd been able to just keep that stagger control on every other unit around that got caught with the lightning mark. And now we go out here, yo. We'll be signing there. Yo, winner trip to Lollapalooza, man. I swear, this is gonna go down towards the scoreline though for CN. They're taking 2 points this round, and of course, it's kind of going on in the style lines, which I'm kind of excited to see because what was kind of interesting seeing last round was seeing between C and NA was that Prosper as a Zipping got a ton more healing than Nakave. Like I'm talking like 2 times the amount of healing. And so that kind of value is kind of important to see where the healing is going to be utilized at its best and at its core. I mean, some of these units, at least in these fights at composition stand, there's no one that has like anti-heal in that sense, right? Something like a Target Fire Burn definitely don't have any poison, right? We don't have any units like that yet. But one thing that I'm kind of worried about is kind of seeing how that's going down. I mean, when you use your Zipping ultimate, it's a basic neutral all heal. If your team is healthy, you're not going to get much value off of it. Or worst case scenario is that you don't get a chance of using your V1 cast heal because the passive on the V1 means you get that second life, which means you don't save your team. However, you guys paying attention? Let me see how many y'all's glasses are on. You got the right prescription, or is that your grandma's glasses? Got them. Which 2 regions were competing just now? Is it A, CN, and EU, B, EU, and NA, C, C, and NA, or D, AS, and CN? I mean, CA, what do you got to say about that, man? Like that question specifically.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's just like they're pretty easy right now because even for the first one, like I had just said the answer, and it happened to me day 3 of solos as well, where I had just said something and then the answer for treasure came up and it was literally the answer, and that happened again today. So, but now for this one, I would say, yeah, if you're just tuning in, you probably missed it. But yeah, the answer was A, right? NA, EU, or CNEU, and there it is. The stats. I really like this type of screen. It shows up a lot of details that are good to see. Even has the parry count from players, how many eliminations they were able to get. But taking a look right to stat, big factor there of that 10k healing there for Rico, there for SR. It's just an insane amount of heals. All that damage, just pretty much just look at Sachiko and just imagine him doing no damage. Just the fact that he had that 10k healing. So just one player being able to sustain all that, it's just crazy.
No, for real. And then we kind of get us in terms of spotlight, just of how the Enors versus each other were going in. I mean, it was going, they were going hand. So much so that since Sachiko is technically the MVP of damage in this round, I mean, you saw how much he came out with this, excluding the fact that, you know, that armor swap happens, giving the hottie a time to escape away. But that's just how the name of the game goes. One of the biggest techs I love taking a look and considering is just seeing those armor swaps being done on the fly, where one of your teammates doesn't have the sustain necessary, so you just give a chance of calling out the armor swap along the way and just press the perpendicular line and you're in there, bro. Call a mathematician, bro. Like World Chat. Apparently World Chat, yo, yesterday did. Bro, World Chat, everyone was doing mathematical equations in chat. What's going on over there? But listen, this replay comes out to the spree. XY putting himself apart here against Zay, and then you see this man just W team thinking about the timing. Look at that. Oh my God. It's nasty. Yo, he even did a little jazz hands. No, wait, diabolical, man. Wait, nah, that's illegal. Whoa.
He just emoted on him. Oh man,
in 4K, bro. Nah, we can't be serious. We can't be serious right now. It's worth it. Yo, listen, Zhao, good old for Tianai. Lexin. Next time, bro. We got this. Yeah, because that early Tianai ultimate would have been met, and it would have been something where he used jetpacks to push him back, and you just got to think about the skate later.
No, for sure. Like I said, I mean, matching that monk ult I mean, it literally, even if grab comes into play, the monk is there for the peel, right? It just doesn't give that confirmed slam down, regardless if it's a single or even a double grab. But he just had that grab, that first grab, for a very long time. So if the monk was there just to peel out some of that pressure there, it would have been good there for the EU team to make sure they can try to stay up for a little bit longer there in that second round. But, you know, it's all good. Round's concluded. We'll see how the next round goes. But yeah, it's been very fun to see this type of format, right? We're not used to this. Well, I'm not used to this. Seeing just the regions being, set up against each other in an isolated 1v1 or 3v3 like we have it here. It's just good to see. You can see the players' individual skills, even in the 3v3, right? It's just 6 players in the field. You're able to see, even with the stats being showcased, that, you know, we don't really even see the stats from both sides ever. So this is the first time we're able to get that. So yeah, that's cool. Always being able to see the numbers is a good thing. So you can really now have a better picture if you missed it. So if anybody comes in late, you do get that information there on your screen. So overall, yeah, this is cool. Being able to see this out. I mean, I don't know how it's gonna, like, what's gonna happen at the end, dude. Like what? We have 10 rounds. If you make it from the first 5 rounds, you go against, I don't know. I really don't know.
So I mean, it looks to. I mean, we haven't gotten a 2-1 or even a 1-1 situation, but I'm pretty sure it's just the amount of wins that your team gets, and then they just tally it up, you know. And then after those tallies,
most points win.
Going through. Yeah, and after that, you end up going through. Also, I was about to mention C is versus AS here, so C is coming right back on the stage. And then they're gonna go up against AS in this regard. I'm curious. I'm like, yo, these are just waiting out on the stage right now, just waiting for the turn. Because I mean, that would kind of fire. That'd be kind of seen. Because it also comes into something else. You know, if it comes down to expected, yo, look, bro, why is LTC so happy, bro? You see this man? My man got the grin of a champion, bro. He's like, I'm just so happy to be here. I'm happy to be with you guys, my homies. I'm like, yo, and you got the heart. But tell me how Hong is right in front, breaking that heart in half, bro. Talk about it. What's the lore behind that?
I don't know, but he here to scrap.
Hey, he's like, yo, you talk that trash. You emo me in IRL, I will come across that booth right now and swing right across that camera. I'm like, dang. Yo, put this man on the leading Shanghai Fighters team, bro.
Oh, man. But yeah, there it is. AS, right? Zeldich, another player from the global scene. Been in multiple J Cups, right? Been a player who is not a stranger to the LAN experience. Has played against pretty much everybody in this lobby, especially I would say C, because I think they either still play in the same server, not for tournaments on their own, but I think the C server is still like the main server that C and AS play in, even though they gotta play in a little bit higher ping. But you know, they're able to run into each other. They played against each other before. I mean, they just had 2 days of solo as well before, so it's just a little run back, seeing who's a lot more composed, being Lipe or Zeldich. And yeah, I mean, this martial arts, man, they gotta do something about the Feria, man. That ain't it. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, no, man, I wish the Feria got a little bit of a tune rework, but it's more about the arena, because, like, I'm gonna say it again. I mean, my hot take is that we should be on the martial arts comp duel, right? Not competition, just the regular one, because that regular one gives you opportunity just not having to fight the ultimates and solos, and that's really big because solos is all about the neutrality, right?
What do you mean?
Get priority, because the thing is that there's 2 separate modes. Martial art duel is just the old. Remember that first variation where we ended up going in this versus? Yeah. So that's it. And that mode is basically just the skills, and it's the pillar play, and it's around in that arena, which is like, I don't know, the things that these players are most used to for the format in solos. But in trios, or like at least in solos in this form, there's a smaller pillar, there's a smaller Romier.
Oh yeah,
rifle, right? And I just feel like that's still going to be something that can be considered. I feel like it should be considered for everyone in terms of solos, because there's going to be a lot of things to kind of work around besides ultimates, right? Which is like, okay, who's going to catch us out? Because it's just really, if it's really an ultimate game at that point in time, just do the tech, go to the sky, bro, scare us into the air.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I just hate the stall. Like, I don't think. Yeah, some players try to play that Justina for it, but even so, like, you have to hope you can save 2 ults for when that Mex comes up. You have to live out her aggression. Gotta make sure you weave the beacon down, and all that time you kind of get forced to pop an ultimate. Then when the mech forms up, most of the times you only have 1 ult to your name. It's freezes for what, like 3-4 seconds, and then she's still applying pressure to you. She has a missile shot that you have to avoid. You can't even get your full. I mean, it's just ridiculous in my opinion that the Pharah is just, you know, how she is there in that game 1 or martial arts. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the players have found that counterplay of just, you know, staying above her and trying to avoid that. But now we're seeing the players adjust, and the Pharahs are able to get that Google stomp from the top ropes like we're Jeff Hardy. Like, what are we doing?
Yo, this is classic, bro. We home. We're in the chat right now. Listen, this is now the next fight. Polaris. Rapido, man. This should be no problem, Polaris. This should be no problem. Zeldin shows locking in the dagger. Polaris got flashbacks to early round against Tryhard dagger parry.
Yeah.
No, this is gonna be a soul brick scenario though for Zeldin. If he throws one, he's parried. I'm calling him. I'm predicting it right now. But he dodges a little bit of the R&B, but he runs right back into it.
I'm not gonna lie though, Lipo, he hit that combo one of the players his first day with that slap into the full conversion off the staff. And then we saw Spider do it day 3. So you know, he laying down some of that knowledge down for these players, and I would say Verse too, because I did not see this many daggers throughout the matches. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for real. And the thing is, Michael in spring season brought it out for the MVPL, and then everyone's like, yo, I like that. I'm like, I like that too. Oh my God.
There it is.
He's getting away with it. Wait, you dropped it. All right, listen. Hold R&B. He's going to get a clink. Zeldin's going to throw his blue focus. Oh, nice tap dodge. Comes out, hit the LMB army. Okay, Crash LMB comes out here. Oh, slap. LMB does not connect off of that. We back off. We get caught into some neutral 1-2s, but all of a sudden, Zeldin just like, I got my beacon right here. Oh, combo breaker.
No.
Is he going to risk it, though? Is he going to risk it, though? He double dodges, he gets caught. Slap fade out is going to be his demise, and that Zeldin's going down.
Beautiful there from Lipa. Not fearing the low HP. Still staying in the pocket. Goes for the mid dodge, catches Prio. That was enough there with that 1 powder there from Seldich. Not being able to stay up there in that fight. Now the Oculus Fist Blades here for Lipo. Zeldich with the flying knives, same character, but ditto for round 2 once again. Round 3, if it does go to distance, we're going to be having a little bit of versatility in the character department, but both Fs were invested there onto Lipo and Zeldich, but Zeldich wins it, so Lipo is going to be forced to pop this ultimate, and now Zeldich is going to go ahead and respond with it, and it's just a stall game, little bait and switch, who's able, oh, they canceled it out. I don't think I've ever seen that. So, let's see, V2's through, and yeah, the ults are going to go down, so it's going to be back to neutral.
Yeah, F2 roar comes. Oh, he got that. Oh, whoa. Okay, he dodged it. He got shorty with it, bro. He got the moonwalk going on there. This is gonna be like Polaris is working this LMB. Gets a release on the 1.0. Works out the LMB catch again. Doesn't get it. Uppercut from Zeldin though is kind of ambitious. I'm not gonna lie. He might be holding for a 2.0 here. The way he's kind of moving off of this, but he gets a nice neutral. Look at the grapple. Wait, no grapple bump. We're just gonna do this raw into 1.0. All right. Walks up with the horizontal holds, and then this is gonna be a holder shotgun. Boom, boom.
Oh no.
1-1.
Oh no, that looked like he dodged it too, but just the knives, it just stays there. But there it is, round 3. First, I believe this is the first time we've gone to distance.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and this is Shio V1. I like seeing this in this mode because the Shio combo breaker free dash dodge. Let's see what Zelda just works up here. 1-2s comes out, and he does a 1-2-3 like no problem.
Ooh. 1, 2, 3. Now trying to respond. Lipo on the Yodo's gonna be forced to pop this ultimate pretty soon though, because he eats up the 1-2. There it is. He has to pop it now. Goes for the F. Shia ult now invested. There it is.
Shibok is procs. Throws shields. Gets his connection. LMB comes out. Might get to jump LMB into this forced in the old Yodo. Yeah, that's all he needs.
Oh, nice weaves from both sides. Stormform there on the Yodo ultimate. Nice weave there from Zeldich. Sends it, but the old recharge there to avoid that shield throw. And now both players staying in the pocket. Good damage from both sides. Stormform once again going for the overhead. Doesn't matter to connect.
Combo breaker tap dodges for free. He gets no LMB pyro, and this is going to be it. 1-2's combo breaker F2 to jump LMB spam comes up. Doesn't get the connections. Double RMB. Doesn't get the range. Zeldin is really playing dirty right now. They're going to look for the scare rush. He's going to imitate this coming out. The LMB confirms nothing, and that's going to be it.
No. got too antsy, man.
Real.
He got too antsy. He messed up his movement there on the pillar all that time. Lipo in the back end, getting that reset off there with the powder. Very comfortable there in the HP pool, back into that neutral state. And I believe Zeldich burns 2 dodges there, so he's brought back to a corner there and that side of the arena. Tries to go to the LMB focus, and then, you know, Lipo reset, stays from distance away to avoid getting hit by that, and then easily cleans up in a 1-2. So there it is. C is going to be taking this round of our martial arts invitational against AS. Back to the trios. I feel like we're going to see those 2 same comps off rip every single time. The Kurumi, we're either going to have the variation of the Syro of the or the Takeda, and then we're going to have the Inor with the Hadi. I mean, nothing different.
Yeah, you're right. I see no lies, man. And it's kind of this comes into that composition of just seeing if there's only one click individual. The Hadi Inor's opinion is gonna have to show up here at some point, but whether it's the first round or the second round, it looks like they're holding it for the second round each time though. But we haven't seen a fight go into round 3. So for the third fight, it could be a potential switch up there for the Shael comp to be selected, because that Shael comp does good dirty work against Inor 1. I mean, it takes care of the issue of the staggers. Once those come out though, everyone gets protected, right? And no one gets staggered, no one gets free blued, where 2 seconds of invulnerability with the Black Tortoise shield proc comes out, and all of a sudden it's just, you know, cake. I mean, they kind of walked it down, where with the shields, Shael can use it to kind of push back the Inor 1 from a range. And that's big. I mean, she's mobile, she's a soft target unit. She has that F2 to really just kind of catch things out. Whether we're, like, you know, we've seen Zenda Wu's using other, I mean, there's no Zenda Wu's using combo breaker for F1 in trios in this format. But for the F2, I mean, that gives us a free Zenda Wu F2 after it against any other opponent that gets thrown off the shield, which is huge gains. And the one part that makes Zenda Wu F2 such a strong like format is the recast, because she's gold focused through the entire duration, and it's post casting it. Right, casting it is blue focus for her second skill variation, and the F2 recast. I mean, she's God, she's golden. Literally, she's golden, bro. No reference to K-pop. But this is gonna be now where we end up going into AS versus C. I'm not gonna lie, man. I want to see AS take some values here, but C is just, I mean, 5-2-1's trios team is just too dominant, man, in this league. At least in terms of global, for the global teams.
I want to see someone just bring out something not natural, you know, something different.
Yeah, like the, you know,
and win.
This is my home recipe, you know, composition.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you, man. I feel you. That would be great. That's what I said in the beginning. I was like, yo, they're getting used to, they're playing these compositions that they're, you know, the guys are using, and then all of a sudden, bada bing, they don't do well on that composition. But maybe some things will change. Who knows?
That's it. Let's see what we got here for our trio side of the SEA against AS. And yeah, 521 looking to take their second dub there from Lipo, being able to take their first against AS this time around MVP. But the Hadi Inor Zaping against the Monk Kurumi Syra, so might be a little bit of flip there for our second side, but for now, see Fat Melt here on the Inor. It's going to be looking at the Syra there from MVP. F recast is good there onto the Monk in the back end. See now, the Hadi trying to apply some of that pressure. Tries to go for the jump pair. Is going to eat up all that damage. Has the Hadi after to stay safe from that damage, but the ults are still up for, I think, all of the lobby.
Yeah, and the one thing is that once the one's using the response, it's over for the next few. Now we're gonna go down towards the Inor and see if the impale is confirmed. Hong does get staggered, but he does not get impaled, and Hong gets returned on. And for some reason, just kind of seeing where this Inor 1 ultimate's coming up, the Tianhai might be actually perfectly timed and well placed. I mean, Tianhai for Tianhai is one thing. Tianhai for Inor, it's really a waiting game to kind of see where that pressure comes off. For Hong, all he needs is one good grab, and then the team can do the rest.
Yeah, for sure. Tried to stall it as long as he could. He drops all out of HP, so was forced to pop it. Now the grabs need to connect. He's looking for it behind the pillar, though. Fat Melt is safe. Hong not being able to find any sorts of value thus far. There it is. Does manage to connect and instantly slams down a Kame, and the fly knife follow-up there from MVP LTZ onto that player. The Kurumi ultimate gets invested there for the Monk. Fat Melt, though, still in the middle of the pocket, trying to stay active there for his squad. You see the Hadi ultimate now being invested. LTZ, though, opens up with a massive parry. The Hadi F gets called in here from the Enor for 521. Still no eliminations have happened yet between both of these teams, though.
Almost called it out there as Fatman goes under half HP, now under a fifth. And then, of course, to seeing Chiyun go down. Horizontal check. Oh, my God. He can be kicked out of there. F2 recast, and he's got that down. There's going to be 5-2-1 taking the victory now. That was fast, bro. My man, cast a curse that moment. Yeah, snap of a finger, bro. It's calling Thanos, man. These guys built different. This is going to be a now. Hadi Enor zipping reverse. This time with the Zyra Karumi on to Tianhai with the 5-2-1's hands. And weapon selections are a mirror. So flying knife, spear, fan. These are all the same 3 weapons we're seeing in this round selection. Pampy rushes right in the ground, like to see it. Having the Tianhai on standby, hoping to see about that pressure so that they can try to commit towards him. As you can see, LTZ takes the ideological fight of 1v1ing him and forcing the team to go in this direction. Hadi ultimate, though, from Hong, who's used way too early, in my opinion. But now it's going to be up to them to kind of find the value with it, late teleportation.
Yeah, and they're not baiting out that Enor ultimate. So right now, Pampy's going to be forced to pop this ultimate. And now the response from the Enor is going to happen as well. I believe in the other side of the map, that Melt does finish off that ultimate. And there it is. The Enor ultimate gets called in. The pressure still happening in the backside of this pillar. Pampy not finding any value. Looking for the slam down off the big Gooba stomp. Hong gets grabbed there. Does get the damage though. Beautifully done. Looking for the regrab. Catches it once again onto the same player. Gonna go ahead and get the investment there. No. The Enor stops it for just a little bit. And then the deform off the monk. And now lots of pressure happening towards Pampy. But he sits on the edge of the Karumi ultimate. Doesn't manage to get it. Yes, he does. And now he's still in play. But eats up a follow-up flying knife damage there.
Yeah, and she's looking at the 1.0, gets a 2.0 release, shotgun burst there, MVP, something kind of spider around. Akame goes in to be the final player. If he throws another blue focus, it just hits Chiyun. I mean, could be good. But he's a Karumi. And Karumi won't have much to live for. Look at this, man. Parries off of that jump LMB and then pops Hadi ultimate because why not? We got that ready. This is now going to be the selective fight. This is the last time, the first time we've seen this in the Martial Arts Invitational. We go to the 3rd round. And it's none other than the Classico, man. This composition is not going to leave, but the weapon selection. Look at the fist blades versus the spear. And that's just going to be between whether or not MVP are looking to get those horizontals on the ground units. But the big thing is with the spear is that it's a one-shot wonder. And if you get that, you can do a lot of work with it. And may even see this. I called it, bro. RMB comes out from the drop-down mid-air. He demands to fight gravity for it. And Chiyun having to get that early shot ultimate proc. And a furious showcase. Ooh. Chiyun doesn't even have a chance to breathe.
Oh. And he took the mech, so that's gone there for that squad as well. So 521 are going to be having this 2v3 advantage. A massive parry opener there from Fat Milk as well. Just putting a nail in the coffin there onto MVP. Still trying to stay up though. Oh, Fat Milk drops very low there. No armor, but in the back end, team is there for the peel. The fair mech is still online there for Hong. I thought it went away, but no. Does manage to stay up. A little bit of downtime for now. LTZ drops very low for the Shayo. We're looking to try to reposition in the back end, and there it is. LTZ falls to Pampy. The Fairy Max. The Overwatch Diva Faria. Fire.
Too fire, man. Making me jelly, bro.
Making you jelly?
Making me jelly, man. Yo, I was listen. We made a bingo card for we made a bingo card for this whole entire for the 5th anniversary Direct Fest, Direct NARAKA Fest. And we were like, yo, global
you thought we were
announcement, collab, potential Overwatch announcement for the global scene. No, didn't get that. But it's all right. At some point, maybe we'll get it. They said, yeah, yo, you guys gonna get it. They didn't say when. You know, it's all about the when's it gonna be announced? To be announced. Hasn't been announced yet, yo. But this victory is gonna come down to MVP towards C-Sit taking it over MVP. Kind of an upset there for the 2nd round, seeing how fast it went down, just leaving them down to the dirt. But man, when I say Chiyun got melted, bro, this man was a Ghirardelli chocolate bar dipped inside of the pot at 350 Fahrenheit, and he just went and got stirred, bro. There was no chance for him to get out of that pot unless it was a liquid. He got sent to the to the Shadow Realm, basically, because not only did he get Shield Brock to be forced in the position to have that shield in his hand, right from his Shayo, he gets caught by the enemy opponent Shayo that gets thrown to the shield throw. And all of a sudden, you kind of see where the Zendu Wu's position was and just locking him in. The V1 proccing the burn before his transformation off of the Fairy Shem using the mech, right? And just getting obliterated due to that. Now, this is a little bit more of the action. If you guys are paying attention to which players are playing. Which player won in Souls games just now? A Lipo, E Zio, Zale, Sildinch, C X Y Shonyon. Spider for D. Spider ain't here today. I'm gonna give you that. I'm gonna give you that freebie. You know, call him Remus, bro. He got that. So if you guys don't know, you know, now you know. You got to figure this out. Figure it out. One of the two non-CM players. Let's put it that way.
I was about to say, like, we could at least put up the player that was playing against him too, but it was just a misspell. I didn't think they put Zelditch up there, but it was just misspelled. There it is. Your answer was Lipo. For anybody aware, and you see the damage difference there. He actually won with less damage, so very interesting, and you see why, because the healing was doubled there from Lipo against Zelditch. But yeah, very, very, very nice one-on-one there against C against AS. And then to our trio side, it was a distance fight there, 1-for-1 apiece to start off, and then to our third round. Given the damage numbers, right, pretty much all three players from MVP had 1k damage. But 521 still being able to come out victorious, even though a comment with that 7.6, that 11,000 healing there. It's just beautiful to see there from Akame. TZ as well had 10k plus. But overall, very nice fight between both of these players, or teams and solo players. But yeah, yeah, this is a chill day. I'm not gonna lie. This is just a little.
This is low quarters all gaming, bro. We're just sitting back here.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is great. Yo, chill out. Life Polaris, arm. Yo, here's my problem with Eldon's, man. I mean, we've seen it coming down. This man does not take a reset. I feel like he takes his chances here, and then he earned this one. I mean, this is shotgun burst, but this, right? Like, taking into consideration against the Yodohime really kind of comes down. He did exactly what he needed to do for her ultimate, less duration than his own ultimate. But the problem is that once she goes in, I mean, like, you get the catch. You got to think about the combo breaker that she used 25 seconds earlier, which he wasn't aware of him using, and then he forced himself in a bad position. When the LME comes out there was a lot of exit, you know, like frame lanes. Yeah, like frames that are basically where he's stuck in, right? And then he can't even get out of the bad situation that he just put himself in, right? Locked into place. But this next fight comes after the trios, man. And I'm not gonna lie, seeing 5-2-1 go down here, I mean, in the second round, right? This first fight was kind of almost a turnaround, but 5-2-1 just gets melted just due to the sustain out from the blue focuses. And that's like that's an art form, to be honest.
Little art form of art. See Akame though. Shield throw there, but gets stunned in the back end as well. Both shield procs in the back end. Drop down R&B onto the fairy mech. Both players. See them just staying in the pocket there. Nice missile shot there from the back end. Nice little color too, that little teal, greenish, minty mech there for the Faria. That's fire, not gonna lie. And the Genji Takeda too. The Genji Takeda,
bro.
Yeah.
Are we kidding me, bro?
Yeah, that's fire.
Where's the Takeda rework, bro?
Hey. We got our character announcement. They put in the boy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yo, let's talk about it, man.
They put in the boy in.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, we got a King's Avatar character coming up here.
That's crazy.
About 27 days, 26 days, because the season just dropped, if y'all didn't know. Besides that, though, we're also getting another character in the season. No, not just the parasol, right? No, not even just the weapon, bro. We're getting another character.
Yeah, the girl.
Mobile. Yes, sir. Thread, yo.
Wait, she's from Mobile?
She's a Mobile, man, and she has a nasty kid from Mobile. Mobile is a lot different. I can't even tell you because I don't want to set the community in shambles, because she does a lot of things on Mobile that could be changed for the translation for PC. Because you got to remember, Mobile doesn't even have stamina, bro. There's no stamina.
It's different. Yeah.
It's a lot different, right? So we might see that change coming up for her. But guys, first time ever, we're taking a break. We're gonna be back for you guys in a couple minutes, and then we'll see about round 4 and to see who our next combatants are. Don't miss it out.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？ 是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，出体！回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Martial Arts Invitational. My name is Severio alongside with Creatives, aka C. Hey, we are live currently at this time. For everyone that's watching the broadcast, I know y'all been looking for your crystals. Me too. I want that fit too. I want the rewards too. I mean, I've been waiting for that thing for a while now once we saw the reveal. But the thing is, maybe the end game is going to come out here for the announcement. Just so hold on, hold your horses. At least for a little bit, maybe we'll get some announcement going through. I'll just try to see what I can do on the back end. But for now, just enjoy the content. At least, I mean, if you guys do like to see this content going out here, you're gonna like this next one, bro. You're gonna like this next round. So game 4 gonna come out here. We saw for the victory from NA versus C. NA took the dub, 2 sweep versus Tryhard versus Polaris, and then versus Young Money versus 521, right? You know, crazy start off. But second fight was CN versus EU, as it stands to be. CN won that one out, sweep there. C versus AS was where C, 521 versus MVP. 521 took the victory. And 521 a little bit of issues there in the trios, but they come back out there with 2-1, you know, Classica. But the game 4 is going to be EU versus NA. Now, similarly, we saw this in our day 1 for the MSC challenge, right? When we saw day 1 trios, those two teams went up against each other in the versus rounds, coincidentally. So that kind of really came down towards now we're back to that cycle, and we're back to that, you know, format of seeing these two teams going toe to toe against one another.
You know, I would say there's always been a little friendly banter, right? Who was better, NA or EU, right? For quite some time, some people say it was NA, then EU. Whatever the case can be, I guess, you know, right now can be a good showcasing of that. Because, once again, EU is going to be going against North America. Our EU players, they're going to be representing that solo side. Then, for Hex, being that trio, Sachiko, Wui, Lexin, and Korean, not Corn.
Corn. Hey, sir, let me get extra Korean on my sauce. An extra corn on the cob. Yo, why is Hendrix still like... walks up to you, can I have this dance? Hey, this man's like, I go to a prom date, bro, with that stance, bro. That's crazy. But more importantly, you know,
Please.
It's all jokes, y'all. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. Don't take this seriously. It's all jokes. It's all jokes. But look at this. Look at this photo, bro. This is some cinematic type stuff, man. You got Zay and Tryhard on the screen, you know, just going toe to toe against one another. And keep in mind, all right, I mean, this is like Tryhard is like, or you know, well, Tryhard is like Zay's mentor in some sort of way in terms of like, you know, helping him, coaching him throughout the entire process through like 2024, just giving him some tips and tricks and all that stuff. At the end of the day, the other competitors on the global stage. So putting this into the sidelines, Tryhard just came off of a 2-0. Jamali Iverson is on the play. He has a chance right now. I mean, this man smiling, man. I don't know
you
who's
heard
talking
me.
to him. He's got this in the bag if he gets his win. This is a 4-0 win, right? Basically, because he gets off. He destroys out the 5-2-1's Light Polaris, but now if he goes against EU and then he takes it off, I mean, that's just a double whammy, bro. Enough said.
The double whammy.
Double whammy.
For like the solo sides, I think it's like a 50-50. I actually don't know who's gonna win up that engagement between Tryhard and Zay. Yeah. For trios, man, it's because I haven't seen this new like Hex with Lexin in it. Like I haven't really peeped them, you know. Like I've just been used to the old core 3. But you know, they from what I've seen in the our trio side for the MSC was it was good. It was just I don't know. I think it was just a little bit. I don't know. I really don't. I don't want to speak on the gameplay because I can't sit here and provide actual hardcore facts because you know I wasn't locked in like that. But yeah, I might just say for the trio side, I'm probably gonna give it to the EU. You know, we should start getting little predictions before we have.
Wait, what are we doing?
What do you mean?
Chat, we need to be doing predictions, bro, this entire time.
Facts, we do.
What? Explode. I couldn't believe it, man. Couldn't believe it, man. I gotta do it right now. I'm doing it right now. 2 minutes. Boom.
All right. Let's see it though. First lock in here, EU against NA. We got Zay on one side for the European region. We got Tryhard for the North American. So we're gonna see how this is gonna play out. Obviously, I'm gonna expect both players playing that Akos. Feria, both sides as well. For that third slot, I'm not really too sure what we're gonna be seeing. I don't think we're gonna have anything different from our so it's Shayo and then Zenda actually there for Zay for our first round. He's gonna be trying to match out that Feria there from Tryhard. So let's see how this goes. Both players to fly. Nice pair start for the respect. See it now. Looking for the opener. Oh no, that's Dagger for Tryhard on the Feria.
Yeah. I was wondering about that. I was like, oh wait, this guy's gonna hold off against Flying Eyes, man. And this is the scary part, right, folks? Because this is the problematic thing comes out 1.0. Boing. He burns combo breaker off of that. You can't be doing that. But he does a lot of turnaround here. Maybe even break out a feint here and breaks off Zay's ultimate. And then the shots are out. Doesn't connect nothing. Goes for the right click attempt. Instead goes for the left click. I mind the business. V1 recast. No. V2. Can't dodge it. 1.0 is free. Goes for 2.0. Little too close for comfort. Gets knocked back.
Ooh, burns all the stam there. Wasn't able to dodge out that last scuba stomp frame, but still ult's gone there for Zay. Look for the place to get a reset in. Lands on top of the pillar. The scuba stomp connects there for Tryhard. Eats up the missile shot as well. The second missile shot is good. Now the D-Mech going for the cross up off the pillars. Tryhard though applying the pressure. The F is good there. Catches him off the bird into the follow-up as well. Click comes in ×2. The knockback there stops the damage coming into play. And Zay now chipping out a little bit of HP, and the 1-2 is good, and he's able to win round 1. You see him taking a breath, just breathe.
Yo, you saw that? Whoosh. Yo, he just did a move, bro. From there, like, I saw that. that.
You saw it, right?
Yo, that was crazy. Now we're in the reverse in terms of now Zay playing out the Fairy Shem with a dagger, but look at that Tryhard. Octus fist plates, standardized test. This man scored it. This is up to Tryhard's scare rush game, though. I mean, this is fist plates. If he gets a scare rush and he confirms after the post combo breaker, he does a lot with that. The F2, though, I'm curious if he throws it out here in the face of danger. Does he go for it or just brashly, or does he do it with a plan of 10?
We have to wait and see, right? It's looking like that Feria is going to be that staple with the dagger. Zay's playing it as well. Goes the Feria mech up. Nice weave there off the first missile, playing the top of the head. Doesn't manage to connect out the second. Now has the pillar to stay safe for now. He's gonna be able to take that powder in as well. Missile shot does not connect there in the back end. Gonna go ahead and V2 on through. Gets clipped off the last missile shot. The second baby missile shot does connect as well. Staying behind the pillar until this ult runs out. Drops the armor to avoid getting that armor stripped off. But there it is. Health advantage will be going towards Zay. The F does not connect.
Yeah, and the F2 being missed means that this is going to be free blue city right there for Zay. 1-2 comes off, confirms off of the 1.0. No parry. And he gets crossed into that. Tryhard goes down.
There it is. Little 2-0 going towards EU. Zay shutting down the talks. Puts down the seat.
Adjust. Man's like, yo, do I sign anything? No.
Now what? He's like, okay, now what?
I'm telling you, bro. When he hit that move on camera, bro, he unlocked his inner fifth. I don't even remember what it's called. You tell me about it, bro. The fifth gate? Right? Yeah. He got that.
Wait, what move?
Well, don't worry about it. You don't worry about it.
What? What did he do?
Don't worry about it. I'll pull up the screenshot later on. Give me a second, y'all. But where we're gonna see in terms of tryhard, he goes down here. But that's not the last time we're seeing him, y'all. Not the last time we're seeing him. Yeah, we're gonna get tryhard and or at least solos in the NA as well as NA as a whole. That will be into round 7, game 7, where they go up against CN. So that'll be later on. But this next fight's gonna be our trios teams. EU versus Young Money, or Hex versus Young Money, I should say. My man's typing on the keyboard, bro.
Young Money.
Man, like typing that down. Which, if from left to right, Sachiko, been in the game. He's actually in the center right here now. Fumio is their coach. But Sachiko's been in the game for a while, man. Been studying this down to a T. Having a lot on his back, kind of carrying out EU as a representative for Hex, or at least a representative for EU since 2024, since 2023. It's been a while, man. But what's more important is kind of seeing where Young Money, a team that's been kind of built up here over time, where Prosper, Hendrix, Lambo, aka Jack, and Solo. These three actually been playing on the stage partially a majority of the time. Hendrix is just going to be, when the time comes, he'll be able to pull out a nonchalant player or a hero pick, the Tianhai, to be continued. But as for this right now, this fight will be, I'm actually excited to see this one because we saw them, like I said, from day one trios. Young Money lost in regards against the Hexed, so they won in that regards. Maybe this might be the run back we've been waiting for, Me personally, I like it. Generational. I just hope it is no bad blood. They got the yo, good fight, and then just brush him off like a Disney villain, bro. He just walks away from, don't talk to me, dude. Like, what?
Bro, I was looking at Lex's mouse pad. How does he play with the mouse pad up in the center? That would tweak me out, man. I'm full tweak there, like. I don't know. That's just me. But here it is, looking in our trio side here for the EU versus NA for the Martial Arts Invitational. Sachiko, Lexin, Uwe, and Korn, because that's what it says.
All right, bro. Korn.
Prosper Hendrix, Lambo. So.
and Porigami. What? What is this man's identity crisis, bro? Listen. Weapon selection, flying eyes, fist blades, whip sword on Hex with that Tianhai, Karumi, Syra, but on the other side, taking out the fan instead of the whip sword. Oh my God, let's just take down all of Lambo's pressure that he almost got, and a parry like that might be an upset.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage there onto Sachiko. You see him, he eats the flying eyes hit there in the back end as well. For the follow-up, it's forced to pop that ultimate for that Karumi, so now the Monsters are out for both sides. Lambo and Lexin going at it. A little bit of shove back there from Lexin onto Lambo. Trying to make sure he doesn't get any grabs there onto his squad mate. Now the Kurumi ultimate is being invested for the other side for YM. Slam down connects there for Lambo in the back end. Lexin eating up so much damage. The deform comes into play. Still has the armor intact. Syra ultimate now being played out there from Wooey. See the aggression happening towards Solo in the back end, but I think for now, YM has the upper hand.
Yeah, the blue focuses come out in the side swipe, but you can see Sachiko getting a double hit on that riposte, getting another parry from
GG.
Solo's been nailing these parries since yesterday, bro. It seems like he's just been waking up. And Lexin, almost meter now, no whip sword to connect off of that. And that's his own teammate. And we lose Prosper, we lose Lambo in connection, and we lose Solo as a result. Honestly, though, those double riposte hits from Sachiko kind of sealed the deal, but then Solo was able to get double riposte. Honestly speaking, taking the time to wait for his team, right? Double riposte means you can focus on that third person. You have a bit of extra time to kind of see what you want to do next. And if they're looking for parries, have your teammates stagger them and then be able to get a confirmed hits on multiple targets. Now we're going to look at the Hada Universe ping for Hexes. And then seeing the Zendawu Shayo into Fairy Shen off of YM. Spear on the hands of Fairy Shen, as well as seeing about the flying eyes on both ends.
See it. They're able to stay composed there, even though the health pools were going towards YM side, and now it's round 2. Sachiko against Prosper and a little bit of an isolated scrap off on the side, but that Eno ultimate is going to be massive here for Hex. The parry connects to the back end there onto Lambo. Loses up a lot of HP. He's going to be able to not take the mech because Solo takes it. We'll see how that's going to work out for them. The slam down is good in the back end now. So much pressure and damage happening there onto Sachiko. He is going to fall, but Lambo's very low.
Yeah, and Wui's going to have his ultimate on the hottie ready to go. He's going to go into this ground level. Look at these cannon shots. They can connect. You can probably deflight him. The shield blocks are good. We focus on the wrong other target here. It's going to be a 2v2. And we're looking at Prosper getting caught into that uppercut. The Solo comes in, saves the day. 1F1 to save and close gap. And we're seeing Wu getting these slashes through those blue focuses. And this is a strong point about the hottie. I mean, oh, parry comes out there. Yo, Solo's just been reading these parries. Oh, my God. Yo, what's kind of insane about this is the fact that he comes out of here, bursts a teleporter, gives himself a little bit of time to get an isolated fight, knows his character is coming up. And you know what's crazy too? He would have gotten that parry, bro, if that blue focus didn't miss. And then all of a sudden Solo goes down there, but that's gonna be a 2-0. That's gonna be EU taking that stride. And of course, just kind of putting ourselves aside. I mean, these guys have been head to toe in terms of the trios, day in, day out. As well as for YM. I mean, they made good motions out there, but going out there, it's gonna be another bragging rights talk, EU over NA, the both regions, so we'll leave it at that. But tremendous support coming out there for Young Money, making that happen, and trying to see about what was going to be the case in the next fights. I mean, even Lambo's thinking about that fight afterwards, just like, man,
why?
What are we doing?
Why?
Do we have no? Because listen, they melted Sachiko, right? They took out the Enor as fast as heck, and they took him out quick. There was nothing really more worthwhile than taking out the Enor that early on, as well as fast as they did, and still having that shy ultimate to still be on standby for the hottie in case of anything. But that was used earlier on. That was the reason they got the Enor out of the way regardless. But I'm excited to see what's going to happen next, because it's kind of seeing the highlight reels and seeing where the point of views are. Those are those fights that you kind of want to see and make mention of.
That's 4-0 towards EU. 4-0. Got to answer for treasure. Question gonna be, which region won last Trios game? Okay. You see, it happened again. It just literally happened again. It's an AEU, BNA, CC, or D, CN. But we'll see how it goes. Make sure you guys swap on over from YouTube on over to twitch.tv/NARAKA BLADEPOINT in order to have a chance to win the answer for treasure. And for the crystals, man, y'all been asking for crystals since we started that. I'm over here looking for crystals now because I don't know what y'all talking about. I know it's an in-game event, but
I know.
What does it give? Does it give something good at least? What does it give?
Brother. Yo, we're talking about Shio hairstyle and the fit. And
oh, it's a fit. Okay, I see why y'all going crazy.
It's kind of fine. Listen, y'all are gonna be noticing that I've been asking for those rewards, but I'm DMing as many people I can. Don't worry about it. But here's the stat lines. You can see Zay is doing double the amount of damage as Tryhard in those fights below. So that's just kind of the case. Not even taking as many heals as you might have seen, but the counter strike, only one riposte was necessary to turn this around. Secondary. Looking at the bottom row, you can see 8,900 damage from Wui. This man is a tank. He is insatiable when it comes down to being the DPS, especially on the hottie, because the hottie is something that you really start to learn to play around, because now that you can parry it, you got to be careful about that. But it's more about just doing the 1 and 2.0s. If you end up having those slashes to come out, you do a little bit of chip here and there, you get a second for your teammate, and you might pop off. But we're going to go ahead through some highlight reels, and we're going to go ahead and see how these fireworks started popping off.
Yeah, this was crazy, right? This was a off-rip fight against Zay and Tryhard. Tryhard just tries to stay in the pocket, but Zay being able to chip out that health pool there from him. And then into the round 2, Zay on the parry this time around. The soul break connects beautifully there from that 1.0. Goes for the cross-up parry, but Tryhard doesn't spin it back. He sends another one and gets parried off-rip off of that alone. This was our trio side, Lexon and Co. Massive parry there from Sachiko onto Prosper. Double parry from Solo, but it wasn't even enough. Just the F there from the Muck stops that damage from coming into play. Lambo stays in the pocket, eats up so much. Sachiko there cleans him up. Wui takes out Prosper, and then in the 1v3, Hex smooth breeze through there into that follow-up cleanup, and overall very nice there from Hex. Into that round 2, Sachiko gets blown up there in that Enor ultimate, but it was not enough there for YM to take this round away from them due to the fact that we have Wui on that hottie. You see him fishing for that parry in the backside though. overall. Nice little jump LMB cleanup there from Hex, making it a 2-0 for themselves. And yeah, nice little 4-0 case there for the European side. Now it's round 5. We're gonna be hitting that halfway mark right into today's martial arts invitational. This is where I'm very curious to see how, you know, which direction this is gonna go. How are we distributing those wins? Like, what's gonna happen in our second bracket? Do we have a grand finals round, or how is it gonna be played out, right?
I don't know. No, to be H, I think it is gonna be a cis bracket because there's 10 rounds and they're ready to solidify against the players. It's just I think it's just based on the wins, right? You take 2-0, you take 2-1, maybe 1-1. But a lot of these teams have kind of going on a 2-2-2-0 run, man.
Yeah.
A lot of them, right?
All of them.
So taking a tight situation, this is also where the damage statistics come out, because then you start seeing how many wins and losses and how much damage is being dealt, so that way it gets tallied up. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. You know, bragging rights, who knows? But at the end of the day, we go ahead, we get a chance to see here for the 5th rounds. Near the halfway point, it's going to be AS versus CN. I mean, it's going to be MVP for the trios team versus SR. And then for solo, it's going to be OWN Zeldin versus XY from Team WFG. So that's going to be our case. That's going to be our next round. And then obviously, you know, we kind of get to that halfway point. We might take another break, who knows? Maybe you can get an interview. Maybe we'll get a player from the global side to take a chance and take in their own words and seeing how the experience has been so far for this martial arts invitational. Because they're going to be going ahead and taking all this experience from China and just being able to be a part. I mean, time flew by after last week. I'll be honest. The things that players are kind of going off on is just how much can I retain after I come back? And how can I use that in the competition that's coming up later this year? That's right. Global tournaments are happening later this year, folks. A couple of weeks time, maybe a month and a half away. Who knows? Maybe 2 months. But just be in mind, man, we're going to have a lot of things to kind of keep in mind. Our hosters as well for casters going to be going through for the competition. So make sure you guys keep eyes out there on the Discords. If you're not part of it, if you have questions, just put Discord in the chat. We'll see it. But as I said, AS is going to be having OWN Zeldin there as well as MVP. And then looking at WFG's XY, Zeldin is up against a mountain of a fight. And of course, taking out the SR, I mean, these guys just, they're on their A game, man. For real. What's going to be case is SEA versus NA, though, was a way where we saw an upset, right? We saw SEA get knocked out like that. Right, so this is going to be something where if MVP finds some sort of solution in terms of taking an isolated deletion, like we saw for against Sachiko there, things like that can turn this thing into a wild fest.
I don't think anybody's going to be going to take a round off CN. I'm not going to lie. I think the ceiling is just way too high.
Yeah, but like, you know, just one moment, right? Zeldin, look, he gave me a thumbs up on the screen. He said, "Hey, man, I appreciate you for trusting in me." I'm like, no problem, man. Final Fantasy 8 character looking like that, man. It's okay, man. Thumbs up, thumbs up.
Hey, shout out Cloud. Anyways.
Hey.
Yeah, I mean,
Squall is Final Fantasy 8. Continue.
Yeah. I just heard you say Final Fantasy characters, so the first one that come in my mind is the GOAT Cloud. You know what I'm saying? But let's see it though. XY back in the mix this time around against Zeldin. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna be XY, man. He just, especially what he gave us that first round where he's emoting IRL. I know he just full running down. You're not gonna know what he gonna do. You can try to catch him, but it don't even matter. Like, he just got this unpredictable playstyle right now. I don't know what it is. I just think he's like knew that he was going to qual to the solo, so he kind of just ran it down his second A, and then off of today's first round, he was just like, "Hey, bro, I'm just here to." They just call me, so I'm just here. But we'll see how it plans out. If anybody's able to take a round, it'll be massive there for that squad. But overall, let's see how it goes there for SR as well. And SR, yes, they have a new third into this year, but they are our MSC champs as well from last year. So
yeah,
you know,
core fundamentals right there.
Yeah.
What's kind of crazy is just seeing, a team like Wolves getting like shifted out, man. Like a lot of the players from Wolves go, gone, right? But where we kind of come out to SR, I mean, these guys have been knocking these I say flagship, championships between last year into this year. So it's Invitational. XY is just another day, another dollar. I don't even have, he's looking at his heart rate like, man, is it really that low? All right, let's try to pump up the adrenaline. So with that being said, AS versus CN is gonna go in a solos round. And can anyone say, oh yeah? Because if the prediction ain't up, I ain't playing. I ain't playing for real.
You got that.
I got that.
Let's see it though. Zeldich looking to take a round off of XY. Not going to be an easy task for him, but he is going to be rocking that Justina for the counter against that Feria. On Zeldich's hand. Dagger in hand. Once again, parry started to open up. Both players playing dagger. See the R&B focus there from Zeldich. Not be able to connect, but opens up with a 1.0. The soul break connects as well. The follow-up 1-2s. XY staying in the pockets to get that armor back from this F alone. Zelda's going to respect it. Gonna go ahead and back on up, take a powder in for himself. Back to full health. XY hasn't invested his yet. Nice cross up, but gets clipped off the last frame there off the R&B. Staying up. 1.0 response. Now they're just seeing ultimate does get invested. Is gonna go ahead and use the powder this time around. It looks like we're gonna be going back to neutral as well.
Yeah, horizontal gets released into no soul break. XY follows up the R&B chase up, which is really great. I mean, soul break releases from Zeldich. I mean, pretty substantial. I mean, this man is kind of throwing this down, and the full reset on the combo breaker, or not the combo breaker, the F1 variation on that skill, right, which gives him 300 armor per tick, 2 ticks, 600 armor total, right? I'm doing the math for you. Don't worry. You know, I have mathematical equation. That's why we're here. XY, he's a 1-2-3. A 1-2-3 in this arena. Now he's sitting up in the chair, man. No, actually, no, he's not. The thing is, having this V2 to be available for him means that he can play this game of a long stall. I mean, look at this combo. Oh my god, the F1 right in front of the face of the Fairy Shen, bro, and nothing can be done about it. Zeldich. Wow. This type of aggression really looked after. The V2 is free for the freeze. That's why the Fairy Shen in the first round versus a Justina is kind of, not all the time, but sometimes, that's like a boombastic matchup.
All right, he's gonna stay on top of the head and try to avoid his ult as long as possible. Uber stop doesn't manage to connect. There goes the F once again to avoid that missile shot. He does still take a little bit of the damage, and now he's gonna go ahead and respond with the ultimate. Does connect with the freeze. The knee mech is gonna come off of this alone. Could have gotten the damage, but ends up full respecting it, popping the vitality. The 1-2 once again from Zeldich. The book is up. That's how long we've been in play. Crouch LMBs in the pocket. Response there with the half armor R&B from Zeldich. See XY. Waiting for the F to come into play. Jumps F's on in. Tries to stay in the edge of the book here. Now let's see. Clint comes in off the daggers. Both players staying up. The combo break there from Zeldich. 1 HP in the dream's gonna stare him down. Look at him. Look at the player gap too. He just really don't care. He just be in here like, hey, bro, I'll cap this for free. That's fine with me. 10 seconds remain. Grapple LMB. Zeldich responds there with the damage. He's playing around the pillars. He's just gonna grab the bug. Yeah, yeah. Why would you even? Why would you even run?
What the? All right.
Why?
Gotta lock in, Zell. Hold on. We can't leave that book left at 10, bro. You were not the librarian. Come on. That thing is overdue. The fact that he left that's
crazy.
And he didn't even think about contesting it. It was a death sentence anyways. At least in his eyes, I guess he thought it was. He's like, I'm done. I'm just gonna go ahead and space out. Though, Kylan, hello. What are you doing here, bro? This is gonna be XY just saying, okay, let's see which hero works best here against these guys. And he just gets caught off the combo breaker. Now the F1 comes up here, and Zeldin just like says, okay, I got my F2 for something, I guess, right? Combo breaker, we can work to neutral. Problem is, look how well XI is spacing, taking pillar, taking the line of sight. Look, it's basically him looking for the offside, right? And then having this, getting caught by a 2.0, and almost just on the cusp, breaking the Keelan guard would have been huge there, right? Because that would have been something that it would proc. It would have been his immunity factor taken out. But Zelda just getting caught out here by these slashes, and especially just on these half dodges, he's going to be burned out. And the V1, even when the Keelan guard comes out here for the V2, going to get more slashes in value in this short scale arena.
You see him trying to tap dodge this slashes there from Colin. The back-to-back slashes are good. Looking for the leap, does manage to connect, forces out the Colin F. The F is good, and that's going to be the elimination there from Zeldich, making it a 1-1. Our first, maybe third round of solos, I would say, but let's see it. Shayo now for Zeldich. Akko's here for XY. Theoretically, the Akko's beats out the Shayo. Even though that shield proc can just V through, catches, marks, slams down, but we'll see. Whip sword in hand for XY. See a parry start for the opener. Shayo. Gonna be Zeldich. So 1-2 Minx is good. The overhold off the R&B, but the F now called in from both sides. Forces out that combo breaker due to the F connecting. Now the Shayo ultimate is gonna be called in. First proc off the shield. Back to back. Does get caught off the first shield throw. Now the mix is gonna be the chase down, but the Akko's ultimate is gonna be invested here from XY.
Yeah, that V1 though is massive. 1-2 comes off. Zeldich tap dodges the first V1 recast. That's okay though. We look for the second one, XY, and he looks towards a leap. Oh, that's what I like to see. Oh my god. Oh my god, the V1 recast has come out here at some point, and he's gonna read it and he's gonna anticipate the tap dodge. Gold focus comes out, V1 recast, doesn't even go through it. XY risks the biscuit, and he's gonna have an F2 roll ready to go for neutral.
Sends a 1.0. There goes the F. The combo breaker. Not sure it's up there. Catches Prowl. The mix up, there it is. Has the F, and this is exactly what he needed. He's gonna go for the reset in. F's on through. Nice avoidance there from Zelda. It's reading that F could potentially come out, and it did. Now, both players with the F on cooldown. No ults to their name. Nice grapple bump to the air R&B. He was holding, but he gave him the confirmation focus there, so does get the damage off to confirm aerial R&B, but not what he was looking for. Overholding, still catches Prowl off of that. Didn't even matter. The Shayo F now caught in. Delay wake up, waiting for the run in to potentially F on through. There it is. Overholds, connects, and there it is. 1.0.
Bro,
Next
XY.
You see him?
Bro, the whole time. I think he lost that fight. He's like,
bro,
on,
he is
quit playing,
bro.
Bro, keep playing, man. XY, bro. He was probably told today, hey, man, we're going to need you on stage. And he's like, what did he say? What was that? I was playing my whole day to get to take a break before I play for, because I mean, let's be honest though, right? Like, it's one of the CM players. They have to go ahead and play it out. So he was the one chosen out the short stick of the short end of the stick, bro. He was done, and he's here. Zeldin though, my man got neutral NPC face right now, but that's okay. That's okay. My man's not reacting to anything. He's just looking at the monitor, just like, okay, bet. Yeah. And what mouse he got? He got that Viper?
Nah, that's a Logitech. That's an old school, yeah.
I was about to say, I was like, wait a second. Enhance, because from here, we got that 1080p.
Nah, he pulled up to J-Cup last year on one of the keyboards you use at school, bro. I was baffled.
Wait, he was using one of the office-based keyboards?
Yes, bro. Yes, he was. I was baffled. I was like, he qual with that?
Bro, something in the sauce, man. We just don't know. Maybe he's like, oh yeah. So it's like a CRT. Was it CRT monitor? Yeah, it's like that, but like for your keyboard. I'm like, what are you talking about, man? You get the little palm rest. That's like a little blob, in the bottom end. He's just going around. I swear, man. No way.
Oh man. But yeah, there it is. XY is gonna be taking that in 3 rounds. Now to our trio side here against AS and CN. But down time, hey man, what's up with what are we doing here with the mouse pad, man? I'll be checked. Yeah, but
why is it on top of? Yeah, why is it on top of the monitor thing? I got questions to ask, man. What's going on here?
I'll be checked, bro.
What if his mouse goes up and he just doesn't know and it just takes a ramp, just skates off? What are we doing?
Oh, just mid-fight.
I just painted that picture for you. He's like, yo, I'm gonna get this hit, bro. He's basically hit a ramp on Forza, bro. He was on it. Man, too much Horizon, bro. We got our chances now for SR's round, where if they go for 2-0, that'll be one thing. If they go for 1-for-1, though, let's get prepared for round 3, because like I said, not a lot of round 3s today. Only got 1 so far for trios. What I'm kind of carrying, actually no, we got 2 for trios so far, and I want to see more. I want to see what's going to be in the bucket for the 3rd round pick, because we can't see that, right? Solos you can see who the 3rd phase pick is. But for trios, you don't. Hopefully that changes in the future. Maybe we can get a chance of looking at that preview from the perspective from Prod. Can we get an update on that later on? Hopefully. But where we're going to end up going off, this is basically the last fight before the halfway point. So for y'all at home, just know we're halfway here. As for the people who have been wanting the crystals, I see that thing in the conversation the entire time. Do not worry. I do not fret. I've been looking at it. It is not a Twitch thing. It's an in-game NARAKA event thing. We can't handle it. That's what our moderator is trying to make sure everything gets situated there, because like I said, it's an in-game thing. That is something that is completely obliterated and is not a part of the Twitch channel, whatever the case may be. While we're working on it, what I'm trying to find out, I'm working on it. Don't worry, I'm looking into it.
Thank you.
Let your homies know, bro. We got 2 more hours of this, basically. Hopefully, we'll see. So, before we go ahead, we're going to start this off. I'm going to keep reminding y'all if I see it in the messages, because new players in the chat, but just make sure you're reminding the homies in the chat. You can message them now. Zhao is going to be looking for a scare rush. Doesn't get anything off this. Gets clinked off. Has a combo breaker ready to go for the ultimate if he needs to proc it in case he gets caught out, because it's Justina. I'm looking at you, Rico. He already procced that ultimate early on.
Finally see another comp. And we're getting that OG Justina Viper. Massive parry there from Zhao. Onto LTZ. Eats up so much damage. The freeze in the back end as well. That was beautiful there from Rico. But no follow-up focus there off of that alone in the back end. Now Viper ultimate being invested here for SR. Looking for the stun. Does manage to connect there in the backside onto LTZ, but Hong is there for the peel on that Monk ultimate. Stuns out Shi Yuan as well. So looks like SR is going to retreat for now due to that Monk ultimate being able to have that presence there. You see them not trying to get grabbed up and turn and throw the fight around, even though there goes the grab from NY onto NY7 Hong. Now looking for the slam down is good. Half HP gone there from him as well. No armor to his name. Not being fully looked at. We see the aggression still happening on this side of the pillar, and no eliminations not connected this far.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy too because he's got this in the bag. He gets caught by a 2.0. Holding out, there's one elimination. LTZ, like you said, it's gone. And look at this R&B follow-up after the 1%. Oh my God, this man got obliterated, bro. And it's crazy too because Hong had a position where he was healthy and he could have repositioned towards his team in the center, but he take the isolated fight, cost him his team. All right, we go into the second round. SR going into the Hottie Nor Zipping, Minor comp for MVP, as well as weapons across the board. Look at that, spear, fan, flying knives. That's all we got. Now we turn this around, right? Who is going to be the first one that want ultimate, and who's going to be baiting it out?
Little ditto. Strongest comp in the game. See NY7 and the Hottie. We're gonna go ahead and invest that ultimate. See NY7 looking for the pill there onto MVP, making sure there does not get any value there on that ultimate. He responds with a little bit of that damage. The Hottie as well, laying down the pressure there with the spear. Nice F burn out there from SR onto MVP. See now. Cube is gone there for that player. Shi Yuan though is gonna eat up so much damage here in the backside. Hong is gonna eat up the burst there from the flying knives there from NY7. F recast could potentially be good, and it is. He does send them back, eats up the damage as well. MVP now losing a lot of HP, but SR's Hottie still in the pocket. There goes the ultimate there for the Zapping in the back end. The spear being that good, decided there for that weapon choice to be able to stop a lot of that aggression. We see LTZ now gonna eat up a parry as well.
Oh. Yeah, look at the change up on the riposte, but we lose Hong, from the ends. We lose Shiyun from an R&B, and we decimated the team coming out there, and this is going to be due to SR's Finassi. I mean, this is just going to be clockwork for them. This is because the thing is right, call and response is really a big part in the trios format, where you kind of see where one player does one thing and you kind of follow up, or you be prepared for something else, right? You get the parry, who's looking your way? Who's thinking, and in which unit did you parry, right, versus the other units that are available? Because some characters can use their skill to protect their teammates, like Zenda Wu F2, Eno1 F2. Things of that nature can stop your track. So, with that being said, a lot of these players, right, they're running that glyph where you can get a tap dodge after the riposte to avoid that. You avoid it, you can reposition to someone else later on, or you could just use it on that same target that you just hit, or someone who's running up to you in their face. So with that being said, right, we kind of look into that. That's a lot of the reason why I love trios, because you got to keep a third eyes view. You got to look around and see in what respect will your opponent be using what skills. So if they end up doing nothing, then you kind of be prepared for that. That means their teammates prepared to take all that damage, and then you can follow up afterwards. Or in a sense, you basically wait your ultimates out. You kind of see what the cycling is, and then seeing who's going to be having one available to kind of push that around. That's why like some units like Shayol, for instance, comes out to be viable. Or even seeing more units such as with the Zipping, right? So where the F1 comes out, and then a lot of mitigation and burst heal, even with the nerf to the healing over time, or to the burst heal, I should say, it's still something that comes out to be of value. Other part of it is, you've seen these glyph board changes over the course of time. That silence parry is just a predominant thing you can have, and of course you wonder, right? It's like combo breakers versus offensive skills. Depends on the unit that you'd see it on. Cyrus, for instance, they usually take the F1 just because the combo breaker is you can go in the air. You have a lot of maneuverability around pillars as well as to the sky, so you can drop down blue focus if you so desire to do so. That's where she uses flying knives as a retrospect, right? Because she can go in omnidirectional direction, and she can throw in an omnidirectional direction, right? So one way you kind of work around the ways of seeing what the viability is for other skills is just seeing if any offensive skills, like Shio F2, like I was mentioning, but more important, like for Farius Shen, seeing where she uses Combo Breaker versus F2. Because considering that you'd see the Viper Ning there with silence, they just want to make sure there's no ability to be used whatsoever. But look at this. It's kind of insane, but apparently XY did more damage. Wait.
Less damage. He did less damage by 3K. He still won.
Insane. And the healing is off of Kylan V2 alone. That's crazy. Yeah. What the heck?
Yeah, 5.6K healing.
Oh, and the Jacina F1. Yeah. That's
true. Yeah. He did stall off a lot like that too. Yeah, that's probably why the damage was so high from Zeldish too. But for our trio side, got Rico against Shi Yuan. 4K, 7K. The heals though, 7K there for MVP was not enough. Oh, there it is. There it is. Scoreboard, right? So this is what I was very curious to see. CN with 2 wins under the belt, 4 points. NA got 1-1. They take 0. EU as well, 1-1. C 1-1. All with 0. They weren't able to, you know, completely take both rounds that they just played out. So they end up with 0. I'm not sure what overall points. I'm guessing.
Yeah. This is a Swiss bracket. Basically, it just goes down. You know, like every single fight happens, they just cycle it out. It's like chess. And then they kind of bring it back to the original, like, okay, so who got the most points, who got the most wins, and then bang, CN. I mean, if y'all did the prediction before this started, and you saw which region's gonna come out on top, and you didn't pick CN, I mean, you're living on high on copium, bro. I'm okay with it. But the one thing is that these highlight reels, we're gonna see as to why, right? Because look at XY, man. This man is so chilling. As much as Zelda interests are kind of working off, he can't even clink. It's tough. Like, he couldn't do anything. He tried to grapple to stop him, but yo, this man just did the bow of shame. He's like, oh my god.
Oh man, because he tried to stall off the timer.
Yeah,
that's what he was trying to do. And at that point, XY already had the book captured around 75%. He tried to stall with like 6 seconds left, and that was enough time there for XY to fully dap. And he's not gonna chase you down, man. You see how he's looking in that player cam. He ain't gonna chase him. He's gonna stay right there. He's gonna cap the bug, get a full stun you. This is the second time only that I've seen that being, you know, played out. The first time, I think it was when it first got implemented, that the players didn't really know much about martial arts. It was still pretty fresh as well. So now see it again, but into the trio side, right? Nice clean little 2-0 there for SR. I guess MVP Rico here. That third line for this squad, that support line, being able to inflict so much pressure here with the flying knife. Full chasing out the Hottie Hong, knocks him down. NY7 in the back end, eats up 2 parries, but the sustain here from this opinion is way too good. You saw the armor not even drop once. It dropped and got health back to back. It didn't really even matter there with that ultimate being dragged out or was able to be saved for that long, right into the end there in the last fight. But yeah, overall, now this is where I'm a little confused how it goes. So I'm very curious to see how the next 5 rounds are gonna go, because we do have 10 rounds in total. We just played out 5 rounds. We saw the scoreboard how it looks. CN has 4, everybody else has 0, and then AS has -4 points. I didn't even know you could get -4 points, bro. Like
yo, we're breaking rules out here, man. Like, yo, you doing so bad. Listen, respectful. So yeah, no, I mean, when you start losing, right, you start getting negatives. Right, +1 equals +1, right? So when we get into the end of the results by round 10, theoretically, I think the maximum points they should be earning is probably 10 for China if they win all 5 of their fights. But if they go 2-0 sweep. But regardless of that, we still have a lot of things to kind of go off on. We hopefully get an interview. If not, you know, rest in pieces, because we didn't get a prediction, right? We didn't get a prediction, so we should get one of the players to come out here on stage. And if not, I'm gonna go on Billy and watch the other player interviews, so that way I get both the point of views, you know, seeing if any of the English speakers are up there. But I'm excited to see what this will be the potential last interview you get for a global representative, you know, between now until Jacob. Big time. Besides Frostbus, you know, even though he's in the CSS1, you know, going in there in terms of playing in the WPO, I'm talking about between NA, EU, AS, and C. So that's one of the things I'm kind of excited about.
Yeah. So what, we had our 3 global teams out, being AS, NAEU, and C 4. Oh no. Wait, yeah, because C had 2 representatives, that being 521 Lipo and Solo. So yeah. So that's 4, and then
Lobby 28, and then yeah.
For trios, right?
Yeah. For trios it's 521. Yeah, you're talking about for finals though, yeah.
I thought Lobby 28 was trios. Why you keep saying Lobby 28? That's another squad?
That's another team for SE. That's the second representative team for C. That's the team there.
I see.
Hey, listen, it's time. We're gonna take an interview, guys. We're gonna be back later on. Making sure you guys look at the messages in the chat. We'll see you guys until then, okay? Bye.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post the Game Interview, and I'm host today, Yuyo, and we invite Lexon. Let's say hello to
Hello everyone, it's Lexon.
Yeah, so I'd like to you always saw that you faced like Team SR and YM and so on. I mean, did you think you play as well as you trained?
No, I played much worse than I usually do, and I'm quite sad about it. I need a little bit of time to warm up and get started, and we also tried to do something new that we haven't practiced before, and it just went horrendously. But maybe from next game, I think I'll pick up the pace.
But I think it's okay, right? Yeah, so let's go next part, answer for treasure. So today's question is, how many kills did Lexon get in game 4? A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and D is 4. Also, I'd like to ask you, did any players from other countries surprise you today?
No one was really a surprise. It's exactly as we expected, but SR is as good as they always are. So SR is surprisingly good, I could say that.
Yeah, so it's counting down right now. Let's continue. 3,
2,
1. Yes, screenshot, and the correct answer is
B.
Right. Ignoring power, what weapon you favorite to play?
I love to play fan. It just gives you such a good movement. You can kite so well with it, and also it has many good reaction parries, for example. So it's a very interesting weapon to play.
So thank you, Lexon, and let's take a break, and we will be back soon.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？天铠甲，出体！你回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。铠甲，出体！没有机会。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Martial Arts Invitational here for the MSC. My name is Creators. I'm here with Severio. We are in our halfway point now. 5 rounds out of the way. Now to another 5 rounds. CN leads with 4 overall points. Everybody else with 0. Then AS with -4. To start off our first half of today's martial arts matches. Format solos goes first, and then to the trios for both regions that are competing at that time. But yeah, very not surprised, I would say. Obviously, we fully expected the CN side to dominate the way they are, just how much practice they have, especially in this format, right? The martial arts got introduced at the start of the 2026 season for the Pro League, and players have been getting a lot more accustomed to it throughout their time in the Pro League for this spring season. And then now, this is, I would say, is they're just working on fixing up a little things that they're are used to now in the martial arts. And for more of the global side, it's been a little bit more different. They are, I would say, a lot more newer to that format of that game one being that martial arts. But it's just more practice. Unfortunately, we're towards our end mark of the MSC now. A little piece of the pie right before the grand finals. We start off tomorrow, same place, same time, starting off with solos. But yeah, Severio is just been interesting to see this format, how it plays out. Very, very different, I would say, from what we're used to, for sure.
No, yeah, for real. And the thing I'm kind of seeing in terms of it is just seeing where the players that are competing against each other early on are just going back and forth between one another. And they're evolving over the course of time. I mean, you got to see where it kind of comes down to just different decision making or ultimate trades for anything. They're kind of seeing what the involvement is. Even where, like Lex in an interview mentioning, where he sees where the other teams are kind of presiding, he takes pride in terms of fighting against SR because that's a really great team to kind of go up against. So that's to be a no-brainer for them. But even Zay on the other side, the mainstream and on the Chinese mainland stream, just kind of seeing about his performance, saying his Romy Yang fights overall, and this is kind of breathing in terms of the MSC trios or solos, I should say, for days 1 and 3. Where he ends up fighting out against a lot of the foes, inside the Romy Yangs and winning, taking victories inside of that. He's rooting for Frostfist, making sure that SS1's rep can go ahead on this end. But guys, if you haven't mentioned and looked over the results, I mean, it's kind of clear cut. You see where it goes down. Wins and losses, and no like 1-1s. These wins are all been 2-0s. And they took a double win against C in the first round. China took a first dub against EU. And then C won against AS. EU won against NA. EU lost against, we're coming down to CN. But what's kind of more of the best case scenario right now is EU's back up. They're up against C. They're up against 5-2-1. So Hex versus 5-2-1. Then we're going to have YM versus SR. Then we're going to versus, for the solos players as well for trios. And it's going to be Hex again against AS for MVP. That's the last time we're going to see EU and run to round game 8. And obviously going into China versus C versus AS versus NA. I mean, this kind of goes out. It kind of makes sense for where we're at. Second half of the day comes out. Like I said, and like I don't know the rewards if it's just bragging rights. But hey, listen, it's the Martial Arts Invitational, taking big strides here. See, I like seeing this type of tournament format. Maybe if the devs are on it, they can make it a lot more fluid on the floor for players to make their own tournaments, where it doesn't seem like they have to load the lobby for a minute, right? So you can just run the set and then run it right back into another fight. But hey, that's just wishful thinking. Meanwhile, CN's +4, NA zeroed out, as well as EU and C, but AS has lost both of their fights against their opponents.
Yeah, I feel like it's already structured that way where it can be a lot more fluent, but if they actually do it that way, it would just end in 30 seconds. Like, honestly, it would end in like 30 minutes, right? Like, just having everybody load up, and you can literally pick and choose who's going to be going against who, and then in the 5 rounds that way. But yeah, overall though, gives us a nice little, in-depth view of, players setting up into their round against that specific region. Oh man, it's just a run back, right? It's pretty much just a run back into our second half, our next 5 rounds of the Martial Arts Invitational, and it's whoever can rack up the most points is pretty much what it is. So overall, right now, CN leads with 4. Right now, I would say CN cannot take a round off of anybody for any other squad to try to contest them right now. It's just 4 points off the first half. It's just that's an insane amount to try to catch up to, especially how the remainder of the lobby looks. But overall, got C going at it once again. Lipo getting that run back there in that solos against, this time around, EU Zay. Into the Hex there for that trio. C against EU. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's just a full, just nothing new is gonna happen. We're gonna have the Fairies in our first round, the Aquases. I think XY is the only player that's gonna give us anything different from what we saw last game, just him playing out that Colin in one of his rounds. But in the trio side, same thing, right? That Kurumi comp with the Monk, and then the inner competition, obviously, and then we also have that Shayo Zenda for that 3rd round if it does go to distance for that trio side. So it's pretty standard. It's what we expected to see, especially in the isolated 1v1 3v3. But yeah, overall, Zay looking to put some points up here for EU, trying to take another one on the board, this time around against C.
Zay's just like, I can't hear anything, bro. I got white noise pumping through my ears. Call me Hiprin. This is now where we go. White noise. Did you know? This is now where Light Polaris is like, all right, listen, I lost one, I win one. Let's go bar for bar. Let me beat this guy up, bro. But Zay beat them up. Now this is gonna be either if Polaris pulls out that staff combo on Zay or he doesn't, right? It's a mixed bag. Because if Zay gets caught by that slot combo setup with Fairy Shen on the staff, bro, I'm gonna be upset for a sec. But I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, you should have seen it coming. This guy was feeding out for it. He's gonna slap Fate you, and then all of a sudden he switches back to the staff. Like, we seen it. Now, if he's expecting you to expect that, that's the mind game, folks. That's why I love solos. That's why I love the 1v1s, man. Take that fighting game mentality and go into this, man, and you just gotta do it on the fly, man. Like, you gotta bring out your if you don't have it, you gotta bring out your inner ADHD on the floor, and you just like bing boom ba, pull out the R&Bs, and then all of a sudden you're doing grapple stands. But what I'm kind of excited is the Hex EU. Now, so this is a real big fight, I want to say, because Sachiko takes real big pride in CNC, a global competitor, making it through. That's why one of the things that fighting a 5-1 is a really big setup there too, because you're going against the people that you kind of like, see and support of, right, for as a global representative. So he's obviously going to be excited to fight that team. I think all of Hex is going to be waiting for that. Wubi and Lexington involved, maybe Korean if you ever seen him on the floor. But when we get out here on terms of it, he's supporting his team. He's like making sure if any comps need to make done, if they need to study. Fumio's there to make sure that team has their support on standby. As for Zay and Light Polaris, this is gonna be that first fight, yo. I hope to see a Zenda Wu off rip by one of these guys, because that Zenda Wu has been working out, man. That Zenda Wu has been working out, and it's a Zenda Wu for Zay against the Fairy Shen. But this time, now at the staff, no. Polaris is pulling that out with a dagger off the top.
A dagger. Yeah, man. Very started a wave. Really did. Playing out this Fairy dagger for the first round. Zay on the fly knives. He's going to be eating all this chip damage here.
My.
Loses all that armor. Might potentially try to cross up. Might have to invest his ultimate pretty soon. Nice parry there from Lipo. There's going to be a lot of damage there. Whoa. Swaps over to the full confirmation. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Lipo manages to take out Zay without him investing that ultimate. And just like that, into our second round, Tamug finally in play this time around for Lipo, playing out that staff as well.
Insane. Yeah, it was a crazy swap too, just being able to get a value off of that. Now Polaris is picking it up on the Tumultuation. This is the first Tumult we've seen in the Blicky. Now, Fairy Shot on Dagger on Zay means that he can kind of pressure this down, but problem is that this is cooldown, right? 21 seconds on that F1 now. And Polaris is just looking for the LMBs again and again, but Zay gets the LMB RMB, slap comes out, throws it again. You can't be doing it 3 times in a row, bro. Not when he's charging up RMB that fast after the second one. And of course, Zay just waking up for the beacon, and there it is.
Oh, beautiful 1-2 there off the double tap dodge. In the pocket, he's fishing for the RMB. So if he's able to get it, he get the reset. Goes for the RMB instead. Still has the whips online. Go ahead and throw it. Catches him in the air. He's going to go for the grapple ball. Beautifully done. Into the 1-2s. Forces out the Faria. It comes in ×2. Forces out the Faria. Now, Zay looking for the missile shots. Does manage to tap dodge the first one. Lipo gets cut off the second. Now the rain of missiles going to be flying through here by Zay. Onto Lipo. He's going to go ahead and invest the Tumult ultimate, but through into the missile shot as well. And Zay equalizes this round on the fair against the Tumult. And now we're into round 3 with a Ditto Akos match on both sides. And they both got fist blades.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. For real. But what's better, the lean or the Froggo, bro? I'm thinking, all right, listen. Bigger hitbox, enough said. I'll stop. F2 comes out here immediately from one of these guys. I knew it, bro. I called it. You saw me call it right beforehand. Was way up for it, though. And Zay had expended it himself. The 2.0 comes off of the horizontal. You know this is going to leading out to another one. Baits it. Burns out the combo breaker ultimate. Still having a chance here to cast the ultimate in case the V1 recast comes out for that leap pounce. And he still has it in him. Baits it out for the V1 once he lands. Watch this. Boom. Bam. Lands. Casts. Az is in the bag for the jump pounce, and he gets his F2 ready to go. And Polaris confirms nothing. The recast to mitigate it saves the day.
Yep, the F is not good as well. Lipo now has no ult to his name. Has to try to kite out the pressure here from Zay, but he catches probably off the F. Jump LMBs, 1-2s. Very low, has a lot of HP to cover up, but it doesn't even matter. EU is going to be taking that round in the solo department. This time around, Zay cleans up Lipo there in that 3rd round in a nice fashion. See him confident there on that Akos. I know that man be clocking in mad hours in the 1v1, so very comfortable with that team for 521. Like, it's all good, man. You'll be all right.
Yeah, I don't know how you got shot by that fairy Shenkan, but you know, we don't talk about that. All right, we talk about it later. All right, cool, thanks. Nah, man. So kind of we'll rent around the ringer there for the Akos matchup. I mean, the mirror Akos. It's a mercurial setup, right? Because you have to understand how you kind of go into this idea of what the Akos is planning on doing, whether he's A, holding for purple, B, holding for gold, right, for the jump, or C, just looking to just try to catch neutral off of his F2. And then when he's a no on that aspect, you can think about the VCast, right? Are you going to be using it in response to mitigate it? Do you have enough reaction time to do that, right? You got that old hands, you know, can you do it? Because the problem is that you end up fighting up against an Akos with that V1. It comes out your way. If you don't do it soon enough, I mean, on NA, you're going to get, I'm going to say it, yeah. On NA, you're going to get rubber banded back into it, right? So you have to really start to predict. But in this scenario, in this ping, you're going to have to react, and you can react. And that's going to be a really big safe way for that. Zay takes the victory. Now it's up to Hex taking this dub against 521, potentially because 521 is proxy team for CN, right? It's because they paid the CN, NBPL. They have all the practice necessary to come out there on top. It's just whether or not the determination of or like whether their skill set is going to go ahead and uphold against EU's just, you know, format. I don't know what else to say, man. I ran out of words in the dictionary, bro. I'm running out.
Running out. Where's that dictionary? Oh man. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see this trio side go. Definitely 521 has had a lot of time to really dissect a lot of the information they've gotten from the CN side, right? They've been playing in the league for quite some time now, so you know they have that advantage. Being able to play in the league is I would say is an honor, right? Being able to get all that information going against the top players in the world. The video game you love, it's just you're able to see the tech just in person, and then you can fully break it down yourself with VOD reviews and whatever the case can be. So, you know, getting all that information has helped them throughout, you know, their time in the league. You've seen them improved a lot from when they first got there. now into the Invitational. You know, obviously going to be taking whatever they learned from the start of the spring split in the Pro League into this to try to equalize the one that Zay just took over them there in the solo department. But here it is, Southeast Asia against Europe for the Martial Arts Invitational. Cool little format. I wonder, do you know if the finals is gonna, I don't think it's gonna be here, right?
What?
The finals tomorrow, is it gonna be at a different studio?
No, I think it should be in this. And if not, you know, we'll find out, right? Though, yeah. What's going to end up happening is first fight, Syra. Oof, okay, now this is going to be a rough one. Hex has a survivability. They have to run it down in front of their opponent. The Hottie ultimate early. Wait a second. Pambi popping out the Hottie immediately. The F2 is connected against Wooing. And now Fatmuk's in the front line and taking the blue focus. Not worried about it because he hasn't escaped and he has a zipping.
Oh, massive parry there, Fatmuk. Does open up with a parry though off the wake up onto Sachiko. Now the cube's gonna be taken there from Fatmuk on the Enor. Hasn't invested in that Enor ultimate thus far, and there it is. As soon as I say it, here goes the mech up. Lex is gonna respond off the Monko, and this could be a little tricky to live out the pressure from the Enor. You see Fatmuk now looking for the perfect opportunity to start laying out the pressure. Nobody really biting though, just a little bit of a stare off from both sides, standoff. It's gonna be potentially waiting out these ults to fully uncover. No, Fatmuk goes on in. He loses so much HP there in that engagement. Literally almost getting knocked down. You see the aggression still happening to him towards that back end.
Yeah, the F2 towards the pillar. He gets caught out here for the scare rush. He's gonna have that zipping ultimate. This is gonna be a lot of heal over time. Sachiko looking to try to hold out the 2.0. Potentially getting a 1.0 on the parry of the back, and I saw that. Will we gonna go ahead and try to follow up here with a 1.0 and try to consider it out for the Hottie? But the parries, oh my goodness. We're getting connections off like nobody else. EU's gonna have a lot of sustain coming out here, and we'll be even holding up for the 2.0. In the Kurumi being held this long from Sachiko's hands means that this team can just run it down.
Yeah, you see them fishing down in the back end. Wooey be forced to pop that F there off that Syra. Still up though. Only player on his team not healthy, and they dropping him armor. Him being on that Syra, and he's at 80% to get that ult back up. Fatmuk though is gonna capitalize off of that situation and take out Sachiko. The 1-2 in the back end there onto Fatmuk, not being able to find a parry, but Lexin does there in the back end, now equalizing. Pampi, the last one standing. The 1-2s are way too good there in the back end. Oh no, 2v2. Now Wooey has this ultimate, and 529 now has to try to see if they can live out the pressure here from the Syra ultimate.
Yep, getting that powerful dazzle is going to be huge here. Doesn't get the connections. Unfortunate 2.0. Charges up, gets parried, and then riposte comes up, and then it's going to connect due to the shift riposte. And now for Wooby, top, down, blue focus, throws it. Parry, consolation prize, RMB, whip sword. Next to Dragon Slayer, we're getting a rebun. Okay, wait. If Lexing can pressure out Pampi, the Tianhai ultimate might be coming out in clutch. Holds the RMB, gets caught. Wait a second, grab is free, and we win. That's going to be our first fight. Getting this stun, man, is gonna be huge. Combo breaker comes out. Honestly speaking, doesn't get the regrab though, and Pampi can have to play mosquito game, man. The amount of damage that we dealt though must be more than that, man. Even though V1 Zipping is in the play, oh my gosh, it's good. The stun, the roar, the first time in trios we actually. Oh my god, history's being made, man.
Nah. Yeah, that is the first time we see it in trios. Yeah, there's nothing really much you can do there. I mean, if his teammate was still alive in a 2v2, could have gone differently. But, you know, it was just that stall where both the Transformers smacked up, and a lot of the time was just ticking there in that instance. And you saw why, because the Enor there from 521 goes in and just gets completely shredded. But let's see how the second round plays out. This round, Hex is going to be playing this Enor competition, and the 521's going to be on that Monk Syra for their side. Sachiko though gets cut off the prio. Pampi now is going to go ahead and inflict a lot of damage onto Sachiko. Pampi not letting go of the gas pedal there to full chase down Sachiko. The cube is going to be invested here for Sachiko. Overall, now he's going to respond with the Enor ultimate. What's going to be the mix up here for him? I think the Monk ultimate is gone there in the back end. Nice marking there onto that player, but he reads the mech in the back end, so you see him not taking any of that damage. The Mark didn't get a lot of value. You see Akame is going to be getting that reset there on the Kurumi. That ultimate is still online. I'm not sure where the Zipping is. I don't think we have. Yes, we do. Lexi still has that ult online, so the sustain is still in play for both teams.
See, this is impeccable because he's not taking any stamp pushbacks here from Pampi on the Tianhai. That Impale, even though it didn't confirm for it, he's still spaced away. He would have taken a lot more damage by staying there. And now we're seeing the turnaround. Now, zipping ultimate is going to be great and all. Zipping into the Kurumi ultimate, though, let's see who comes out on top. 1.0 comes out here, and a lot of damage comes through. But since the zipping is going to be an overtime type thing, you know, type deal, this is going to be an in-place fight. Wooey gets caught. F1 gives a little bit of mitigation to keep him alive in this whole entire scenario. But look at the zipping, or look at the Cyro ultimate at 75% rage. All he needs is one good R&B. He gets caught into 2.0. And all of a sudden, Common Raker is invested. He's closing the distance.
Yeah, but Lexington's very low. You see him though, massive pair there to knock off some of that pressure, and Pampy eats up so much damage there in the back end. Nice hottie finish there from Wooey onto Pampy. Now they have the man advantage. Fat Melt trying to see if he can build up that rage there to try to respond with the Cyber Ultimate, and there it is. Has it online. It's going to be swapping on over to the Spear. Lexington playing the top side of the pillar, trying to avoid any source of pressure here from Fat Melt. The ultimate has not been invested yet. You see him still full looking at the Wooey. R&B focus is good. Now the Cyber Ultimate is to be called in, and Lexington gets cut off there in the back end by Akame, and all he needs is one beam, and there it is. The double charged beam to the back of the forehead or the back of the head.
Yeah,
to be winning out that round.
And the problematic thing was that since the hottie is so close to the ground, I mean, the Fly Knights were given free reign. The 1.0, 2.0, I should say, came out, but the follow-up blue focus, the click means that you were in proximity on the ground, and that was just too close for comfort. Now we go into this mirror comp round selection, and it's going to be a dire straight. This is going to be Whip Sword versus Spear, right? 5-2-1 on the Spear, Hex on that Whip Sword. And of course, F2 comes out immediate. Shio Shield Rock comes out. Fat Milk pocketing the ultimate to get a deletion on one target, and it's almost going to be Lexington.
Oh, he nearly avoids that there. He is able to stay up off of the pressure there from the Zendo ultimate. Now the Fairy Mech is up here for Lexington. Look for the rain now. The Gubusan potential. Not dropping down. He's staying the opposite side of the field. Fat Melt though. And Ko's very healthy. They're for 521. Missile shots connect there in the back end. Akame, you see him doing a circle around that pillar. Doesn't manage to connect off any of those players. Wooey looking for the reset. Pampy now mechs on up. Looking for the missile shots there onto Wooey, knowing that player is very low, but now the response there from Hex. He's got some pressure there onto Fat Melt. The follow-up is good. Looking for the damage confirmation, but Lexington falls in that engagement. The Prog going towards Hex, but now the F called in. Looking for the F recast is good onto Wooey. In a 1v3, Sachiko with 1 HP in a dream. It's not gonna be able to live out a lot of this pressure, and there it is. 521, even it out there. Losing that first solo round into this trio, making it a 1-1 difference. Pretty clean.
Pretty clean. That's good. Now is the first time we're going to see this. A split score. 1 for 1, man. What's kind of it's kind of the case, right? That first fight went by so fast, right? The second fight could have been avoided for a little bit in terms of the end, in terms of the result, but then that third fight, the third round, I mean, you kind of see where the Shiol's value in the Zendawu comes out, because you got to play double-edged sword, where if the enemy Shiol gets caught in the shield block throw, right? And if the shield block throw comes out, if you want maximum damage, you got to wait until the full animation. If you still want to keep things going, you got to let the whole animation follow through. Otherwise, then the Wu arrows are literally going to burn her shield block, which is a good and a bad thing, right? Because it didn't do the damage. It means that's 400 damage lost. And the follow would have been giving her at least, a restand. That way you can force her to have to dash into you or away from you. So with that being said, still seeing Zendawu's progress here. She's evolved, and her format is great. We're using the V1 recast to come out and allowing for the allowing for a temp wind wall, right? That basically blocks those shots, but it doesn't stop the proximity blow up, right? Anyone that's nearby will get hit by the explosion. But looking at these stats here, CA, pretty even for the solos, guys. I'm not gonna lie, literally a close.
Yeah, that's the closest we've seen it there. And you can see how close that fight went between Lipo and Zay. 4.6 there for Lipo, 4.8 there for Zay. He ends up taking that win off of that alone. But overall, on the chill side, Wooey with that 12K, and then Pampy with that 15K. So that's Fat Melt for 14K. And then I would say Lex with 11K. Sachiko had that 6K, and then Akame with a 9.6 on that side. But it's going to be a 1-for-1 piece there for Southeast Asia against Europe. Both sides. The MSC 2026. Looks like they're locked in again. What's happening? We still...
Wait. Because it's a 1-1? Yeah, we got the 1. I don't know how that works when they get a 1-1. I mean, we've seen the 2-0 sweep, but...
Never seen a 1-1.
I never seen... I don't think anyone's seen a 1-1, because this is the first time we're doing this thing. Yo, Unique in the background. Crossing his arms, bro. Man's like, Am I in the picture yet? Yeah, you are, man. Yo, listen, let's talk about Unique though, right? Solo's player from 2024 up until what 2025, and then Life of Art took over the spotlight, right, for that position.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, it kind of comes out. Yo, we are really getting the run back because it's 1-1. I like it. I like it. I need a little bit more of these type of moments. Thank you.
I wonder if it's a one and doneer though.
Oh my.
Nah, it's good. No, it's not.
It's a reset on the bracket. Wow.
Yo, hear me out though. Hear me out though. You see, like on the top side, you see where right under the player card it gives you the weapon.
Yeah.
Can't tell me having the rage bar right there would be a lot better.
Thoughts? And I agree. You gotta look over into the bottom left, right?
Yeah.
And the icon's so small, man. They gotta add a big dim, you know. But hey, 5 mil comes out here. We're looking at Lexington potentially getting exploded for a second. But listen, this is a classic. Take care, behave. Lalabamba in the chat, making sure he's knowing where it's at. He knows Fat Milk is going around here, and he drops down for a free heal reset, bro.
Yep, and there it is. Will we invest in that Syra ultimate early? The 2 beam charge is good onto Pampy. The sustain now goes into play there for 521. The Supreme ultimate got invested. Lexington now is going to go ahead and monk on up. Looking for the pillar grab. Does grab onto Pampy. Does drop down. I thought he was going to go into the bottom side, but no, there it is. Drops down. The shotgun burst is good. In the back end, though, the Eno ultimate is online there for 521, and you see him inflicting a lot of damage there onto Wooey.
Yeah, and the grabs here, I mean, he decides on the ground target like a Kame, goes for immediate slam down. Go for immediate slam. Should have done it. That would have given enough time there to kind of get the confirmation in, and then you can see the timeout is coming out for the Zipping ultimate because it's going to come up here sooner. Wait, no, never mind. Akame burned through it. I didn't even know that was the case, bro. LMB comes out here for the launch to the 1-2-3 vertical or horizontal, comes out, confirms, gets another stagger, goes up for the 1.0 in the opposite direction. Just so he doesn't get for the riposte coming out there, but now Pampy finally having the V1 Hottie ultimate and saving grace for every single one of these guys. Once they get caught out here, but I don't hear a teleporter being set up here just yet.
Yeah, and the 1-2 is good. The F recasting there in the back end there from Fat Melt. Looking at Wooey still. No armor, Kame as well. That's a 1v2. Lexington tries to go on in, but the winning guts there from Fat Melt gets double hit confirmations into the follow-up, and all 3 players of Hex fall in sequence. All of them get shut down, and that is just unfortunate for them. Now to round 2. The comps are going to be swapping around like it did earlier in their first set of 3. The monk here for Pampy, flying knives in hand, playing that spear in the back pocket. You know, that's one thing that, you know, I love that pretty much happened for the trio's martial arts. They, you know, they swap those weapons between each other just to have that different mix-up when it comes down to these fights.
Absolute. Pampy, though, taking his chances here. Looks for a slam down, gets a knockback. Look at the damage. Sachi goes, whoa, I gotta walk away from this one, man. Ain't no way we staying in here. And you can see Fat Milk is just trying to play private range. Just trying to make sure he can stop these guys. And Fat Milk, he doesn't care, bro. You got V2 Syra, bro. V2, the jetpack comes out here for Pampy. Honestly speaking, it's just a leap game, you know? Though he tried to predict this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he gets Lexington. No. This is what you should be doing. Immediately slam down. Don't look for double grabs, right? Too ambitious there. Get the confirmation for what you can do. And Sachiko takes a teleporter. V2 Syra comes out, and they still push away.
Yeah. Luckily, it had that cube there from the Hottie ult to stop all that damage coming into play. That could have been bad very quickly. But now, Wooey, the Hottie for Hex looking for the pill there for his squad's mate. Sachiko, though, in that Eno form, or that Eno, taking a lot of damage. The Kurumi, go ahead and invest the ultimate now. The Flying Eyes mid-range pressure is good there from Wooey. Pampy opens up with a massive parry, spins it back there onto Wooey, stops the follow-up, looking for Lex in there. The jump LBs are good. Playing around the pillar, gets caught up because he jumped. He gets the hit, the 1-2 hit confirmation on the back side. Lexington gets another parry. Fat Milk still on the ground, and now another parry for Pampy. Spins it back to Sachiko. A lot of damage inflicted there onto the Eno. The F recast is good. Pampy has to have to stay safe. Another parry happening in the back end, and that's Lexington onto Kame. And Hex now turning the fight around. They take out Pampy. 2v3 situation. Sachiko doesn't even go for the heal. He's going to continue applying the pressure here onto 521.
He went for one that he had in his inventory, and he's got a lot of time here for that V1 for this. Oh my god, can Lexington get the F1? No, but the jump LMB from Akame was enough. It's a Wooey. Hey, yo, this sustain is about to be crazy. Look, listen, that one ultimate's gonna come out here, but the Kurumi's at like 63-70% on the rage bar. Wooey already has a second ultimate ready to go. This is gonna be an R&B. Oh my god, Sachiko got caught. Sachiko could have been waiting for rage per time, and now it's gonna be up to Wooey to try to go for the slashes. This is the same situation we saw from the first fight that they had last time. Level 3 comes out here, but the F2 recast is enough mitigation to keep the dream alive. They don't even need a 1.0. They know the timing duration on his ultimate is not gonna be enough to kind of worry about. Even if he goes in there, he went for an early parry. They were waiting for it. And now it's gonna be a timeout here 2.0 comes out, burns out the combo breaker. Kurumi ultimate still thing to think about. I can't. The attack, man. You got to come out there on top of it. And 5-2-1. Team came down, and they cooked.
That's another thing about the Siren too. That F, like, it forces your opponent to dodge, right? Especially in trios, you don't have that max dodge. Yeah, it just puts you in a worse spot. You got to avoid that dazzle from that F, and yeah, overall though, clean there from 521. Hex not being able to equalize it there into that 1-1. So we take it over towards 521. When in doubt, I guess the battle. I don't know if they end up just taking the point for that or how.
Yeah. So it seems like so I think it seems like that Solos doesn't get a run back, right? But EU does, right? Or not EU. Trios does. So Trios is gonna have to make up for that if they lose, right? And then they had to run it back again. I mean, in a base 1-1 format. But which hero was not used by 5-2-1 in the last trio guide? Now you gotta keep that in mind. Oh my, look, they even gave you the answer. You know how I know? The font. Is it A Syra, B Tianhai, or C Takeda? Yo, I'm gonna say Takeda, bro.
Takeda.
Like, my man got that Monterey Jack, bro. He got that thing cooking, bro. 18 in the pack.
Takeda.
But the one problematic is man, Sachiko, man. I mean, he had a lot of space granted to him due to that Syra going through, and Lexington, I mean, went down. You noticed that, right, off the pier end. Wooey was still healthy. Wooey could still stand his ground. He could still stand in his place, especially since he had ultimate. For us to lose Sachiko that soon was like it was oil and water. He shouldn't have been in there. I honestly, that's my take, right? Because the thing is that he was building up rage over the course of the time frame. He didn't have any heals, sure. That makes sense because obviously he used them earlier once he got a time to reset around the corner in the distance. But Wooey was able to be in ult form, right? Be a little bit of a nuisance for them to keep eyes on him. If he decided to drop right back down, he could. If he double dashed up in the sky, was able to come through with a teleporter, it might have given Sachiko a little bit more extra seconds there to get a pop ultimate. And because he's a transformer, that's 100%. That's 100% out health reset. That's focus that you can put on towards anyone in the backline by throwing a spear. The time of the essence was post V2 Syra ult part 2. Was where it was a Kurumi's rage, and should we even go into an investment of chasing her down? Because if she has ultimate, I mean, we're gonna get no value off of this, right? Pitter patter on the desk. You know, you kind of wonder about if that opponent has as much rage gain as you, because in this arena, your glyph boards aren't your BR typical glyph board. You don't need starting rage. You don't need that in terms of most majority units. You can go full rage damage dealt. You can even go for the for the last node in aura, where if you deal parry, if you get a kill, you get 15 seconds of increased rage, or 40%, increased rage for 15 seconds, right? You can do a lot of work with that. But going into this, wow, game 2, game 3 trios, bro.
That's crazy.
I like that. And it's coming on down to the stat lines. You can see the first game, like first solos, you can see the board, but between the game 2 and game 3, you can see the difference, right? Pampy, right, goes down 15,000 down to 8,300, and then going down to Fat Milk, right, with the 1,200 or 12,000 there. But Wooey, 14,000 damage in the game 3 trios, doing a lot of the heavy lifting there, man. 2 counter strikes were kind of confirmed off of that with 2 kills on the board. And then seeing how Sachiko, I mean, Sachiko was playing out the support line, but as an Enor 1, he couldn't really get much if he wanted to because of that Tianhai, right? You saw how much damage he got off of that slam back. Had to space out. He could not take any opportunities of rushing that right back down. But that's going to be our second to last before we see the last EU round, which I think is round 8. That should be our next one. And then by that point, we should be able to kind of see where things are going to lie in, because after this round, the next fight is going to be EU, or no, not EU. It's going to be NA versus CN. But some highlight reels from game 1 solos between Zay and Life Lars.
Yeah. This is a good fight here between both of these players, but Zay was able to stall out. That ult, still in that ult form, gets out of it with that F. He wins out the round. See him there with a celebration. This was Hexer in their first game 2 of the Martial Arts Invitational. Massive parry down to Fat Melt. Pampy wakes up and just gets shut down by Wooey and Lexin. Second player starts to move on in. That's Akame. There for 521. Massive parry from Pampy. And this was just an R&B drop down there from Wooey onto Akame. The grab connects. This is all he needed. Follow up 1.0, 2.0. The F called in. Was not thrown through, but the book was invested. Pampy gets shut down off of that alone. First time we see the trios book being called in. But overall, all the ultimate here for Pampy. Throws down the cube, ready for his teams to have an disengagement there for his squad. And it's just a slash off here from Pampy.
Yeah, and I mean, it came down to the L check parry, attempt from from Sachiko to come out there, but everything gets caught out at the end of the day with a hottie, starts hold checking you. Then you kind of wonder about where it comes down to the Syra. I mean, Lexington was right on the end, but Akame was good on the staggers, confirming the last bit of HP. I gotta see this from the point of view where we can see Sachiko's HP, because I was wondering about this position where he took after the hottie ultimate. Air rush, I saw him, and he goes right into it. I couldn't even see his rage. Couldn't even look at the replay for that. But then, of course, we had to take this with 2v1, and it was a slap KO out, and that was it, man. That was good. That was good for 5-2-1 to come out into round 3 for trios, man. And what's kind of interesting is kind of seeing where this leads us into the next round, because that was just that was the longest run, bro. We've had these clean sweep games, and now I'm seeing why it was set up to be this set up in this timeline. Because if any game went to 1-1, right, if the enemy combatant team and the trios tied the score between their solos winner versus loser, then that leads us into that trios roundup for round 2, basically, which I'm really for it. But I honestly would like to see more solos fights to come out there because of that, to see that rerun in terms of it and seeing if they can, match up that energy. But then again, trios is really more of that setup for the whole entire, 3v3, right? That's like the, percentages, right? 75% of the representatives come out there to play. So what I'm going to look forward to is kind of seeing this next match, man. NA versus CN. It's going to be Young Money versus SR in trios, and then it's going to be up to solos where it's Suns Tryhard versus WFG's XY, right? And that's going to be a tough cookie to fight. Considering what we saw from Zay versus XY, you got to see where Tryhard ends up, because he was the one to kind of come down from the loss from EU.
For me personally, I'm always going to be looking forward for the CN because of what XY's been doing all day. Every single round, he's giving us something new. First round, he emoted. Second round, he giving us a face that is
he's like,
yeah, for real.
He's like saw that, man rolled his eyes for a second. I was like, oh.
Yeah, so what is it gonna be now? Like, what are we gonna see now into this round? But yeah, CN undefeated 4-0 into that first 5 sets, and yeah, NA up first, being Sun Tryhard for solos. YM, like Surveyor was mentioning, we've seen them throughout the day thus far, Prosper, Hendrix, and we have solo instead of Hendrix thus far. I don't think Hendrix has played out any game. Yeah,
nope.
It's just been straight solo, right?
Yep. Yeah, and the thing is that Hendrix is a TNI player, and I'm not sure what else if you want to play it in terms of the role selection. But hey, listen, it is what it is. Meanwhile, SR clean sweep. Right, my eyes. I think it might be potentially to come out there, but could be an upset. I mean, it can happen again. But like we've seen the deletions off of one target, but the only problem is these guys are so warmed up right now that I don't think they're gonna have any sort of like chances, and they're gonna be reacting to like the counter ultimates and all that stuff. They're gonna be walking away from it. It's for trios, right? Some solos. I mean, listen. If we see XY pull out, let's say Matari in this arena, I've seen everything. I'll be honest. I've seen everything. This man's gonna be pulling out the Matari against the Akos and somehow win. I'm like, wait. This is Legal, bro. You can't get that away with that. Plus, I don't even think he plays Matari even in that selection, man. I hope not. I hope he doesn't play with. Yo, he's smirking under that. He's like, I'm trying not to laugh right now, bro. But he composed himself. Yeah, he's got it. Meanwhile,
well, he's slumped.
Yo, Jack is like, I'm tired, man. You know why though, right? I think tomorrow they actually fly out. So tomorrow they actually end up going back home throughout the entire 36-hour flight rotation, basically, and then they're back in the States, back in North America.
Fine.
Honestly, me personally, I would say the extra 2 days, 3 days maybe, post grand final solos and trios, and then just kind of pop out there. But it's a timeline thing. Got things to do. Get back home. July the 4th. Air traffic's gonna go crazy, man. I'm telling you. All right, let's stop. But bringing this down, if we get a chance here, I'm gonna put the prediction. Actually, what am I doing? Because I want to see how this is gonna turn out and see what the crowd thinks for the region. Or they just say, you know what? Let's just play safe.
I'm gonna lie. If we're ever going to see a Kurumi in martial arts, it's gonna be right now with XY.
Oh my, he's thinking about it.
Nah, I think that's what he was smirking at. I'm not gonna lie. He got something cooking there in the back end that we're not seeing. I'm telling you.
Wait, he can bring out Viper V1.
Oh, true.
Hey, he did that once.
He's done that before, yeah. Bro, he played Viper in BR. And
Yeah,
he was getting like
lobbied.
Yes, and he killed like 4.
Oh my god, look at this guy, bro. Hottie with a zipping first round pick, bro.
A zipping first round. Which is not too crazy if you really think about it, right? Like, you know, she's still very good. She's playing nunchucks too, so let's see how it does against the Akos if she's able to withstand the sustain. Ooh, nice prow there from Tryhard into the F as well. He's gonna recatch that prow, no combo breaker. So tries to be able to do this for free, but he messes up the grapple bump due to the pillar. Wake up, LMB prow forces out Akos ultimate. Zapink ultimate called in, repairing in front of his. What? Oh
yeah.
Oh.
Wait, we got that. Wait, we got that. We got that. Yo.
Yeah.
Yo, who's on controller on the Sexay cam? Yo, W. Because here's the thing I'm seeing. The V1 catches are phenomenal. But the key out sustains all of this. This is on V1, right? And the F2 is neutral, right? So you can avoid that. But Tryhard jumps to avoid the LMB catch, walks away from it. Nose block extremes, though, knows that Biting Fury has been stacking up the entire time. Throws a horizontal XY. You're ambitious, man. Jump LMB. Jump. Ooh, RMB. Wakes right back up. And the F2, saving the day for Lux second. Because a tap talk in the R&B and block extreme comes out and he meter dumps and he jumps against the meter dump. And it's not a full meter dump, right? He grapples, catches everything once. At least.
Nah. Now the hope is pretty even. Oh no, he has full white HP. Let's see it though. What a catch is all Tryhard needs. See XY. Throws on the F to avoid that. Beautifully done. Staying in the pocket, goes for the jump parry, but an overhold there from Tryhard is good there to take the first round against XY. And I mean, that's his a ping. So now it's round 2. He has a hottie with staff.
Brother. Yo, he's gonna bait at the F2 into R&B. He's gonna throw it. How much am I bet? I'm gonna see that. I'm gonna see that happen right now. XY's like, you won't expect it. And then Tryhard's gonna be like, nah, I already seen that. I already seen that coming a mile away. I'm like, all right, Try. You got that, bro. Oh my god. He got that? No, bro. No. We're trolling, bro. No. Walk away from that. Yeah, I'm stunned. I'm bewildered, bro. Couldn't even do it.
No way. He's playing hook hottie.
Oh my god.
Yo,
bro, the low cooldown. Oh, he missed it because it was point blank. You can't do that. You gotta look at that, man.
Unfortunate. It works like an Aqua's F. It's just, you know, wasn't able to catch that going up. Playing for the high ground. The drop down R&B is good there from XY. Tryhard now. Crouch LB cancels. Gets a little bit of chip damage.
Ooh.
XY.
Whoa. He doing a lot of parries there, man. Wait, Counter Breaker. He just baited you, bro. He baited his Counter Breaker by parrying it on top of it, man. That's unfortunate. Crouch LB to R&Bs. Steps out. Honestly speak, I mean, if he resets, it's over.
Oh. Area R&B off it is gonna go ahead and mech on up. Looking for the missile shot confirmation. Connects off the Google stomp. The first missile shot is good. I think 25%. That white HP goes up though in the Hadio. What is he gonna do?
I don't know, man. He has no booster packs. He can't even cannon him because I think if it's V2, he's gonna be able to get healed back from a level 3 charge. No, he's on V1. All right, bro. He got a secondary combo breaker because of that. Or actually, no, his first. He's only combo breaker. Level 3 out. Gets stopped by 1 LMB, he's dead. He's got Common Breaker for this. LMB confirms, Tryhard launches. XY says has a teleporter. Takes away.
What is he doing, man?
Don't worry about it, bro.
Oh! But he landed on top of his head, but the jump LMB is still good. And XY.
Yeah, he sees this violent, turning his head like, so, welcome to the big leagues. I'm like, what? You kidding me, man? No way,
bro.
And now Shio versus the Yodohime. Oh, this is F1 Yodohime too. This is Noah's favorite skill. What? Yo, the F1 comes out here. I mean, if he throws it immediately, that would just be insane to me. But Tryhard, I don't know if he has F2 as a mix-up, but I'm pretty sure he's got Common Breaker as they usually do.
That's it. Here goes the blade down. Just gonna go ahead and do the follow-up. Gets the damage confirmation down to Tryhard. Shio ultimate now called in. He's stalling for this Yoda ultimate. One for the 1-2. It's gonna go ahead and proc the first shield throw. The second one as well. No throws yet here for Tryhard. There goes.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow. Wow.
Okay.
Grapples to the sky. Oh, he misses. He has no trio throws.
Yeah.
F1's good to kill confirm here. Watch. Because the moment he gets staggered off of this, he's gonna get a knockback in the kill confirm. Once Tryhard releases, it's over. GG. As called it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yo, V2. I take my glasses off for this one, yo. I take my glasses off for this one. I can't see. I can't watch it anymore. I can't watch it.
Yeah.
Yo, I still see that smile even though I'm blind as a mole, bro. Oh my god. Oh my god. We can't be throwing that V2 out here, bro. But he does it. And guess what? It's buffing the current life patch. He took a sip of water. He's like, are you parched, bro?
I have no idea what I just watched, bro. I don't know, bro.
Someone in chat said high cortisol versus low cortisol, bro. Insane.
Oh,
now that is unfortunate.
Bro, I saw that ult come out. I was like, what are we playing?
Bro, I was like, he did an ult cast on V1, and so he should be. And then I was like, wait, what am I doing? Look down. And I'm like, oh my god, he's on V2.
Oh, that is too funny. But there it is. XY is going to be taking his round in a 1-2 fashion, 2-1 fashion. She was the winner. But now taking a trip back to trios, SR is going to be going against YM. I think the YM lineup is still the same as well with Solo on that third point. But overall, exciting games thus far. Seeing the regions going at it in isolated fights. Very nice sight to see. But yeah, what I'm curious about, where's the finals going to be as in the same studio? I know tomorrow there's fans though, so that adds another element to the players playing in tomorrow's matches for solos and both for trios as well. The following day, it's still Solo there in the lineup, so nothing different. So what?
Bingo is like Solo is an evolved Latino version of Tryhard, you know. I'm just saying. I'm just spitting facts. Am I wrong?
Oh my god, I almost died. I was drinking water. Oh my
Am I wrong? Chat. Oh man, all love. But here's the problem, right? They're going up against some monoliths of his team, man. Like I'm talking about Obelisk in Egypt. That you think, yo, this thing, it can't be real, right? Nah, it's real. Yeah, this lineup, yo, who's saying insert cheesy bread, bro? You're done. All right, we're gonna go ahead. Hopefully see this first fight. Hopefully it's not a 2-0 sweep. I kind of want to see a 2-1, but I really would prefer in seeing if whether or not NA takes a dub here somehow, some way, so that we get a reset. But the bracket reset is something that I really just want to see more of, man. I mean, that's me just applying the best of the both worlds, more content.
Man, but you went against SR, like you know, like it's like, yeah.
It's like what do you call it? Tostinos, pizza bagels versus a Michelin 3-star meal. Like, what are we talking about, bro? We want stuff on the go, or we want to make this thing a reality?
And the thing is, too, some people be taking those Tostinos, though. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you're right.
It's that underdog. It's like the Dino Nuggies.
Dino Nuggies.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they're well done, bro. And you get that crisp.
Oh.
Yo, I've been making this green sauce, man. This thing is fire, bro. I can't even talk about it because we're gonna go into the fights. Oh my god, this man is popping out with that knockback and that. Wait, is that V1 Takeda?
Yeah.
No, he's on V3. He's on V3.
Oh, no,
smart.
Yeah.
I thought you launched that thing out there. You better blow him up for a combo off of the knockshot. I'm like, wow, we were really using that, huh? Pretty good. But Prosper popping out the Shy Ultimate a lot earlier than you kind of expect. You've seen the V1 shots come out here. Lambo looking to try to go after the Sendo Wu Ultimate, but the Tianhai Ultimate is now free real estate, man. Full value comes off as Zhao's going to go ahead for the leap into grab, and there it is. Lambo goes down, looking for a double grab. Oh my god, he gets Prosper, and the result Solo is just like, yo, what are we doing here? And he died. I mean, it was a fell sweep, man. A fell moment.
Fell sweep. Prosper falls, grab onto S1, Solo. Fly knives, little bit of a... There it is. Shotgun burst to finish through. But yeah, there it is. First round going to SR. It's SR, man. Now, both teams, same composition. Enor Hadi, Zapine. For both sides, flying knives. Same thing. Fan, flying knife, and spear.
Yep.
So let's see how it goes. NY7. Looking for the engagement here on the Enor. Go ahead and pop the ultimate. It's the response here from YM. There it is. Lambo's gonna go ahead and invest that ultimate now. Every R&B in the back end is good there for NY7. The marking doesn't manage to connect, but still staying in the pocket against Lambo. The Enor there for YM. Both players. With a little bit of knockback, but in the back end though, it looks like somebody got parried. Not sure if it was Rico. But overall, Enor ultimate is gonna be done pretty soon. There it is. Both D-Mech is in play now. Cube taken by NY7. We put a drop down focus. Doesn't matter to connect. The click comes in overall. Still good here for YM staying up, but the pink ultimate still intact here for SR.
Yeah, I'm getting that proc really strong to get that ult late, so that way that once it comes down, you can see it solo finding Zhao, but the zipping F1 finds his wave in, and of course the riposte against Prosper means that he could go down here. The 2.0s are being strong in the hands of Solo, but combo breaker is utilized here. Lambo looking for the restands, but the 2.0 just deletes the team in a fell swoop, man. Lambo goes down, Prosper goes down, Solo goes down, and we go off in this round. CN takes it up here, 2 kills, or 2 wins. 2-0. No sweat, bro. These men only need a tissue to wipe their hands too, man. They played so fast they got off the keyboard. Yo, this music is like the all new all new Ford F-150. Like what?
Yo, not sponsored.
Not sponsored, bro. Not sponsored.
Not sponsored, but you know, beautiful showcasing here from SR. Now you gotta sign the paper.
Oh. Make sure you don't forget to sign that paper, man.
Now you gotta sign the paper. You gotta sign the paper. Go on to the next round. Nice little showcasing there from SR. Pretty quick, sweet. B2 Yodo. Hook Hottie.
Bro. I want to think about it, right? Who won in the Souls games? We're just talking about X Fight. Just play in the chat. Find out. It's not Mike. It's not Zay. It's not Tryhard. It's Zay.
Mike ain't even here. Mike is in the orchestra. He's singing right now.
Yeah, you see. I saw y'all in the beginning. Yeah. If you didn't watch it, I missed it barely in all the ways. Like, no, this is lit. You kidding me? These are my people. So here's the thing. We end up putting ourselves in this position of just seeing XY just dilly-dallying, man. But I mean, listen, he can do it. I mean, he's got the skill set. He doesn't want to really put himself in a position where he can showcase his best in slot, I guess, right? In his competition. Like, think about it, right? He doesn't put himself in a position of showing his Akos. He doesn't put a position of showing his fairy shit as often as you might think. And he doesn't put himself in a position where he ends up like bringing out like a pocketed pick, right? Whether or not Zendawu, something that he kind of wants to bring out. He wants to kind of like lead into seeing those things from the other guys, but he doesn't have any of the CN brethren in there, you know, to compete against. So it's just him versus Global. And in his eyes, he just kind of has that in the bag. I mean, for anything else, he'll just kind of see you and just dilly-dallying around, knowing that he's going to get it. Because you can look at the damage, man. He doesn't even need a lot of damage. He just goes off at 7,600 damage and wins off on the 2 fights or 3 fights, actually, that kind of comes out. And the healing. As you can probably tell, right? 3,600 off of that. But for our trios, you can see the damage and healing across the board. I mean, it was superior across the end, across, you know, Solo versus NY7 with 6,400, 5,800 for Zhao, and then 7,000 for Rika. With the healing to boot, the zipping ultimate went up in value. And then also for Prosper, right, to get in the zipping, but by that time he had his teammates kind of going down in the dumps.
The ping stocks are up. They're up right now. Wait, what is this, round 6 or 7?
You said that in conjunction, but that's crazy. No, it's round 7. It's round 7.
Round 7, okay. That 6 and 7 are not even safe no more.
You can't even say that, bro. You can't even do this anymore on camera, bro. Otherwise, like, you can't even do that, bro.
Wait, the what? Do it again?
You can't do that. You can't do that. It's over, bro. It's over. It's cuts.
They can't see you. They can't see you.
That's all right. That's perfect.
Oh, man. Yeah, there it is. Overall standings, though. CN now jumped to 6. Started off with 4 into the second half. C now has 1. Everybody else drops to -1 and then -5 for AS. Quick highlights here for our first 2 round 6 and 7 here from Tryhard and CN. Oh, this is round 7. Trolling. There it is. Akos v Zaping. Char ends up closing this one out here. And the thing is, right here, he could have gotten the The first green focus proc of the day, because we haven't
seen it today, yeah.
It's like, ah! Yeah, we haven't seen green focus today.
Man, that O face, man. Oh, done. Yo, XY's F1 gameplay is crazy though.
He's such a
I can't believe he threw that. I'm not gonna lie though, that horizontal in that range is enough to get parried by that guy. He got protection, you know, he got that insurance policy on standby. And of course for XY, I mean, he puts himself together here, the F1, and I called out the fact that he's gonna kill, because the moment he goes for shift here, the moment blue focus release, unless you're gonna be preemptive dodging out there, you can't. It's gonna be gone. And Lambo, man, one grab, next grab. That's it, man. This is why Flying Knives, man, is such a detrimental weapon. You can see, I mean, the thing is, right, it took skill, bro. It took, like, you gotta slam the R&Bs or something. You gotta use range weapons. And there's no range weapons in here anyways, right? But Flying Knives make it so much more feasible. Kind of seeing a balance check there. But who knows? Considering that weapon has been in the play, and it's just been, like, if you look at the stat lines, at one point, it was just the majority of damage from trios, hands down. Not as much as in solos, because nunchucks are just dominant in every regard for a solos tournament, right? In terms of, like, you know, mitigation, having the block extreme, having the biting meteor, all that stuff. It's just spam fest, you know. Flying Knives comes out to being a weapon that for the past year or so, it's just been in the hands of every single day. You've seen it back and forth. There's not really much you can do to kind of work against just reading it out, because once it's utilized in trios, that means it's set up, right? It's part of the setup, right? So part A is getting the unit in a bad position, like a knock-up, a grab, and Tianhai being that 1 point, and then everyone else can throw it from a distance. ENR1 impale, throw it from a distance. Drop down blue focus, throw it from a distance 2.0 horizontal. You're throwing that thing a meter away, and then someone gets hit, or you get parried, and they have to commit the tap dodge into riposte. And if not, that's because they don't have the glyph board set up that way. So just make sure you guys look at your preference glyph boards. If you can read the skills, you'll understand what I'm talking about. But man, tough outcome. We come out here in terms of finding this next fight, EU for game 8. EU is going to be up against, if I'm not mistaken, AS. They're going to go up against MVP for trios against Hex, and then for solos, it's going to be Zay versus Zeldinch. And after that, round 9 is going to be CN versus C server, and then AS versus NA for the final games, which is going to be in about an hour's time when we get that timeline.
I'm not gonna lie though. I knew Flying Knives was gonna be disgusting, just to the fact that Flying Knives got teased a whole year and a half, maybe even 2 years before he even dropped.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, that image. Yeah, I remember that image.
Yeah.
I was like,
And it looked different too.
Yeah,
like it kind of looked just like needles. And then
yeah, I mean, there was a skin that had needles, but like I would like the kunai to be something that show up as a skin later on.
That's basically what it is. It pretty much is kunai.
That's that swift footwork, bro.
Yeah. No, for sure. So I knew once that weapon, I mean, just to think about it, how it dropped, how strong it was. It's still very strong, like obviously, right? But even palm, I don't think I've ever seen a hotfix that fast. Like on a weapon, right? Like I don't think any weapon has gotten hotfix how the Flying Knives did, but yeah, hopefully when the new weapon comes in, it just dethrones the Flying Knives. Man, that weapon has it all, man. It's fast, it has range, it has in the pocket presence, it has a new element where it clinks off you.
Yep.
Crazy damage.
You remember the clink on the reveal that they showed that is like, yo, you grapple towards somebody?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, when they're LM being in midair, I was like, wait, that's crazy work, man. Now, the thing is the new weapon is going to be a hybrid weapon.
Hybrid, yeah.
It's going to be close quarters and it's going to have some range capabilities. That, when I was watching the direct live, I was like, yo, like beforehand, I was like, yo, imagine they released Umbrella, right? XDD, right? Everything was about like, oh, could we get us a women's meet thing, kind of going deal, breakdown, can we? And reality check, bro, it's happening. Low key, this Parasol though might be, and it might be dangerous in the beginning, unless the tuning is just right? If it has any sort of like, one of my favorite mechanics in the game is like mechanics that go beyond just what you have in the skill. So like, you know, the binding meter for nunchucks, right? Because it's dependent on you taking damage or dealing damage. Or such as like Takeda V3, right? Where it's like dependent on your teammates, right? Where your teammates have to get weapons and gear and all that stuff, and you end up getting that meter going up for level 2 to level 3. I want to see something like that kind of coming, like not like that specifically, but like those type of mechanics are really great. Like Stone Form is the same thing for the fan, where it's clink or even dagger, right? We get Soul Break. things like that, like special passes. Like there's not really much to go off in terms of other ones that have that type of mechanics. Like there's very few and far between, but maybe the parasol might have something on the nature. Maybe you deal damage. Maybe you can throw a projectile as a result or something like that, you know? Who knows?
But also, like, you said it's a hybrid, right?
Yeah, it's only range, close range.
Yeah, but do we know if you have to toggle that?
We don't know yet. We don't know.
I hope you do, because Flying Eyes has that, but you just don't have to toggle it.
You just do.
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. So I feel like that would add another, another element to the game where you really got to swap, change the mode of your weapon for depending on how the fight is going. But let's see it here. Zay against Zeldich. Let's F started here from Zay on the Zinda Wu. Zeldich playing that Farrier Dagger that we've been seeing all day today. See him trying to space out that Clink there for a potential Soul Break. Nice weave there from Zeldich. But the follow-up rain of arrows there from Zay. Does inflict a lot of pressure here. Looking for the tap dodge. Does not manage to connect. Beautifully done there from Zay. Now he's forcing out the beacon down, plus taking it. And Zeldich now gonna go ahead and stay up high. Lay down some of the pressure here on the Panda Mech. To seeing if he can bait out any sorts of mistake here from Zay. But Zay is gonna be playing the high ground right on the top of the head to avoid that line of sight. Into the reset here from Zeldich. It's gonna be just a matter of time once that D-Mech comes into play. It looks like he is not gonna be able to find any sorts of missile value here though.
Yeah, but he gets an LMB catch in there in the R&B. And even though this 1.0 is gonna come out, that's the most optimal format that you have to do in this. But he gets parried. Okay, we'll get a little bit of an upset. Oh, look, I'm about to get a flashback from Polaris when he did that thing. That swap of the dagger into the Flying Knives pickup. But Zay's still holding straight. He's holding this pillar. Zeldin loves to play offensive, but this, for the first time, I'm seeing this man playing out the pillar too.
Yeah, you see him though. Playing that top side now off that scare rush. Zeldich overholding. Oh, he jumps in and knocks him right straight to him.
Wow.
And looking for the cross up, going for the jump LMBs, 1 HP. Zay, if he gets caught up, it could be bad. Looking for the R&B. Doesn't manage to catch it, but the 1-2 is good. And Zeldich falls off of round 1 into round 2. Got Aquos v Feria this time around for Zay. Aquos for Zeldich. Dagger. I feel like that's going to be the new norm now, that Feria Dagger.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that when we saw Mike kind of bringing that down and then just like seeing first pulling it out more and having the success with it, it's just like, oh, yeah, I mean, best players in the league playing that, sure, why not? And it's just kind of putting staff somewhere else. At least it's a different unit. But Zay just finds himself passing all of these blues in the face. I mean, this guy is now locked in, right? He's coded into CN ping, at least for now, right? And everyone's going to be on 20 plus ping when he gets back home. Listen, now it's up to Zay holding this horizontal. Gets almost caught by the R&B. Tap dodges the horizontal shotgun burst and still thinking about this, right? Whether or not he's going to be throwing out for a 2.0 or he's just going for it. There it is. Riposte after the dash parry, goes out, switches back to the Flying Knives and takes back to his anchor, his beacon.
Yeah, playing in the safe side. So this, though. So that's not Aqua's ultimate. How's Zay gonna respond? Nice weave there off that F into the F, and there it is. The proc there off the Flying Knives forces him to pop that Aqua's ultimate in the back end now. Looking for whoa.
Ankles.
He was seeing teams behind him or something. There it is. First missile shot connects there off that major one. Looking for the rain down. Which is all the dodge is still up though. Doesn't take any more damage off of that alone. It's gonna go ahead and pop a powder in, and then we're back into the pocket between both of these players.
Yeah, and then again, just kind of seeing where one catches to the next. Horizontal release. Zay comes out on top, man. Which I kind of expected to see. I mean, Zay's kind of taking more solo prominence in terms of his skill. I think, possibly versus Zeldinch, right? Because each region's each region, but when you take the main stage, right, it's a different story. And Zeldinch, I think, got the lowest score of any player in the overall. Even though Zeldinch got a kill on Zay in terms of that Morisawa matchup, for the parries and all that stuff. It's just the overall, right? Stat line. Just kind of looking at that. But we'll see.
Bam 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 bam.
Yeah, that's what's playing in his head, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, I would have music blasting while I'm waiting. I'm not gonna lie.
Drum and bass.
I'll be in flow. I'll be like, yeah, just chilling, waiting. What do you mean by white noise?
That's just dimension, bro. That's dimension. That's what Hip Brain always says. Like, yo, I know that on stage they're talking about the white noise. I'm like, he's right. But I don't know, but he's right. So that the big headphones for that, so they can kill noise on the stage for the commentators and all that. I'm gonna LARP. I'm gonna LARP that.
You gonna LARP that?
I'm gonna LARP that. Yeah, and the headphones inside is just for in-game, you know. But if they had anything else, I mean, that's why there's referees in the background. So, well, what you playing? What you playing? You playing that Don Tolliver? Okay. Oh, what you playing? You got that Chief Keef on?
Biscuit, lose.
You playing King Von?
The peanut butter.
Sachiko, is that for real? Is that for real, Sachiko? That's how I get my son, man. I'm saying quit playing, and I'm like, okay, we're done. Quit playing.
Oh man. Hey man, shout out all the teams though, man. It's been fun to see this. See everybody having a good time, vibing out, waiting to see how this trio round plays out here for AS and EU.
And not gonna lie, Korean was in the chat, right? In Porigami, right? In the chat, that's what I'm saying. And Korean was saying, like, there's no rewards. It's just a go at it. I'm like, okay, so ranking rights, seeing who comes out here in the martial art and the invitational. But I mean, that comes down. I would be down to see this as like a part of the regulatory, right? To see like the BR round set up and then the martial art versus, you know, for the invitational, like as a way of having two separate competitions, one for the main BR format and then one for the 3v3s and just or the 1v1s. To be honest, I'm still waiting for the 1v1 tournament to be in terms of a pro league side, but that will be up to now until later.
But honestly, I would like this being the first match of the MSC.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I would like to see this like right before BR starts, the BR match starts, the qualifying round.
Feel that. And it to have a lot of points, right? Not 2 points.
No. You know how we're playing this right now, right before finals?
Yeah.
Like I would like this to be day one of MSC, and then then we're into our staple solos, qualifiers, our trios like qualifiers, you know. Yeah. In our qualifying round, we should definitely have more than 2 points because, man, it's rough.
Yeah,
2 points?
2 points, bro. You carrying that to what? You know, to Dollar General, bro? Like, what are you getting? So, we're switching up. We got our first fight here. It's going to be up to the Syra into the Tianhai Karumi on both ends. The only difference is Whip Sword Hex instead of the Spear. So, bring this out to Hong, half HP. All right? No questions about this. Lexin, this man being this close to Hong, I mean, this is kill shot. There it is. We gotta find that Syra ultimate to come into play. Shion's gonna look into it, get a knockback. Hong's gonna deform here in a second, and then the Karumi ultimate to be pushed back. I mean, this Syra ultimate is gonna pop nobody under the Hex domain.
Yeah, you see him though. Be forcing out that Monk Bell in the back end. Shion be able to back on up. Sachiko as well. Hong though eats up so much damage. The shotgun burst there from the flying knives. The Wooey's hands to be able to snag up that elimination there onto that player. Now MVP with a man disadvantage are still trying to inflict as much damage as possible onto Hex. The Syra ultimate now called in here for Wooey. Looking directly at MVP Syra, but now all three players collapse there into the stun dazzle in the back end. Overhold to avoid getting parry, beautifully done. LTZ now is gonna be eating up all this damage in a 1v3. Just so rough to try to win this out. Beautiful bell there from Lexington to avoid that damage going through there onto Wooey. And just like that, Hex are gonna be taking the first round here against AS.
Yeah, pretty sleek, pretty clean on the end. I mean, you saw how low their Tianhai ended up being. And then having the Syra ult to not, I mean, it was basically just going for sustain at that point, but not really having much value on that powerful dazzle. Unfortunate, right? But for LTZ, now it's going to be him on Zipping. Kind of think about the Inner One and seeing who's going to be matching whose energy, because Sachiko runs in there with the F2 after the R&B and still manages to get a pop ultimate. Now it's going to be action response. Shion's going to be looking towards his teammate and seeing whether or not he can stop this with the Impale, which in this case, he does get it. And the Impale comes out, and now Sachiko to a third of HP, now a half HP.
Wow, it's a lot of HP gone now there from Sachiko. You see him though still trying to peel for his teammate in the back end. LTZ for MVP. Loses all that armor there already. Wooey now is going to go ahead and invest the Hadi ultimate. Cube is down as well for his teammates. Sachiko though catches the stun in the back end. He nearly gets clipped off of that, but still survives due to the D-Mag. And now has to live out the pressure here. That's match catch Ryle. Forces out that cube though, but a follow-up F is good there from Sachiko. You see him still applying the pressure. Let's get it caught up off the 1-2. He's going to use the cube there to stay safe for now. In the back end, it looks like both teams are still fairly healthy there, but LTZ has no armor left on the Zipping. getting fully looked at there on the other two members of Hex. The drop down overhaul is good there from Sachiko onto LTZ. That player falls, not AS. Are just gonna get cleaned up.
Yep. I mean, no problem. No, you and Sachiko's like, what? Bro. Okay, he's okay. No problem. We're back in it. We won that. And now you can just sit back, bro, and relax. But they kick their shoes up on the waiting room and just be on low cortisol gaming, man. They're going on, man. MVP though, gotta go into this. They're not done yet. LT's MVP isn't done just yet. They still have one more in them, if I'm not mistaken, go into this round. Let me just double check that in terms of which round, right? So you guys are like anticipating it, which it should be last round. Yeah, they'll be in the last round against NA. So they still have one more game to go.
If there's no prize money, what do you think we're playing for here? Just bragging rights?
Bragging rights, bro. Yeah, I mean, the Invitational is something that was brought up, right? Because it was like, it was, first off, right, we talked about this in the beginning. This is the first time the MSC or the Mid-Season Challenge has had a group stage. When we had it last year, it was just a one day, right? Grand finals, and that was it, right? It was the solos and trios. What a question. Did Zell win in solo round 1, yes or no? It's no. I'm gonna answer it for you because I want to make my point. So basically, right, in total, the BR round set up in the format, right, 6 rounds or greater, because finals is up to 8 rounds. It's games 1 through. You're fucking viral.
Yeah, that's fire, bro.
That beat is crazy. Yo, no, then the guitar comes out. So we got rounds 1 through 6, right, for 3 days at least for solos and trios, which is 6 days total, and then you have the finals for just days 7 and 8. This is just right smack dab in the middle.
Yeah.
And no one's done this before in the MVP. We haven't done this before in the MVP period, right? So this is kind of the first time for them to kind of test things, look at the water, see if it's tried to see if it can come back again, or you know how it usually works. We just rerun it, you know, or like we look at a different variation of it. And we got through so many variations, but let's look at the stats, right? 6,300 damage for Lexin, or for Zay, I should say. Zelda to 3,900, even though we got a little bit more sustain off of that. And then for Hex taking, I mean, 2 times the amount of damage against Lexin to Hong, LTZ with not even a fourth of the damage that we was bringing out, as well as for Sachiko, right? So this gives EU their +2. They're now up to 1, as well as with C at 1, which is actually who we're going to watch next, is China versus C, or Southeast Asia. But China's been on this run streak. I mean, if C ends up pulling China to 4 and they go to 3, that would at least knock them down, but they'll still be in first place overall, even after this point.
Pretty sure CN can lose every single round. It doesn't even matter.
I mean, this is the last round right here. This next one.
So we're at 10 already?
4, yeah, we're gonna be at 9 right now. And then if they go -2 on this end, I mean, it's still C at 3, which means there's still 1 below, and there's no chance for C after that. And EU has already ran their games. It's only at AS and NA.
AS has -6.
Don't think about it.
Don't think about it. But Zay and Zeldich. Zay with a nice 2-0 cleanup here against Zeldich. Forces out the F. See him there to the 1-2. Just needed 1 for the kill confirmation. Zeldich invests the F. Combo breaker here from Zay there to avoid that follow-up. Catches Pry off this long. Grapple him up. 1, 2, 3. Elimination. Now Hex against MVP. It's a nice setup here from Wooey and Co. Being able to keep the fight on this side of the map. Sachiko still having that tether there onto Lux, and so very healthy there in the back end. Hong gets eliminated there by Wooey. That mid-range focused attack, and then the cleanup happens here when Wooey starts investing his ultimate here on the Syra. 2 beam charge onto Shiyuan is good. And all 3 players collapse there onto that player. The Dazzle connects. They're over onto LTZ. Couldn't do anything. Now it's his turn. Shotgun burst. I think he does get a parry, but the bell was beautiful here from Lexin to avoid that damage coming into play there onto Wooey. And that's all that was needed there. Into our last round with Hex. Once again, that's a double parry. Triple parry there from Lexin. I didn't even catch that the first time around. That was beautiful. Then the knockback there onto Hong. Goes up high and just gets completely shut down. And then a 3 elimination sequence there for Hex onto AS MVP.
That's fine. Yeah. I kind of figured that there's a lot of chances there for MVP kind of picking it back up, but Hex has a really strong way of just kind of finding the thread of the needle when it's opening to them for those 1.0s and just blowing them up. We've seen it twice, right, so far, even them against SR in some fights, or for SEA. But what's kind of more now is kind of seeing where, you know, that was the last time we're going to see EU. I mean, I know a lot of players are kind of hoping to see EU in this regard, but That was the last fight for them. So maybe they get a chance here. We're going to take a quick break, and then before then, we're going to get to games 9 and 10. So see you guys in a bit.
什么时候虫子也敢出来插话？是你能支配的人吗？擎天铠甲，出体！回老家的车马上就要开了。我沉默，并不代表我对你没意见。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're here for game 9 and 10 for the Martial Arts Invitational. And as it stands, right, we're going to be ending up on the final ends of this match. I know a lot of players are looking for the crystals and all that stuff. Listen, we talked about it on the post, so we're going to have to see what NARAKA is going to be going ahead and giving us that reward for a crystal, man. We want the Shiosuke, man. But this is not the only day that we end up having this, right? Finals is tomorrow for the MSC, as well as for Saturday. So hopefully you guys kind of keep paying attention. If you haven't, those scorelines are going to be going through. Top 8 players that have gone through from days 1 through 3 for both the MSC solos and trios have scored across the red line, as we like to call it, and those teams are going to be competing out. And it's going to be a spicy one because it's a match points finals format. The points have been significantly lowered as of recently, so because the amount of points you're able to get nowadays, because of the kill multiplier being removed, it just having to place some points there. It's really just something that you gotta have to keep in mind on how fast either the games go or how long it will end up going, because we've had it in the spring finals, which is I think was 8 rounds for solos and then also 8 rounds for trios, or even to the point where if it ends up going those 8 rounds, just seeing where the players' entire roster of heroes comes out. More so though in terms of how well they're placing, because some teams are very, very articulate about their certain compositions and is having those available hero points, and that means that they'd be able to run that comp maybe not 2 times at least, because that was usually the limit, but to 3 times. So excited to see that, and hopefully seeing how the MVP system is for the merit comp round in the last round. But that's enough of me yapping. What about you, CA? You excited to see how this is going to go out here this weekend, man?
Yeah, it's a lot of esports this weekend, so yeah, I'm excited. You know, weekend 2, 4th of July. You know, anybody that's gonna be celebrating, just be safe out there. You know how it be out there. But overall, yeah, it's been very, very, very nice to see this turn out for this year's MSC. Once again, the group stages was just so nice to see. But yeah, overall, right now we're just playing for the vibes.
She's back.
We're playing Widow, you know? Playing Widow, and my team is full tryharding, but I'm sitting here playing Widow. What about you? Who you playing?
I'll make it happen. I'll play Emma.
Emma Frost.
Yeah. 2 big reasons.
Okay.
Her shield and her armor sense. What were you thinking?
Okay.
What are you thinking?
I know you're not talking about her psychic powers there, buddy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm talking about her big old. That's right. I like the. All right, we're done. Listen, back to NARAKA. As you guys may or may not know, We got characters dropping in about 3 to 4 weeks time. Yeshu from the King's Avatar, I'm butchering that name, you know, forgive me. But that man's gonna be dropping with the Parasol, which is gonna be an umbrella weapon. So that'll be dropping literally smack dab 2 for 1, right? Get that BOGO deal. But following month, maybe a month or two after that, maybe a month and a half, the other character is going to be released. This time from the mobile release, they had an exclusive hero. Not so exclusive anymore. She's coming to the PC line. Y'all going to be losing your minds over her. It's basically like Tesla 2.0, but without the I'm a tap dodge. I'm just going to go crazy, right? On mobile at least, right? But this is going to be a character that you guys may want to try to look into just a little bit, at least to see like a, you know, to see how her kit works in mobile. And then after that, you end up piling upon using her and just like, you try to say, I'm a day one main. But are you really a day one main, man? You know, are you playing the Tesla River? No? Okay, then stop playing. So when we get us into that day, this season is probably going to be the biggest season. They're calling it JS1, by the way. This is JS1. Yeah, so like, you know how like other games have like, oh, season 2, chapter 1, or chapter 2, season, specific game, right? Or they end up going in that route. I guess we're going into that route slightly, but JS1 means that maybe there's a new variation in terms of it. I'll be even surprised. I'll be mega surprised by next season if they end up dropping 2 heroes again. Like just saying, oh, we're gonna drop this in here on this hero, this time, in this timeline in the same season. I'm like, whoa, now we're upping the development team. Let's get a round of applause for the developers. But just like Polar is gripping his shirt, bro, I'm just waiting it out and seeing where we're gonna be coming out here in this fight. This is him against XY first fight. XY has been autopiloting the heck out of these solos. Let's not lie. F1 Hottie, V2 Yodo. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? This man's gonna be popping out. Okay, I'm looking for the Matari though, and he'd bring out the Tesla. So I mean, listen, you
did mention her. So look,
I mean, it's V2 Tesla, bro. Oh my god, I can't wait. Take it away, CA. I can't wait.
All right, let's see it. Gets Lipo on the Feria. Nice R&Bs. Forces out the F. Beautifully done. Looking for the reprio. Oh, mid dodges through the LMB focus into the full damage confirmation. That was so clean there from XY. You see him though. We go ahead and invest the ultimate. Tap dodge there from Lipo. And then he LMBs off of that instantly. Catches Prio. Has the ult again.
Wow.
He's gonna go for the jump LMBs. Catches that, but we're not gonna back here?
I don't know. I mean, Tesla, right? What can you do? What does he think he got, you know? What's crazy about it is that, or he knows he's V2, but like what's crazy is that what's the timing? Because if it hits him inside the mech, he's gonna die like completely. So if he forces this and gets a guaranteed tap dodge, oh, he gets that. All right. Yo, look at XY. He's like, okay, you saw that too. All right, ref. Yeah, on my team, man. I know you ain't. I'm pulling this out. This is why he plays Zendawu, man. He was ready for it. He's like, I like this character. I'm a rocker now, because now this is going down to Zendawu with Teferi, and he's going reversal. The Zendawu though on 5-2-1's Life Polaris' route though, this is going to be good. If it turns out to be a 1-1 situation, could turn around in the best direction. Because Shayo against Zendawu, not the most ideal fight to be honest.
Oh, no, look, Perry just hears it.
Whoa. Man, 1-2 to counter go away from the F2 cast, and he dies for that. Nah, no way. There's no way. We got Common Breaker. This man took chip damage. He could be dead off of this V1 cast. 10 damage is all he needs, really.
Oh.
Nah, it's not. He's not walking.
Yeah.
Wait, I keep losing this stuff.
He just gotta wait it out.
Look at the heal back. You see the heal back over there though?
There it is. 1-2 minks. Jump LMB. Chase down R&B. Shield throws weave from XY. Lipo though. See him. Sends 1.0, and there it is. The 2-0 XY.
All that trolling. Yo, even this, all that trolling finally worked out in 5-2-1's favor, bro. So, oh my god, finally won to get this. Yo, you know what I was thinking was that, like, you know, he was kind of going off on that end, hitting the R&B, and then I was like, wait, if he does that on that weapon, I'm gonna come right back in. And LB. And Unique's like, yeah, man, I mean, you gotta think about it outside the box, bro. But think about it like the tetrahedron. You know, you ever watch the Avengers? All right, I'll stop. So when we work into XY, man, this man been trolling out there. But that first round loss was kind of interesting going through there. Not really. We're gonna talk about it. It was Tessa V2. We don't really run that around here in these books because that's just a hard read. The only way you can really get that Tessa V2 viability is if you go for the impact of it after confirming. But the problem is that a lot of ultimates don't really care about V2 with the knockback explosion, even with the heal back coming down towards it. So it really was just a troll pick. The Shiles and the Wu fight though, all right, that one was kind of nasty on the word. But considering that he was running F2, but Life Polaris is kited around it. If you saw that 1-2 with the dual blades, and then he just dashed away towards his where he predicted where he was going to end up going, and XY just gets caught. Phenomenal. Now the 5-2-1's gonna have to do the work against SR, bro, and I can't wait to see this round. Y'all been doing the prediction. I hope you've been looking at those points, man. How many points you got in that prediction, man? I'm looking at that. 381,000 points.
Wait,
in Sion's favor.
Is the price still up now?
Nah, it's done, bro. I did 2 minutes, bro, because I was like,
can't even do it.
Yeah, you can't even do it, bro. But someone put 357,000 points to CN.
I would have
only 24,000 in C, bro. 5 people.
I would have went. I would have went all in right now too, but I don't think it lets me predict.
No, you can predict. I got 275,000 points, bro. I'm just holding.
I don't think mods can predict.
Oh, we can, but only the person that can okay, so the people who as a mod you can't close prediction. That way you don't if you predict. That's the only way.
Man, I should have put all my beans on CN right now.
Bruh.
I would have been so rich. Oh, I would have been I should have done that all day. I would have had over like 1 million.
Get the thing, lock it in. Unlucky.
Unlucky rubber duck.
The game is the game, indeed. Now for 5-2-1, lock in, esports. That's what I'm calling that, man. But what's with the 19?
19. Yeah, what's up with the 19 for real? 2019.
Yo, let me get the 5-2-1.
5-2-1. 19 beauty something. Look at the top right, studio. 19 beauty.
Oh
studio.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's a sponsor right there.
Sponsor. I'm not gonna lie though, this is probably the most unique type of a jersey I've seen. Like it looks more like a t-shirt.
For real.
Pretty fine.
For you guys, I'm still goofing over the YZG jacket, man.
Oh, the perp one?
Yeah, man, that thing is just like I see the fit.
With the ghost in the back,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
That is pretty fire.
Also, our Vietnamese players in the chat, man, they're just chilling out, bro. And I'm saying like, oh, well, I love you guys. Who's that? Chu? Yeah, shout out to Chu. All right, as we yawn out here, NY7. Honestly, I'm still putting NY7 as top 5. I'm putting on top 5 players. I think he's probably one of the key players in the league right now in terms of MVP.
Wait, who?
You get NY7.
Oh, NY7.
Yeah, I feel like he has a really good. I mean, I feel like he's a smart cookie, man. In terms of breaking down, like, you know, in terms of being like an organizer of like chaos, he knows how to set it up, and just predict it out for situations. Like TXJ, for instance. If you want to have a point lead there, if you want to kind of say that from 3-3-0. But I'm really kind of worried about seeing, like, you know, when the new blood cards kicking out. Apparently one of the, I think, Tarka players. Oh wait, he's going to be showing up here in the league, maybe potentially soon. Who knows? And that would be a good time to see if he either shows up. And the thing is, there's only so many players you can replace in both solos and trios, right? So kind of see about the org league, because the whole new rulebook set where if you swap out players, you lose points. So if you're already in the losing streak, you might as well just try to chance it with a new player on the board, like Wolves is Ron to get swapped out here for 08, if that's the case. If anyone else gets swapped out there for DRG as well, for Ruro. But let's see how this turns out. This is the trios round, y'all. We've been yapping for too long. SR versus 5-2-1. Looks to be a little bit of a chance here for SR to bring this Takeda comp again. Also, shout out to the Purple Focus Run. People are like, no, you're trolling, bro. You're trolling by using the Purple Focus Run. I'm like, all right. 2 months later, I'll stop. F2-1. F2 comes out here. Foul Milk turns it back in his direction to his team. And I think this might be a Takeda ultimate if they're baiting it. But the Tianhai literally negating any pressure that the Xenor could provide.
Honestly, they didn't know they lost points if they made roster changes in the middle of the season. That makes sense why they only make roster changes whenever a split ends.
Yeah, that's why when ASC won trios last year for spring, they could, even if they have all the internal issues, they could not afford to swap.
Couldn't. Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Let's see it though. Sienna gets C in the trios form. First round going towards C there for Lipo. Now, CSR and Y7 on Takeda already having this burn online. Looking for follow-up focus. Leaving C as a player on the top side. It's the hottie. But overall, now it's getting looked at by the remainder of the lobby. It's going to go ahead and eat up the damage off that focus attack. Pampy, though, staying up. The mid-range not good. Eats up another one on the side, but the follow-up F is good. Into the follow-up focus there for the fly. Now that's a lot of damage onto NY7.
Oh my god.
Kurumi ultimate comes into play just in time. He runs straight to it. But overall gets caught off the prio. In the back end, the click there for the fly. Now stop that combo from coming into play. Now gets caught up by Akame. And NY7 is going to be eliminated here.
And Zhao was too late to the party. Rico also low enough as it is. And has his F2 to come here to save the day. But Zhao caught by the F2 here. Recast is confirmed off the blue focus. 2.0 gets charged up. Rico going ahead and popping out that combo breaker for Zhao. In this case, making sure that whether that F2 came up too early, it was necessary. And even then, it was too late. Zhao, Rico go down. 5-2-1, taking the first dub. Everyone's saying common WC. Listen.
WC.
Next spike. WC. Yo, listen. This is going to be a Tianhai Kurumi Syra composition versus Tahadi, in our opinion. And mirror on the weapons blocks. And so you guys can see all that. You know? What's going to be the case right now is Pampy. I mean, how aggressive can you be on the Tianhai? Can you rush in and you pop ultimate to force out the Enor 1 ultimate? Or are you just going to go ahead and just pop it as a defense mechanism, man? I'm just thinking. Because Pampy misses grapple. It's all right. That's going to be patched, bro. Don't worry. The new patch actually fixed that grapple bug.
Oh, but, really?
Yeah, dude. I saw that thing. I played mixed messages by Big Crit, man. On standby. Pampy walking out 2.0. Waking up the F2, and he eats a lot. The Syra ultimate used beforehand might be a setup here, potentially for the audio, man.
See, the Syra Dazzle doesn't connect. Right in the back end, NY7 has the Hottie Cube there to get out of danger for now, but Pampy looking for the grabs here on the Monk. Marking down to Fat Melt. See Pampy staying around his team there to avoid the pressure here from NY7. And we saw what that Monk ult does to the Enor. I mean, it was like one stomp to the head of the Enor ult, and then just like 30% of that ultimate is gone. So it's just a stall game right now. Both sides not too aggressive there for NY7.
Oh my god.
Oh, and he eats it. Look at his HP just completely gone.
Yeah, he's doing the Naruto run, moving past him, bro. Gets caught. Uppercut. No, doesn't go for the uppercut. That's all right. The team is here for the shotgun burst.
Oh.
5-1. Making it look dirty, but clean at the same time. Pampy looking for drop down horizontal. Thinking about it. Pulls a stagger out of his behind. This is it. Double parries. Combo breaker belt. Doesn't confirm nothing. He gets a parry and riposte. And the shotgun burst has put Zhao in the decimated spot. And he got the Hottie ultimate. Gets a little bit of heal. But there's nothing really left unless they go Haymaker blue focuses.
Yeah, it's rough. The damage is done, right? I mean, now it's just a wait for these ults to run out. There it is for both sides as well. Quick reset. The Hottie ultimate is still online for a little bit longer. Just like that. Looking at Rico. Uppercut floated up. To be taken out. 1v3. Unfortunate, but C are going to be taking the dub here against CN. Going to be closing out in the 2-0. Lipo being that starter for the 521 region. You see, he came in straight to the brain like, yeah.
Hey, y'all fired for that.
Yep.
Walk back.
We
Get out of
needed
frame,
that, bro. We needed that.
Like a celebrity, bro. That shows up like, hey, yo, man, go fight. You know, walks out. I was like, do you not know who that was? I'm like, who was that? Yo, sign this. Thanks.
Yo, sign this.
I'm a big fan. Wait, what? You're not even part of the team? You just wearing the what? All right. So, you remember what I said, though? Like, if CN loses this, it's still them in lead 4-3.
Yeah, of course.
If they had lost that one fight earlier, maybe we had a different storyline. But at least for C right now, they're going to go ahead and take that dub. They're going to go into second place overall. I mean, as it stands to be, I mean, this team is something that you don't really want to shy away from. This is a team that has competed across the CN landscape. So even Polaris is taking his time in terms of CN service on solos. He's like, yo, I don't even care if I got this much ping, man. This is it. I'm in the land. But with this fight kind of being the last one for C, bragging rights, I guess, the best global team so far in terms of this tournament, in terms of the martial artist invitational. So CN taking that 4 points, C taking 3, and then we're gonna see what's gonna happen between AS and NA.
AS and NA. Wait, that's our last round? AS and NA?
So, yeah, yo, what is this? I'm gonna say it was XY, man.
Nah.
I don't even know. I gotta go back. I'm
gonna go XY too.
I'm gonna go XY. That man sometimes gets a spike and then all of a sudden, but he was so laid back, right? Mind game.
Because true. He was just chilling.
Low quarters all gaming, man. Above average, man. And man's like, yeah, I'm chilling on it. Because if Life Polaris is having a moment there, you would seen it. You know, the Polaris have been like, you know, all of a sudden, and then he's gone. But he's won. You know, C comes out here on top, pulls out both solos and trios. I mean, to be expected, where it's like it's not even a coin flip. It's just like more of like a, okay. I mean, it could happen in between C and them. But you've seen how the execution comes off of these guys, right? The composition picks. So like how we had the, you know, Hadi Inorzi ping, the Tian Hai takes the most predominant, you know, defensive position and just being able to stop any sort of pressure from the Inor. And if he decides to pressure any sort of soft target units, he's done. The Thunderlord becomes a thunderclap, bro, because he gets clapped out. But when we get the damage done here, XY, 2,500 to 5,300 life bars. I mean, it is off of the test. Test didn't really have much offensive value on Ultimate, right? So it's really just to see how his V2 on, or rather his second round fight went, and didn't do much. But off of the trios, man, these guys are pretty equidistant from each other. Just looking at the damage stacked up there, I think it's up to 24,000 versus up to, what was that, 20,000? Yeah, so 20,000 in SR's favor, or 24,000 on 521's end. So seeing how much it came down. CN 4, C3, EU 1, third, and NA is a -2. If they win this next one that comes up against AS, I mean, it could go down to 0 and then, you know, just be evened out. But this depends if AS goes out or they take a dub here, or we might even get a 1-1 in the trios, and then we end up having to reset the bracket for that. We'll find out.
Yeah. Man, I'm thinking about, like, yo, what if they get 50 players?
Okay.
But everybody in the 50 like martial arts solos and just a straight gauntlet. Last one standing.
I want that.
Yeah, that would be a lot more fun. I'm not gonna lie. And just like back to back to back, like fights, just non-stop. Yep.
Banger, bro. We will get that. We will get a whole coalition of forces then.
Yep.
Oh, range, bro. I couldn't even believe it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, yo, you got that range? Referee's like, yo, what? Check his PC? All right, now. I got it.
This was crazy here. I'm gonna be on R&B off of this. Recatch his pile. Doesn't kill off of this, but, you know, it stalls out for just a little bit longer. There it is. Opens up with a 1.0. Forward elimination. Trio sides, 521 against SR. Got mid-range focus off the blind eyes. Drop down. 2.0, actually. For the overhold, clinks off of that in the back end. Just being able to do that with this kind of weapon is just insane. There goes the F, recasts it there for the knockdown. Onto the monk, Bell called in, and now that float there gives them so much damage there onto that player. See him there, gonna get cleaned up there by Akame. Another clean up there. Into our second round. This was a full juggle there onto NY7. Playing up. You see that, like, the person that is selecting the flying knives just drops 3 and everybody's just strictly like I think sometimes you have 2 flying knives and a spear in play, but the majority of the times you just have straight flying knives in the field.
Nah, I'm telling you, man, you can't leave those weapons behind. They have to be in every single trio fight no matter what, man. You can't even leave it. Unless a significant change comes out there where it's like, oh, by the way, it's not like, you know, easy parry, you know, you can react to it. It's super slow projectile, but that would be a susceptible dirt, right? Because you gotta wonder if, you know, the showdown, for instance, you know, we're talking about the PvE, we're gonna bring out all elements in showdown, right? You could be able to parry on ranged weapons, right? So having a way to riposte against blue focuses, it's really the stagger. That's kind of your point. And then having the chance to kind of extend your range with a 2.0, that's just something that makes those flying knives a decimation tool. So not talking about the flying knives, right? I'm just gonna be looking forward to it in terms of seeing if any changes comes out of the weapons. I mean, the most recent change we've had, right, was the spear, in a sense, where the spear horizontal got changed, if you know what I'm talking about. What I'm kind of hoping to see if a different weapon like a katana gets changed in that regard. So not necessarily like that, but it would be cool to see if the katana gets some sort of element change towards it. You know, maybe it has more in line. And I'm saying this out of the hat, right? But like I say, the katana gets an element like the nunchucks and something like that, where it's able to use its sheath, you know, to kind of throw out and then comes right back to it. Like, I don't know, that's just me. But if anything comes out, or more grounded weapons become prominent to kind of counteract it in a 360 manner, like, you need for nunchuck stick of ying's end to parry, or not parry around, but to horizontal block around you. It would be something to kind of set up where more in a sense that some weapons can just be safe while you're throwing the blue, or it clinks around you, you know? And that would be something to kind of think about, because the Flying Knights can come at you from any direction. And no matter what, unless you have a specific Jade, unless you have a specific lineup for that, you'll be caught with your, you know, with your back just stabbed in the back at 2 Brute. You know, you just call him Caesar. No salad.
Caesar.
Mm.
No salad.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I feel like that's probably the weapon that, I mean, because, right, we're seeing the dagger now being played out in these round ones with the Farias. Definitely the katana is that weapon that got left behind. Especially with that uppercut change on that weapon that was implemented like a year ago. Like, it really destroyed the potential of the weapon. And even at that, right, green focus is now in the game. So I feel like it does need some sorts of like different element like they did for like the spear, right, where it gave you that confirmation 1.0 off the grapple, which katana still already has it with both LMB and RMB. But that was one of the major changes, right, for the spear, where you're now able to go for the 1.0 off either. Wait, can you do it with R&B? Because I remember you couldn't in the beginning. I'm not sure if they fixed the R&B spear into grapple. I think you can.
Oh, into LMB 1-2?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's the thing you can get done.
No. Just straight grapple bump to R&B focus on spear.
Oh, like after uppercut?
Yeah, because it used to miss.
Yeah, he did used to miss. Yeah, no, I think it depends on. I just it's a terrain thing at that point. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you can do the grapple bump horizontal at some points, but I think it's more that was king thing.
Yeah. But yeah, the katana. Yeah, I don't even know what they would do, right? Because the Hong sword, I feel like even the Hong sword is being left behind too, and that's the Congeneric.
Yeah, I mean, the Hong sword sometimes comes out with a Tianhai just to have that launch off, you know. You in the arena for the versus, you wouldn't necessarily. We've seen it in the arena, by the way, right? But like that was very early on in spring. But the thing is that inside of the versus, you wouldn't really get a chance of seeing that off now, right? Whip sword is something of a little mixed bag in my book of like a weapon choice. That's why you see it sometimes being used more by EU because they're more comfortable. With it. But the problem is that due to ping and all that. We're not ping, but due to like the latents or how long the whip sword comes out, sometimes those guys are looking for those jump parries, man, and they'll reach it. They'll come out for it, bro. Like they'll drop down into it. And another weapon that comes out towards the replacement for that is the spear, right? Because you're just going for quick, concise blue focuses off of a knockback from a slam down from a Tianhai or from something else from an Enor 1. It's really more for soft targets, right? Because you launch it and then you can get off. But since it's so lingering that anyone who tries to approach, someone else can come up to stagger them, you know, and try to stop that. Stop the jump parry attempt, whether they're dropping down from it or they're trying to run from behind. But don't run it down, man. They gotta get a little bit of hydration, man. I'm looking at where's Tryhard's water bottle, bro? Because my hand taking a sip all day.
I like the keyboard. The translucent, yeah, but he got translucent like shift and caps lock, control alt. That's fine. Won't lie. That's pretty fine. But overall, hydration break. Yep. Seeing where the water's at. But last round 10 here for our martial arts invitation. There's been a blast seeing all the regions going face to face against one another in isolated fights in both solos and trios. But now we're down to our last round. YM being in that last round selection against AS. See what we got. Don't expect anything different from what we've been seeing all day. XY was our only player that was really throwing us for a loop with his hero selection and F and ult with how, he played out the Hadi and the Yodohime as well. Even Zaping for one of his rounds. So that was refreshing to see it there from XY, but that is it for today for him. He has played out his last round, which is round 9, into round 10. Start off, Zalditch against Sun's Tryhard. Asia against North America. for the last time in the MSC until Jacob.
Until Jacob. Right. That's right. All these guys, man. Mirror comp selection, mirror comp weapon. Couldn't make this up. Literally, maybe for stat, maybe for Fistblade Akos, and then maybe for Flying Knives for the Shio. But we'll see. Dagger comes out here. First fight comes up. Last round. Make your predictions right now, folks. This is going to be coming down to Tryhard taking the fight against Zeldinch. And Zeldinch, he's shying away. Man's pulling it down, but he gets caught by the LMB R&B, and now the beacon drop for the anchor.
See both players playing around their beacon. Try to stay in the pocket. Clint comes in off of Post Attack ×2. Soul Break spins back there from Tryhard, but the R&B focus is good there from Zeldinch. Forces out the F there from Tryhard. Staying in the pocket ×2. Sends it again. Now big parry there from Zeldinch. That's going to be a lot of damage. Now he's going to be forced to take this mech. Gonna back up towards the pillar there for the coverage. But overall, he needs to try to connect off of Gooba Stomp into the missile shots in the air. He's able to get 3, but you see Zeldinch playing that low ground now. Quickly falls down to avoid any sorts of that pressure from the skies, but he is going to get hit off of 1 missile. He's going to go ahead and respond with the mech of his own. Panda versus OG. Yeah, this is a stall game from now.
Yeah. And the worst part is that this slam down is going to happen regardless at some point for him to get these last 3 cannon shots. Shot number 1 doesn't connect. Shot 2 doesn't even attempt it. Let's go straight for Storm. I mean, it's all right, man. It's okay with it. But for Tryhard, he's going to look into just waiting this until bomb dash, hold horizontal. Doesn't even release it. Holds our vertical. We parry bait number 1. We soul break number 2. I don't know, though. Got a combo breaker still, though. Still safe. Scare rushes. Thinks about it. Times it. Doesn't get the back dodge he was hoping for, though.
There it is. The R&B once again. This is what caught Tryhard earlier as well. He just needs to be aware of those soul break that he throws off those clinks. Zeldinch is reading those. Eats up the LMB focus. Scare rushes on through. Gets the chip damage off the 1-2. Follow up. And once again, opens up with the R&B focus. Sends it. Now the beacon or the F called in. The book is in play as well. A little bit of downtime. The 1-2. Overhold. Both players very weak. Oh, the F goes in. 1 HP.
Yeah, R&B catch. Yeah, that was faster than him holding horizontal to try to hold it out. But I mean, you can't mitigate that. There's not enough time. You don't have enough health. You can't mitigate all that. Now it's a mirror comp of the fist plays. They go, oh, I lied. Because Zeldinch on the Flying Knives, man. This might be an upset, but we'll have to see because if the Flying Knives catch it off, I mean, this is going to be where the tap dodge, when he goes swoosh, swoosh, when he starts weaving and bobbing and weaving, like, Zell is counting on that, man. Look at that. 1.0 releases. 2.0 doesn't even attempt it. And look at this, man. He catches that neutral, burns out the Tryhard's ultimate, and as a result, you kind of see it using reciprocation, uppercut to V1, jump pounce, decides to look around, see where his terrain leads him to. You can't get away with that. Ooh. Even Tryhard is like, no, shake my head. Shake my head. He catches this. R&B comes out for the V1 and gets a little bit more sustained. F2 roar to extend this. The space is out. Doesn't even attempt for it.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna do that too. Not sure he was still on cooldown or what. Oh, he catches that from long range, and that's gonna be the 2-0 going towards AS. For our last solo martial arts of the day, Zeldinch takes the first round here for AS. Into our trios round there for MVP against YM. But yeah, nice little showcase. I thought he was gonna extend it with F. Once he caught that.
Yeah. For real. Wait, I'm gonna go back in the bottom. I want to see if it was on cooldown. I want to see if the ability was kind of being not in his hands, in his pocket. But I mean, I'm going off of like muscle memory, in terms of the cooldown. So I'm just like kind of like with a 10% failure rate, So if anything comes out there, we'll find out. But kind of unfortunate. Kind of, it really is because he gets caught off of that F2 roar from max range, and then all of a sudden he gets caught up because of the fist blades, or not the fist blades, but the Flying Knives, right? You can just dash LMB and turns to the face. Still, trios fight has to happen. It's kind of interesting, right? He's like the solos is like the determination of whether it's a sweep or the trios guys have to carry it.
Yeah.
So it's like you got to see if Young Money comes out on top against MVP in this roundup. But I'm still looking at the replay. I want to see how this goes out.
Yeah, we still have a potential to go for that third round right in trios because we saw it once today. So YM gotta have to try to bounce back off of this. Drops 0-1 to the first round. But yeah, last time that we see these two regions going at it until J-Cup. MSC's been a blast, man. The qualifier rounds were very exciting. Seen the top players compete all around the world, both solos and trios. And with this invitational, it just gives you a better look at the global scene. But yeah, overall, very excited to see how tomorrow's matches are going to go for solos. I don't know who's going to take that because the format it just really shakes up a lot. Ever since the match point threshold got implemented, it's anybody's game, man. It doesn't even matter if you're first one into the map threshold. It can get fully dragged out all the way to 8, or we could just go back to our MSC tradition where we just ended in 4.
And if it ends out there, I mean, that's the thing. Like a 4-point, because if the points on the threshold is anywhere between 40 or 36 and 40, one good. I mean, they take pre-final points, right? 8 points off the start, and if they win the first round, they're up to 16 because it's 8 points for trios. And then after that, they only need around the 20 points or the 24-point threshold, just like going through another 2 rounds, or maybe potentially 1 round, right, with enough points. And if the threshold's at 36 points, you know, tough. If it's at 40 points, okay, right. And then 43, that's about right. You know, that's about right where it should be. But it just depends, man, because if it's at 36, that's pretty low, man. TE's gonna be looking at it like, all right, cool, no problem.
Yeah, there it is, loaded up. Loaded up. Here it is, our trio side with the NA against AS. The Monk comp here for MVP. They've been playing this all day, and then we have the Eno start off here for YM. He's gonna be playing on the pillar. The Monk here for MVP. Looking for perfect opener. Has to try to see if we can stall out that Eno ult as long as possible. But Lambo already on the case here. Onto the Monk. Mid-pressure damage there from MVP Syra. And the Kurumi just blows up. You blink and you miss it. I didn't even see the damage being outburst. And I mean, it's just a shutdown.
Yeah, that's the definition of like take her out, bro. She's getting carried. Take her out. It's like that's tough. That's tough. Hong looking to go ahead and try to knock back the Xenor, though. He's successful for a slight amount of damage, but Hong's now nearly half. Looking at soft targets, man. Team can defend his teammates here. It's gonna be a grab. Ooh, we caught one. We slam down. We get impaled though here in a moment. The mark should still be available there. Oh, look at this, bro. Dun, dun. Yep. Not enough with the R&B. That would have been enough. That combo breaker bell wasn't available. Oh my goodness, Lambo might even get a chance to escape. Yes, he does. And he comes right back in with a spear. He holds out the horizontal shotgun burst. He parries that. His teammate just goes ahead and releases because why not? And Shiwan, oh my goodness, look at the connections here. Young Money, they look like a different team today, bro. And look at LTZ, man. This man's in green health bars, bro. He's on 77 heart rate.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody in green.
I see like there's 2 peeps. I can't remember their names.
Maybe Ruo. Ruo has a low heart rate.
Yo, Young Money. Got that surgical. Yo, look at the surgical summer flying knife skin. This man's got it, bro. Lambo pulls this up to the sky. May even drop down for a double 2.0 horizontal. Ah, shotgun burst. And now how do we act in response? Because this is going to be that Zenda Wu versus Shio ultimate.
What's the highest heart rate you've seen?
180, I think I saw someone said.
Yeah, that's what I saw. It was 175. Day 3.
Yo, Shiyun's gone. Uh-oh. Upset. Thinking about the cannon shots here from the Fairy Shen. Arrows aligns it out. Oh, gets LTZ. That's going to be the alignment that we like to see. But, you know, it's interesting. Lambo, combo breaker. I wonder if he wants to reveal the combo breaker now, or I don't even know if he released it earlier.
Not sure. Oh, it's yapping. But
me too.
Hey, they make it 2 for 2 though. Hong takes out Prosper. Now, Lambo and Solo both in the pocket against Hong. Forces out the hottie yap there, beautifully done. But now a ship parry there from Lambo. LTZ in the back end is going for the full reset. Does manage to go on in with a mid-range hook attack off the flying knife. Solo though drops half of the white HP. Oh. Lambo and Co respond there in the back end. 2v1 now towards YM's favor. LTZ trying to stay up in the back end though. The product connects there for Solo onto this player. The 1-2 make it around 3. We are going to be going to the distance here between NA and AS. Just a matter of time. Still alive, but Reset's going to come here for Lambo. All this needed is a parry. Oh, beautiful parry there from Solo. There it is.
Solo be hitting these counter strikes, bro. I can't even falter, man. Yo, not even, there's no music playing. They went so long to that loading screen, they just saw they went to the whole animation. They're like, yo, wait, what? Reset? Yeah, for the last round. Got him. So now, I look at the prediction, man. Everyone put their points on the AS, bro. I'm talking 95 to 1 to 5 odds, right?
Y'all finna lose y'all channel points.
Yo, thinking about how that clean sweep happened. Yo, imagine the ref's like, yeah, no, there's no reset. Wait, what? Yeah, you can't sign this paper, dog. Sorry. But now it's like, all right, now they get a bracket reset for this one round for the trios. Now the guys are gonna have to carry again. But that was pretty great, man. I mean, you kind of saw where the Zenda Wu ultimate works. I mean, for my favorite aspect of Zenda Wu is that it's a hard lift. It's a hard lift against any targets in midair, right? And then when you hit somebody in midair that comes off of maybe like an uppercut off of flying knives, they find all the value in the world for it. They have to. That's free damage. That's a free reset on the knockback, knockups to go into flop state, and it gives your teammate another blue focus they can throw out here. So stat lines, right? Look at the difference, man. The only person that's like not even 2 times more of it is LTZ with this goofy smile, man. And with Prosper, right, up to 5100, because they were the ones that are sustaining the teams after the pings. But the 8300 to 2500, the 8600 to 3700, it's just a lot to work against. And then Zeldin's going out to 6400, works off against 4200 for tryhard. But look, Lambo, 3 counter strikes, man. 3 parries in this team. I mean, you can see them trying to go for the react parries, and they're earning it. They're seeing it, and they find the connection for their teammates to come up and follow up with it by delaying it, shifting, do as much as they can to kind of make sure they can get firm for it. But more importantly, it's just kind of seeing where the reaction timing is of, you know, spacing that you have to take a slight reset if you can, or if taking the full advantage of, let's say your parent, you know, teammate comes out with a parry and they get the silence. That means no combo breakers available for them. That means you have to rush up to them, get 2 seconds to make the count for a 1.0. And even with that, your teammate also gets that attack buff because of it, up to like what, 8% I think it is, or 10%, that you can just stack upon that and just delete somebody completely. So those type of group parries are really strong. That's why, like, you know, we saw Pole Sword at some point as well to be matched up. But it's just been the cycle of fan, flying knife, spear. This is like the 3 top weapons inside of this inside of the versus, man. And they ain't leaving.
I'm not leaving.
I ain't leaving. I ain't leaving. They're gonna need a wrecking ball to take me out.
Oh man. Yeah, we're going. You just had to go the distance, right? We just had to.
Yeah. That's man.
One more round. But now, you know, they just went against each other. They pretty much scout. You know, they've been playing each other all day as well. So they got their tendencies a lot more clear in their minds now from just going against them just last round. And then now they can try to adjust, right? Are we going to try to counter their comp what they ran first round? Or are we going to stay with what we played? You know, you can make a little adjustment from there.
And I was wondering about the fact that we saw Lambo hold his F1 for an eternity, and he used it he used that recast. Yo, Solo looking at the camera like 4th dimension, bro. He used his recast exactly where he needed to, man. So what was happening is that the isolated fight was happening north of him, and then he used it to push back the zipping so she couldn't disrupt that, right? Which is, you know, that's what you need to get done. The recast is really strong in that F1, even though the high cooldown. You'd be able to have 2 pressure push offs, right? One for the initial knockback, right, for the combo breaker, and then one for the recast, which gives you a little slight healing as well. And then doing that on a Zenda Wu, I mean, you'd sacrifice your F2's cooldown being severely lower. You'd sacrifice it being a 2-stage setup, but it's mainly because you end up having yourself to save yourself from an isolated 2v1, for instance. If you get caught out by 2 units, that at least you can break off, you know. And if they try to push up, you can recast, right? They can only have the tap dodge. You can hold blue focus if you could.
Tap dodge, tap dodge, tap dodge, tap dodge, tap dodge. I don't even know what we're waiting for.
You know, they gotta set the lobby. Remember. So like I told you, bro. Remember I said for solos, if they made it a lot more swift, you know, for the reset for the first round, like after the best out of 3, and just go back into it. That would be the case, but for trios, they have to reset the entire lobby and go through with this, and they got to make sure everything is right settings-wise. Good. We're good. Right, cracking. Jack is cracking his knuckles. Got that super strike. I think he's got that super strike with the grip tape on there too. Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I had to take off like at least 2 pieces of this grip tape, man, on this mouse. on my thumb and for my left leg.
It comes with grips pre-installed.
It comes with grips like that you can install, and I thought, oh wow, let's try it. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you right now, man. Truth be told, that goo that starts to leak out, man, on the sides of it, not the greatest. I would say keep it off grip. Like if you're gonna feel comfortable with it for now, just know that thing's gonna end up happening, and you gotta watch out because the mouse, you do not want that goop to just start seeping out here like Chernobyl's like elephant's foot, man.
The meta is just putting one on your left side.
I have it on my right side, like for the right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's just for the extra, like, you know.
Yeah. And the thumb for the mouse button, I took that off so that way I can like not have that, you know, goop go inside the mouse buttons. But I have it on my wedding finger. You can see on the camera. I'm putting it right there so that way I can just like have the grip there. But this is also kind of slightly leaking, but it's not as impactful, you know, to affect the.
Wait, it leaks? Oh, I never.
Not leaking, but like it's like you can't even see it on the camera, dog. Like this thing is like, it's like right. I can't even show you because the camera is just too OD, bro. But it's like,
I see it.
You see what I'm talking about, right? Yeah. So that's the stuff that comes out, which I was very fearful when it was in the mouse button, but it cleaned up pretty nice. Everything's like out of there. It's a good mouse, but the Viper Pro has been used by a lot of these pro players. Like a lot of them are using it. You can notice it from the dial in there, but you can see that wireless hertz right there on the Solo's mouse right there. That's the dongle for this one for 8,000 hertz.
The dongle.
The dongle, bro.
Alrighty.
I yapped for a while, bro. When's this match starting, bro? Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo, I'm not gonna lie though. Let's get a shout to the chat. For a lot of y'all being in here for the first time, if you guys are crystals. Yeah, listen, the crystals are going to be something that's in game that we cannot control. It is not in the Twitch control. It's not in our control. I'm sorry, but I'm going to try my best to get you guys set up there because I don't want the Shiloh skin. I'm going to say that to the day I die. But the next thing is for anyone who's taking the first time into the MVPL in terms of watching the stream, like, what is this? You know, what is this event? Yeah, the esports scene is pretty big in terms of this game for China. We commentate. You know, me, C8, we got Raven, Dunkin' Donuts, we got Moxie, who does also the Overwatch and the Marvel Rivals casting. We got Hitbrand, we got Seb Guy, 32. We kind of get a crew going on here for you guys to kind of make sure if you want the content, we can provide the content, as well as the analysis. XD. So anything comes out here, we ain't resident sleeping out here. You know, Harold without a D. All right, bro. Take that guy out of here. He's outside now. But we go ahead. We start this down. This is the reset on the losers for AS due to their loss, right, in the trios. 2-0 sweep. NA. Last round. Make it happen. Hadi Inor Zaping, Mirror Compound.
Yeah. And they're matching this time, right? Had a little bit of a composition change. We'll see it now. The Monk is not playing out for this first round there for MVP. But let's see how this goes. In the back end, someone gets parry. That's a lot of damage already. Another parry responds this time around from Solo onto one of those members. The Hadi very low with no armor, half white HP gone. Now the Inor ultimate looking for that damage confirmation. Now the stall here and the peel there for the opposing Inor being Lambo. For YM, trying to lay down some of that pressure there onto the Inor. See, not a lot of value coming here from MVP's Inor, but overall, the damage is now back, or the health is back now due to LTZ's investing that Ving ultimate.
Yeah, for real. And Shiyun's looking at his F2 recast if he can find an opportunity to cast it in the first place. And honestly, taking teleporter is probably a better case scenario, right? Drop down, gets parry, Lambo, just being aware. F1 comes up, she keeps Shiyun alive, but that 1, 2, 3 literally says, nah, I don't need that. 2.0 doesn't come out here. Shiyun's still thinking about it though. Working in the back line, you can see that YM is just keeping minds apart, but they lose Prosper. They potentially lose one more player here. Solo getting caught by a pair with a 1.0, making it even see the fight Lambo. Oh my god. Yo, we are no longer on the watch. This guy is keeping eyes on the back of his head, and I need to see the stats for game 3 because this man just caught every significant parry the team needed to get that first step.
And that was clean. It was that big factor right there, being able to get those parries continuously, just making sure doesn't get caught up by any of those focus attacks, stays up in the fight, end up closing round 1. And now we have a difference. Being that Zenda Fair there for YM. With the Shayo against that Monk competition that MVP has been playing throughout the whole day. Let's see what we have. A parry opening, another one. There from Lambo. R&B raw uppercut into the full extension there. onto the Syra. Now the ultimate gets invested. Hong drops very low on the other side though, so he's forced to back on up. He's not invested in Monk ult. Now he's trying to look for a reset inside that Syra ult. Nobody gets caught up in that dazzle, but Hong still with no armor left is gonna be forced to Monk up now.
Yeah, and the shots coming in the Zendu post this Farius Shen. Look at the V1, right? Placed in the point of view where the Farius Shen is safe. Incredible. Preempted too. Prosper though gets grabbed. Shell doesn't have any value on that shield. Lambo tried to get connection off 2 hits on that, and he denies that slam down. Incredible for the Harumi ultimate. This gives a direct heal line for the Tianhai. And the grab on Lambo is not what you like to see here, especially considering he still has throws on his hands. Double grab comes from him. That confirms the kill at least for 1, and 2.0 for Prosper is with me elimination. It's a 1-1 situation here. And as for Solo, I mean, even if he tries to go for a parry, one of the teammates for MVP is going to go for Sacker control, man, and that's that.
Yep. We're going to distance again. Round 3. It's AS and NA.
Oh my.
You said what? We're thinking?
We're thinking. Yo, Wombo.
What?
Wait. Hold the fort. V1 Balda against no Weishan, by the way. But the problem is Shiel actually defends you. Okay, so Shiel's gonna be a nah, she's not. If they get a 5-second stun, that's gonna be good. Let's take a look and see who's gonna be going up against the scene. If they're gonna get a grab. I think I heard the ultimate in the background. There it is from Zendu. Procced out, gets 2 units.
It's Viper ult.
Looks for the Wombo. Beacon drop though. Wait,
too slow, man.
Wait, and look, the stun's confirmed on the Farius Shen. This is kill confirmed. Wait, we missed the spear solo. We can't miss that. That's okay. It's still a 2v3. At the end of the day, at least one person goes down. As long as we don't lose Prosper here, because it's gonna be problematic here. Oh my god, this guy's getting away from this. Yeah, I'm looking at you, LTZ. You're kind of a threat right now. He's gonna get the shield throw. He's gonna find an opportunity. Misses. Perfect. That's what you like to see. No bias. But this is gonna be a case scenario where you see the MVP trying to turn this in favor, even in this 2v3 situation.
We really whipped out the old school Wombo. There it is. NA's gonna win with Wombo. He was able to find that Balder wave into the Viper ult, confirms that elimination is quickly, and there's just a stall game right after, and yeah.
Sign this. Yeah, you're good. No problem, man. I need to see the Counter-Strike combination. I think he got at least 3. Again. Young Money. Young Mula.
Young Money.
No,
so does that bump it? No, because
that negates them. They're at like they go right? To 0. Yeah, they go to 0.
Yeah, third, yeah. Or wait, yeah, it's a tie, I'll say, right? With them in the, I mean, it doesn't really even matter because there's nothing in the line, but
yeah. But still, man, AS. Unfortunately, losing I think every single fight except for 1.
Yeah,
I think. Yeah, man, that's unfortunate. Though we kind of lurk into seeing where things could be made better. I mean, the Farius Shen, I'm not gonna lie, bro. The Zenda Wu into that, like, you gotta think about it. The mindset of like, I'm gonna throw the Farius Shen beacon, or I'm gonna be in this Farius Shen ultimate. I'm gonna go to this guy. I want you to drop the Zendu so you're protecting from the Tianhai grabs the moment I slam down. And exactly where that wall was, that's where they go into cannon mode and they save from the Zendu or from the Tianhai. Like, the thing is, that wall is such a strong like disengager for those for the mans, and the thing is that for the Tianhai, he can't even, unless he jumps into that wall, he can get staggered. He can get staggered from the knockback from each tick, and it's every second, up to 8 ticks, because it's up for 8 seconds.
Sendo. I would have never thought that we would have. I mean, not really. Yeah, we did. You could anticipate her being like a trios character, but. I mean, I would say like early on, she had a lot more value in solos, and then I think like a week or 2 passed by, and then she just found that comp in with the Xiao, and then everything changed from there, where they were pairing her up with the Xiao, especially after the Xiao was able to give that shield to her teammates. I think that was just like a big to her, yeah. But yeah, overall, every single team played the same comps throughout into this last round where we had Vol the Viper. I think last time I saw Vol the Viper was like last year. Alliance ran it in a same Wombo fashion, with a muck. So yeah, overall though, it was good to see everybody, you know, being able to compete for one last time before they head back home, here in the global stage for the MSC. But tomorrow, you know, we're straight to business. Tomorrow, solo finals in play tomorrow. A big chip for a lot of these players. Pretty much full CN lobby. If you want to count Frost as not being CN, then you know that will be the only global player. But you know he's been in the league for quite some time. But yeah, technically or not, still straight business tomorrow with solos, and then the day right after into trios. Potential 8 games in the line for both days. Yeah, it's gonna be a day full of action. Crystal's probably online for you guys watching the chat. I know y'all been going crazy about some crystals.
Man, I'm going crazy about the crystals.
Better call Saul.
Better call Saul. All right, they're done. We're done. We can't do that. But yeah, man, and this is gonna be a good setup here to kind of see where things this weekend turns out. I think at least overall, the solos guys tomorrow are gonna be kind of working out to see what XY's been cooking up because he's one of the competitors, so it's gonna be up to them. Frost is gonna have a whole heap of lead. I mean, he's been close, man, in making it to a finals. And
yeah, he has.
Like it's been since 2025. It feels like it's going back and forth for that. Even to 2024 for the Tenacity where we saw. But now it's where, as a representative on CSS1, right, as part of that organization, he's still at heart in terms of at home. So for Southeast Asia, that kind of comes out the long way. Now for everything else, I mean, for the CN mainland players, right, for Mike, for Spider, for Chen, right. As well as for Verse, those are the kind of players that you know they have a set tone to shift into the lobby, and you see some players do a weird ramp up, like bell curve, just go straight up. And then trios, 521's the only global representative, and 521 does make its force impact there, so they've been watched from these guys today to see where they're playing at. But this Invitational is really more of a practice run in terms of anything. They haven't really, but they didn't run anything out of the ordinary. They ran the set comps that we've seen. Variations may change up. We might see Akos into the TNI, potentially seeing some of those compositions come back into the runaround for finals, maybe. But the only thing is that the biggest thing is about the MVPs, right? Once we hit the match point, if we go to round 8 is going to be the only thing that's going to be where we get that mirror comp round. It's going to be dependent on the MVP compositions, so whichever is the highest number of them or highest scoreline. Which Hadi Yunor Ziping sometimes gets knocked out here by what? The Zenda, Tian Hai, and the Temi, right? Or we end up seeing the Akko Syra Viper just to be more dominant in that standpoint. And people might say, wow, why don't we see those comps inside of this arena, inside of this versus arena? Main reason is those comps are hell, I'm gonna say it, they're hella sustained on the outside. In the open BR map, you'd be able to take consolidated fights, assassinations, as we call it. They kind of go into like a hit squad, right? And you take out one player, you go into that, boom, done, right? And you kind of work off a gold and a long-term goal. Now, apparently, C takes the dub? Question mark? 3-1 for both sides between CN and C.
I have no idea.
And they're at 4, but they're below for second place at XD. I think it's it shouldn't be, but I don't know, man. Maybe because of normal fights. Who uploaded the CSB, bro? And why is EU above NA? If it's all right, but no, AS is at -7. As a result, they go down pretty much in there. But yeah, 1-1 for EU and NA, and then 4 for CN, and then 3 points for C. I don't do the math, bro. I just see what I see. You see what I did there? Ooh. Okay, we're done.
See what I see. Yeah. Little highlights though. Hear the song. There it is.
Yep. I heard that song too. I'm vibing out. R&B, Zeldin. I feel like this was like 30 minutes ago, which it was, by the way.
Yeah.
So Zeldin for just try hard here. And it really was just a chip out, These guys are 1 HP in the dream. Look at this, man. Survives that horizontal. I thought he was dead. But that R&B catch up there, once he's trying to hold out LMB in front of his face, was kind of ambitious, but it was still too close for comfort. Find this grapple when B1 comes out here, turns around just to see where that pillar is. And then this is up to, I'm doing the math in my head, unless he threw it there. I look back and he didn't have it, or he did have it based on that. He goes down. And the other thing I think is the reason he didn't throw that F2 was because the wall is going to drop him sooner.
Yeah.
PM, during manipulation. And there is no chance he's going to get that. But man, this is the first fight for trios. I remember that. Because Lambo's like, woo, let's go. And then we go into that second fight and the Wombo, right? Like, what the unfortunate. Like, this is the type of stuff you can't get away with twice, bro. You only get away with it once. And now there's no chance that a Weishan, which by the way, we did not get a chance to see Weishan today in the verses. But that's where Wei Shan exists to kind of counteract in case of anything for Viper.
Yeah. The big Viper counter.
Big Viper counter. Like, oh my god. You guys giddy on the floor, man. Like, yo, we excited, man. Where's Hendrix, bro? Where's Hendrix? I'm asking. I'm calling him out, bro. Where's he at on the floor, man? He's supposed to be playing, man. He's supposed to be playing. But hey, for everyone kind of working out here, guys, this is gonna be the exit. I mean, in a bit. You know, we're gonna talk a little bit things. Gonna yap a little bit more for UCA. What do you got in your mind, man? What do you think is gonna be happening out here before we enter into autumn season? You know, for MSC.
I'm hoping we get the new map before summer starts in the mix. Because you know, definitely got to get these players into in that environment as fast as possible, and not let it go all the way towards by the time J Cup comes around. I think having it in the summer split is going to be a lot better. But we are going to be going to a quick interview. Just come back. We're going to close out the show, but we do have an interview with one of our players.
So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post the Game Interview, and my host today, Yo-Yo. So we invite Tryhard. Say hello to audience.
Hello.
So, question I like to ask you: is there some special training to you prepared for each other country players?
So I guess the biggest form of preparation that I do is just trying to figure out what they're going to play and try and counterpick them, pick the hero that best suits whatever lineup they're running, and that's probably the main form of preparation.
Yeah, so let's move to next part, answer for treasure. So today's question is, which hero did Tryhard use in round 2 of the last game? A is Lannian, B is Materi, and C is Akko's Hu, D is Wu Chen. So I also I wanted to ask you, is there your favorite weapon just for fun, in game?
I would say I like to use Dagger. Dagger is probably my favorite weapon, just because it's a very methodical weapon and it's fun to use for me.
So it's counting time right now. Let's counting. 3, 2, 1. And the correct answer is
C.
Yes. So the last question I'd like to ask you, what you want to say to your fans.
I would like to say thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed all the games today. It was a fun exhibition match. So yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed.
Thank you. And let's go back to casters.
All right. Hey, yo, my man said, yo, shout out to the fans, man. Shout out to the umbrellas and the fans out there, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about you, Vernal. Listen, great matches kind of going out today. Wong Shu, the new map, guys, it's live. If you guys don't know what we're talking about in terms of it, the update is live, and this is going to be the anniversary for the 5th year this game has been active. A lot of rewards, and you guys are looking for the crystals. Listen, I'm trying to find out about it. I can't do anything about it on stream. I'm sorry. But what I'm going to let you guys know is that those rewards are still going to be here for a while post MSC. You guys still have those dailies to run into. So just make sure you don't miss out on that. The second thing I want to mention is that, like C8 said, new map. We don't have it in Immortal War currently. This is the main mode that the BR is played on, which is necessarily, it makes sense because there's a lot of macro mechanics that Wang Chu has, right? A lot of gold. A lot of wildlife
upgrades.
Dude, it is and then the armor comes out to where you have to think about it in the bigger block and how the players are going to be performing to get the armors, if they want to deal with that, or if they ignore it altogether because it's too much of a headache. But here's the other thing, right? Devs, they're working on this stuff, man. They've been working on this thing probably day in, day out, and for the past couple of years too. Seeing how that kind of turns out, let's see where that leads us into the competitive season once it starts up, hopefully by autumn time.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. I mean, it's going to shake up a lot, especially in that format that we have currently with our maps. Yeah, what are we going to replace? What are we going to slot in? How many, are we going to cut down to 1 Predoria after that alone? So, it's a lot that it's gonna change up having that new map in place. So for me, that's what I'm excited for, having that map into the Pro League as fast as possible whenever, they get whatever they got to change with it for the mortar side. But yeah, weapons and characters usually come in with this. In this year, they've been coming in probably 2 weeks or a week even. When the new patch goes live, they've been really up to date with their patches for the Pro League. So I mean, that's always good to see. I'm excited to see how the new character plays out, especially in the Pro League. I mean, that's honestly probably the best collab I could think of for NARAKA, right? Just having the MC of that anime, or it's just. I would have never thought of them doing it, but I would have wished it would have released probably 2-3 years earlier, just so right? Just so we could see how that would be. But yeah, I mean, there's always it's just a ton of exciting things here for NARAKA. Like you said, 5-year anniversary of the game. It's been a very long time since the game's been in, and you know, anybody who stumbles across this game, you know, they're like, yo, what is this? They get hooked into it because it's a completely different game, and you know, the skill ceiling for this game is very, very high. It's not easy to just boot up the game and instantly be good. So anybody who plays the game definitely, you know, tries their hardest to improve day in, day out. So yeah, overall, crystals, not sure what's gonna happen with the crystals, but it was fun, right? It was fun watching this martial arts for the first time in MSC. Like I said, I think we've had this for Koi Cup for the mainland side alone, but getting now into the global side, like I said, I would love to have it probably like our first match of the MSC, just to have that exhibition match at the start, and then, you know, we roll into our qualifying rounds for both modes into our finals. But still, regardless, it was still a great showcase from the team, and overall, yeah, it was just good to see. Yeah, what are your predictions for solos and trios? Who do you think will be taking the crown here for the MSC?
Yeah, solos, I had I put Verse on board, so that's where I kind of had. And then for trios, this is the first time I'm gonna put OUG on the prediction board. That's why I put it with Raven last time, so I was like, I gotta stick to it. But it'll be interesting to see if any of the underdogs can make it out alive, you know, in terms of making the victory. And it's also kind of interesting to see how these guys have been playing out. I was actually talking to Solo just now, and he was just like, I was asking him, yo, where Hendrix at? And he's like, oh, because he doesn't play the meta compositions in the trios that we're having right now. So I'm just gonna go have, you know, we just figured that we just played out with us three, and having between us, you know, Lambo, Prosper, aka, you know, Jack in terms of Lambo and Solo. So yeah, my bad, Hendrix. But what I'm kind of curious in seeing is just how the what I'm curious is how the setup's going to be going on after this, because some rule changes can always apply, you know, after the MSC, maybe because this MVP new rule for the mirror comp round was kind of a big step up in terms of what we've had before, which is times of Kiro's choice. I mean, Akko's just chosen a million billion times, and then he just gets chosen regardless of that. I'm like, I need better results. But when things come out to the autumn season, maybe we see some changes to that. But regardless, guys, huge ups. Everyone in the chat, I know y'all kind of like been in there in the chat. If y'all chatting out there, I appreciate y'all. And another thing too is just kind of seeing if you guys want to re-up on the dopamine of MEPL tomorrow, Saturday and Sunday. We will be live at the exact same time that we started, which is, if you want the UTC time, I think it's 8 a.m. UTC, maybe 9, but it's 4 a.m. EST guaranteed. So with that being said, here's your results as NA1 versus C. CN China won against EU. C won against AS, EU won against NA. I ain't gonna stop talking about that one, huh? And then AS lost against CN. That was the first 5 rounds before we took our halfway point into the interview, which was with Lexin on the main stage, Zay on the main stage, Lexin on our side. Then we had C win versus against EU. Then we had NA lose against CN. Then we had EU win against AS. And then we had CN lose against C, and AS lose against NA. As our final round, as it was a bracket reset on that, as well as like looking at that with EU versus AS. So with that being said, we gotta pull ourselves across here. This is the finish line, bragging rights. I'm pretty sure. All right, it shows up as C. I can't believe it, bro. Oh, my prediction is wasted, bro. Oh my, I put CN and even if they're +4, the math ain't mathing.
You lost.
I'm lost in the sauce, man. Oh my god, you know, don't ever put me on a prediction ever again, bro.
Now, I'm not gonna lie though, I'm lost to, like, you know what I said earlier, but overall though, there it is. First C, 3-1-3, plus minus CN 3-1-4. Still second somehow. EU 2-2-1, NA 2-2-1, AS 0-4, -7. For our 5 regions that are in you know, the MSC. But yeah, that was cool. It was a cool little appetizer for the main event tomorrow. It's against Solos, grand finals for the MSC, and this is our schedule, right? This is what we're all looking forward to. It's gonna be starting off with the same thing we had today, that martial arts for our first round, straight into our 4 nighttime maps, into our 6, 7, 8 middays, with our mirror match being that round 8. 16 match point, man. That is not that much. I mean, we have players with 4 already. I think that's Mike already with 4 points.
Yep. Yeah, and if he takes the victory in the first round, that's still going to be 2 to 6, right? So like 4 + 2, and then 6, and then he only needs 10 points, right? Which, I mean, he can get match point in the first 3 rounds, and then the match 4 could be match point. I mean, that could be anybody even to the extent, because inside the finals as well, depends on the scoreboard as to when your pick band selection phases. Unless they change that, because I felt like sometime they changed that for trios instead of solos last year, or at least last season for spring. Regardless of that, we'll find out. And having that to be said, I mean, this is going to be just the best of the best going at each other's throats. I mean, that's how it goes. For us, in terms of CN, I mean, we watched them for years at this point, right? Going back to as far back as 2022, even further back then, where they were playing on the roads. But this is going to be our players coming up tomorrow. It's going to be SR's Mike, OUG's Spider, SS1's Frostivus, Beijing's WBG's Verse, TE's Wufeng, Zhenglu's GG's Chen, Beijing's DRG, Ruo, and then WFG's XY Shenhuan. So, Shenhuan. 4 points for Mike, 3.5 for Spider. You can see those points. Those are the proposed points they take in due to their placement overall through their 2 days of playing, 12 rounds, and then taking that into that, which I like a lot better. I mean, I like the pre-finals, but I like how they just go straight into it, right? Action on the board. And then having those points to kind of showcase what their efforts, involved. Instead of pre-finals being something where if they have a slumped day, all that effort for nothing, man. But 16 points for match point there. Could see 36, could see 40 for trios on the following day for Sunday. Which should be a hell of a time. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how that's going to turn out here, CA. I know you're going to be here tomorrow, man, but,
you will be here. Yeah.
I will be here. I will be here. I'm going to be awake. I'm taking on podcast, bro. I'll stop.
You're taking what?
Yeah, I'm gonna take 2 shots of coffee, bro, for that day, man, because I think it's gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see if Mike's gonna be able to keep that title for SR for MSC, right? I mean, this year it's Mike, but last year was Spider under that org, and he was able to snag up the win there for the 2025 MSC. And then as well for the trios, is SR going to be able to snag up this year's MSC as well? Mike had a great 2-day. As you saw there, he is taking the most points on over to the grand finals. Showcased a lot there his second day, I would say, with just how much he's been improving. But also you can really just think about, it was everybody else putting all their in and seeing, if they were saving anything for the grand finals, right? Because, it's a mind game at the end of the day, in and out of the game. But yeah, overall, it's gonna be a really good showcasing, man. I'm probably gonna have to give it to Spider, because I don't know, man. Spider just somehow every single time just finds a way to victory. When it matters the most.
Yeah.
But
Oh. How does he do it, bro?
I don't know.
On his IO, bro.
Oh yeah.
Who is back in the meta, man?
Right. You see, that's the type of love Takeda needs. You know what I'm saying? Like Takeda, come on, man. We're the Takeda love. I'm gonna go ahead and go look for it. Surveyor's probably gonna go look for it at his script too. But we're gonna go ahead and head out. We are gonna be concluding today's matches. Tomorrow's grand finals. Hope everybody has a great remainder of the day, night, midday, whatever it is. Take care, everybody.